Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hi, I am Sparkle, the legendary gamer dog. Welcome to Vault 45 Teamwork Tycoons. Settle in for an evening of fun with your host Kismet.
That's an impressive amount of things I have to fix all at the same time, everybody. First, I got the dates wrong on my thing coming up this weekend, which is a standard Kismet move because I'm not all there anymore. But we're going to play this awesome game right here, Satisfactory. We're going to get back to it, everybody. We're going to try to get these streams back in order. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. My darn Twitch title would not update. I must have did it 50 times, everybody. Update, change, switch to Satisfactory. Why are you not switching to Satisfactory? It really wanted to play some more Starseeker is what it wanted to do. I just kept saying update. It would not update it. Take a look at that, the title, everybody. Make sure it did update to Satisfactory. Put a 2 in the chat if that title is correct for you guys. Let me know. Just to double check all the things. It looks like it's finally updated for me. Man, that was very difficult to make that work. The old Twitch glitch. And thanks also to my mod Crazy for giving me a heads up on those dates, everybody. Sometimes I do switch my dates. Sometimes I also switch my words around. I have like cognitive problems because of all my medical conditions. So if that happens, everybody, just roll with it. Just say, Kismet, you made a mistake. And I'll be like, oh, my bad. And then I'll just fix it. See, you don't have to like pretend like, oh, well, just my bad. Right? Just accept you made a mistake and move on, everybody. You don't have to go round and round and, you don't have to be perfect. No matter how much everybody pretends to be perfect, everybody, nobody is. Everybody who's ever lived is imperfect. Everybody living now is an imperfect human being. This is what defines human beings, our imperfections and our ability to learn from our mistakes. And everybody who will ever be until the robots take over. And then just basically keep us as pets. Like we do with dogs. You know what I mean? But hey, let's enjoy humanity while we can. There you go. I'm on the side of humanity, everybody. That's me. I hope that it ushers in an age where everybody gets food, water, and shelter, and then they can just work if they want. If they love to do what they love to do, like me, I love doing this, everybody. It's very, very fun. I think fate has sent me here. Sent me here to bring a little love and positivity into your day. Or we're going to have some fun playing some games. If you're having a rough day or whatever it is, come on in here. We're going to show you lots of love. And I appreciate you coming in. Again, my name is Kismet. If you're new to my stream, they call me Overseer Kismet, the Wasteland Tycoon, and the Gaming Tycoon, because I have been playing games for 50 years, everybody. I've played all of these on stream and a whole lot more. This goes for 5 minutes, by the way. It really goes for a really long time. Ooh, Atlas. We played that one. We played Dying Light. We played Division 2. Great one. Smite, Call of Duty. Oh, man. So many great games along the way, everybody. I really like this mobile game, too, Assassin's Rebellion, where you have a bunch of little guys and you go in there, your little assassins, like Assassin's Creed, right? You go in there and you got all your different guys and you do your different moves with different guys. Very, very fun. Oh, we played the California Angels right here on the show. Got a home run, too, in that game. It was pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. But what we're going to play today, everybody, is we're going to play this one right over here. Satisfactory sitting in the game right now. I forgot that I was doing this really cool thing over here. Because, again, by the time I get back to stuff sometimes, everybody, I forget. But we're extracting all the oil in the entire world and bringing that oil back so we can build a gigantic mega fuel factory. And that's going to basically allow us to go ahead and fund the rest of the base through that power. So really, this is the most I've ever built in Satisfactory, because usually when I play, but I'm playing to finish the game in a lot of times when they're early access. And I try to leave a bunch of stuff to do on release if I'm playing an early access game. I'll just play it for a little bit. I don't really want to spoil it too much, right? Just get a gist of the mechanics, show you guys a bit of the mechanics and stuff. And then when it goes live, then we go mega, everybody, because this is a mega playthrough. We're doing a lot of mega builds. As you can see over here, this is pretty substantial. This is actually a mega modular blueprint, everybody. It is insane. It is absolutely huge. Maximum size of the blueprinter, and then it has different segments of it that you can just snap together. And if you're one of my patrons, everybody, one of my patron supporters, you get all that for free. That's right. You can go ahead and download those blueprints, put them into your Satisfactory, and then try them out because they're really fun. And then you go in and modify mine. You can modify all the colors and the way you want it set up or designed or whatever it is. But great way to get an idea of how I did it originally and then how you can modify it to fit your play style and your game style. So I love doing that kind of stuff as well. But again, as we add more blueprints, we go ahead and update it from time to time as we go along. But this has actually been working really well, where we can just very easily run the tracks where we want them to go. And then we go ahead and have the trains go ahead and work their way back to the central area. And I think we have to do the opposite side of this on the other side. Can't remember if I did that the last time. But we do have a lot of supports to put in. I can see my supports right over there. So we'll get in there. We'll do a bunch of supports and stuff. We'll work our way backwards. And then we'll go ahead and check and see if we got it on the other side. Now, before we do all of that, though, we're going to say hello to the chat. I saw Paul in there. Before my chat thing wasn't working. I was fighting with it. I finally got it working. So thank you, Paul, for being in here. I see you there. We also got Wombat coming in, bringing in the hype. Thank you so much, Wombat. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a good night tonight. I got some rest. Can you tell? Man, I crashed out. That was like 12-hour stream, 20-hour stream, 12-hour stream. Oh, man, it was like a whole bunch of very long streams in a row. And I went full resident sleeper, everybody. I've only done it 3 times out of 3,000 streams plus. I don't even know how many total streams I've done. Probably 3,000 to 4,000 streams here in the stream over the last 10 years. And that's not an exaggeration, everybody. You can just look at the number. The best stream ever, because I did a bunch of streams. I did like probably 1,000 streams ahead of time. And then I thought, hey, you know what? Every stream, I'm going to make it better than the one before. I'm going to make this one the best stream ever, the best one I've ever done. And then I came with that mindset, and actually it really did help. I've done really advanced stuff, as you can see. So that's what the BSE number stands for, everybody. We're on 2,785, and if you add about 1,000 to that, that'd be 3,785 streams. Yeah, Kismet hardcore, bro. Very hardcore. So, yeah. And I've loved every second of it, but I really, really enjoy it. It's not like I used to be back in the day where I was making the big money. I put every penny back into this. I'm just trying to grow it into something. And really, my favorite thing is just to take stuff and give stuff away. But it's just like go and get giveaways and do that stuff because it brings a little bit of joy to people's day. And that's what I like to do. Or, crazy things happen in the stream, goes off the rails, the standard Kismet stream. Everything always going off the rails, that's for sure. But I do want to mention, again, before I forget, that we are going to be playing Icarus on Friday. The 8th is the actual correct date. And then on the 9th and 10th, which is Saturday and Sunday, and Mother's Day coming up, everybody, on Sunday. Make sure you got something going on for your mama. Get that taken care of. Go show some love to your mama because she's the one that had to put up with your crap. So there you go. Unless your mama crazy, then you're gonna take one for the team. If your mama gone crazy, sometimes it happens. There you go. Jessica G coming in, showing some love. What up, G? Thanks for being here. Yeah, it's lead time. You like the Sparkle Dog? It always makes me smile. Gets me in a good mood every time I see the Sparkle Dog at the beginning there. I actually have so much stuff I'm adding to the stream, everybody, but I'm doing so much other stuff, too. I got so many things lined up as well. Also want to shout out Raz, who did come in and gift me a game. Whenever you guys give me a game, everybody, I usually put it in my favorites, and I try to circle back to it, but I won't probably be able to play it all the way through, but I can kind of just show off the game on stream. That's probably what I will do. I'll probably just do a learn to play of them all and just do like an hour in each one. But gifted me Adorable Adventures with the little pig in there. It was very cute. I'll go ahead and show it over here. So thank you very much, Raz, for that gift. I hope you meant to gift that, by the way. If you didn't, let me know. I don't know if I can refund it or how I go and refund it if you need it, but very cute. Sometimes I think people are like trying to buy it for themselves and then they accidentally gift it to me somehow. I don't know. But hey, I got it there just in case. And man, we've been playing some great games, everybody. We've been playing some really great games. Now, Satisfactory is a 12 out of 10, everybody. It is one of the greatest crafting and building games and factory games that has ever been made. I would say up there with Factorio and a whole bunch of other amazing factory games. It is one of my favorite games of all time, and I've been playing games for 50 years. So that tells you something right there. And I have a long list of games that I have played, and I absolutely love it. And if you notice, I only play it one day a week, but I try not to burn myself out. Some people play, 8,000, 10,000 hours in a game. I feel like that's the easiest way to burn yourself out, so I just try to take my time when I'm doing mega playthroughs, especially when I'm doing multiple of them at the same time. I think this is the most mega playthroughs I've ever done at the same time. So we're doing Satisfactory, Fallout 4, we're doing playthrough number 13, Lucky 13, and then also on 7 Days to Die. So, man, we are really going all out, everybody. So we're doing a lot of fun stuff. Though we're not playing 7 Days to Die this weekend, just a heads up. Again, we're going to be playing Icarus on Friday. We're going to revisit it. Now, again, here's what we're going to do, everybody. We're going to play the game. We're going to try it out. And then I'm going to let the server run, which means the server's open to everybody. You can go ahead and get on the server, play it, and you're like, well, Kismet, I can't afford a server. Well, guess what? Kismet hooking you up. Thanks to my buddies over at G-Portal. I'm hooking you up with your very own server. Ah, there it is right there. Ha, I forgot it was on my scrolling thing. It's like fate right there, everybody. Wow, that's weird. That was a weird moment. It happens to me all the time. That's why they call me Kismet, everybody. I did not time that. I didn't even know it was coming up. I forgot it was up there. But there we go. That was awesome timing. You just witnessed a Kismet moment there. Again, it happens to me all the time. So again, we're going to play some Icarus, and then on Saturday, Sunday, we're going to play some Winrose. Now, that is a really cool looking early access pirate game. Very much kind of like a Valheim style pirate meets, what do they call it? Home builder kind of thing, or base building kind of thing. And I've watched a few people play it in the beginning, and it looks pretty fun, so we're definitely going to give it a go. And again, we're going to set up a Winrose server, and then we're just going to let you guys play the server. As long as I see people playing on the server, I will leave the servers up for a while. But really, since it's in early access, I really want to wait until it goes release, and then get serious with the crew, and then we'll bring the whole crew in when it goes full release. Probably. Or maybe I'll get all wrapped up in it and we'll play it after we're done playing some 7 Days, after we're done playing some Satisfactory, after we're done playing some Fallout 4 and a whole bunch. See, I still got a list. I didn't even know, everybody. It was funny. Unforgiven was saying, hey, I have like 100 games. And I'm like, oh, I think I'm almost 100 games on Steam. And I look on Steam and I have 300 games. I forgot I had that many, everybody. I was like, oh my God, I got tons of games. I probably haven't played 50% of those, everybody. I think I've played a pretty good amount, at least a little bit on stream. But I haven't played them all. I just, again, how many hours in the day, everybody? There's only 24 hours in the day, and that's a great time, everybody. It's a great time to be live right now. There are so many amazing games to play, and I just like to turn you on to great games, everybody. If I turn you on to a great game, then I'm doing my job right. That's what I think, anyway. Oh, so many great... Oh, one of the greatest of all time right here, Red Dead 2. So good. I never even finished that game either. Maybe one day. We'll see. That's Mr. Non You coming in with a Love Lurker trade. Also putting that 1 in there. Thank you so much. That's Mr. Non You. Hope you're doing good tonight. Appreciate everybody coming in. It's going to be a crazy night tonight. My activity feed is not coming up. Man, it's always something. Always something I got to fix. That's okay. I got a backup plan right over here, everybody. Sometimes there's like an update and it doesn't pop up, but I have a backup over here where I can put those activity feed right there. And I'll just take that one out. Put this up here so I can see when you guys are hitting the sub buttons and all those various things. And I'll fix that off stream. I don't want to have to sit and goof with that right now. So many technical things. I don't touch anything, but I just turn the computers off. I turn them back on, and then 50 things for me to solve when I turn them back on. Maybe I should just not turn them off, but then it would cost me too much money just to keep them running. But I will be running extended streams, everybody. Again, Sparkle time coming up. But I got so much I got to do to make it awesome. So, again, if you have any games like Words on Stream that you want to see me play or any suggestions or anything like that, because I'm going to set it up while I'm resting so that you guys can play games. I replay the previous stream. And then, of course, I'll make it really plain and it says that I'm replaying it, everybody. And then also you can play games in the chat and, just have a good time hanging out with all my awesome peeps, my awesome community in the chat while I'm resting. So I've been trying to work on that for like 10 years, everybody. I think this is the year. This is the year Kismet's going to get that going. It does require a lot of effort, at least the way that I do it, everybody. You can, a lot of other people, they don't put as much effort, I'm sorry, that's just the way it is, into what they do, right? Me, I try to put maximum effort and then go above and beyond. That's me. That's how I try to do here in the stream. Thank you, Dragon Wolf, for the 1. I appreciate that. We got Gat coming in. Thank you very much for the 1 here. Luna as well. Let me know. Rotisserie G, let me know that title is good. Gat Serrano, thank you very much for letting me know. Paul with a 1 as well. Rotisserie G with some sort of thing. Delivery emote. I don't even know what that's for. All right. Then 1 in there. Thank you very much, Tab. Tab saying hi. What up? Caveman Mogs. Look at that funny arm. That funny wave there. I like it though. Very awesome. Monster Zero coming in, putting in the 1. G over there, give me the rare parrot. I don't know what that means. Obviously, I can't see the emote over there on YouTube for some reason. I wonder if I can see it over here. No, it doesn't show up. Doesn't show up. And again, thanks everybody for coming in, hanging out. I don't know about you guys, but I am ready. Ready to go ahead and get into some Satisfactory because we got to finish up because we're almost there, everybody. We're going to get all the oil today. This will be the round in which we get the oil, and then we got to start on the coal. But we're going to try to set up the oil first, get a bunch of coal, move our power over, do a whole bunch of stuff tonight. It's going to be awesome. Here we go. First thing we're going to do is hydrate. There we go. All right. Let's hydrate. Let's get going. Let's give you the tour of where we're at right now. So we are way the heck over here. Up here at the top part of this, we got a lot of oil still to run over here. But what we did, everybody, our base is actually way over here, right? Our base is over here. Look at all my trains, man. That's the most trains I think I've ever had going in this game, and we're going to get even more. So these trains are running around, grabbing various resources and bringing those resources back over here where all of our oil is. And they're running through spirals or running through all sorts of stuff that I built. The perfect spiral, by the way, the Kismet perfect spiral. Not like everybody else's spirals, everybody, where your trains are doing this and it's slowing them down. Mine are nice and smooth up that spiral, smooth down the spiral. Just awesome. Awesome, awesome. So what we're going to do is get the rest of this crude oil, run it over here, and get it into our storage here. Let's go down here and check it out, everybody. Very cool. I love the tropical thing. Of course, you can't see it because, of course, it's red right now. But it is like a beautiful tropical reef over here. I love how it's just like hazy right now. When I start trying to show it off, it's hazy. We'll see it, I'm sure, as we test all this stuff out. I don't think I have the train for this going yet. We can go ahead and check. Let's go see if we've got the train set up. We got reef oil pickup. Train station, timetable. Do we have a train? We don't have a train yet. Okay. I don't see it there, so I'm going to set up a train. Oh, no, there it is. Oh, I see the train on the tracks back here. So as you can see, this is a lot of oil. I think this is one of the top oils in the entire game. And you can see that we're running our oil this way and into both of these. Now, the reason why we're running this and this is I split mine into 300 and 300. I don't trust the 600 pipes anymore. They're broken. They just don't work right, and they don't work at their maximum volume. So I just do 300 and 300, and that works much better. So I can double input, and I can double output, right? So double input, double output to try to get that maximum throughput that you absolutely can, so that your train can pick up the maximum amount. Yeah, look at this bad boy. This is a big boy right here. Let's go in and give it a name. Reef oil train. See, I can't even type today. There we go. Reef oil train. So we're going to edit its timetable. And we're going to say reef oil pickup. Now, I try to make mine real simple, everybody. I give it a unique name. Pick up, drop off. Pick up, drop off. Don't make it too complex or, you forget what the heck goes with what. So you can see I could just easily come in and set that up. Okay, looks good. I like that. Okay, now we're actually going in and also putting in all of our various things. Oh, I got to work on. Did I take the things out and put those back in? I don't remember if I did. Well, we're going to go ahead and check it out. Let's see. Some of these you have to take out to make sure that it works. So I'm going to take this one out and put it back in. Oop, take this one back out. Put that back in. Now, the reason why I'm going to do that is because what happens is sometimes this gets glitched when you put the actual train stations in before you put the actual train station, like the train station fluid platform or freight platform. If you put those in first through a blueprint and then put your train station in, it gets glitched out and does not work. So make sure that you do take the first one out that's connected to the train, and then I have to take like the first one of the set of three that I have and put those in. But first we're going to put these back in here, and we're going to go nice horizontal to vertical, and then we're going to go the opposite direction. Oops. Wow, the Kismet love train just made me click. You got me. You got me. Who's showing that love? Rotisserie G coming in with 86 months of sub love, saying trains. Very nice. Let's show them lots of love in the chat. And remember, whenever you see the Kismet love train, you see people showing some love, they donate or they drop bits. Everybody, I want you guys to go ahead and participate in the chat by putting a bunch of hearts in there. Let's do it right now. Throw a bunch of hearts, bunch of loves in the chat. Oh, and also I owe you guys a bunch of kids caps. Oh no, my buttons are not working. Why do I have to endure that? There we go. All right. Well, wow, I gave you a whole bunch. There we go. Updated. So make sure to show some love in the chat, everybody. Again, that's a great way of amplifying that love and sending it right back out as well. You got me that love trade, though. Right when I was at... I accidentally clicked. Because it's louder for me than it is for you guys. All right. 1, 2... So I don't miss it. 2, 3. Right over here. And then again, we'll take these out. We'll put this one back in. This is just kind of like a safety thing. because we've been having problems with it, again, when you do it in a certain order. And again, you want to bring this one down so the pipe is offset this way, and then you want to start this one and bring it back. Start at the end, work your way backwards. This one's at the beginning and the way at the end, so that you've got those lined up. Now, what that's going to do, though, is it's going to wipe out all the oil that you have in there, and that's okay, because by the time I'm done doing all this, everybody, it's going to backlog all the oil in here. It's going to backlog all that if I do it right. If I do it right, it has that all backlogged ahead of time before I even start the train. And that's what you want to do. You want to make sure that all of your pipes are full so that you don't have any pipe issues along the way. Now, I could also use, other way. I could also use the 300 pipes, just as good. But the thing about the 600s is they're not hitting that gap, top gap or that top head limit when it comes to flow. So I can flow it in there as fast as I possibly can at 600 when I have a backlog. But it's really flowing into each of these at 300 and then splitting into 150 and 150 into there. So it doesn't hit that cap, right? So you don't want to hit that cap limit of 600 because it basically just screw you over every time. So I try not to. And again, we'll get this one. We'll take this one back out. Again, I probably already did this before, but just in case I didn't, we go through all of this and then our thing is not working. So let's just err on the side of caution. Just takes a moment to re-put those back in. Again, notice I'm doing every so many. And the reason why is because my blueprint is made up of 3 of them, right? So when I put 3 of them down, I take the first one, there we go. I take the first one out and then delete that one. Then I go to the next group of 3 and I take that one out, put that in. You get the idea. All the way down. And then the one at the end is actually a group of 3 that I took one of them out. I took one of those out already, the end one, to match up to the size of the train that I need. Okay, and you can see that we have a bunch of oil running across here on the nearby oil that's running into these. And we're running them in here. And you can see we're splitting them and running them up into here. And then these ones are running underneath and coming up underneath. I do not use floor holes. Do not use the floor holes. They do not work. At least for me, they don't work. As well as we don't like stuff in the middle of our stuff here. Get out of here, trees. Fixit does not approve of trees in your builds. Nature must be used and abused, according to Fixit. A little RP lore there for you, everybody. All right. Fixit is the corporation of Satisfactory, everybody. And I'm your official Fixit corporate trainer, everybody. I'm here to show you how to be amazing at this game. Here we go. Amazing, be an amazing builder, big time. Now, what we're going to do is now that we have that kind of set up, we need one on the other side. I have to remember how many I have here now. How many total things do I need? I should probably count it here. 1, 2. I think this is 3 groups of 3 and then 2 more. Let's just go ahead and double check again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, so 11. Let's go ahead and make a note of that over here in my spreadsheet. 11 trains for reef oil. 11 cars for reef oil train. 11 cars for reef oil train. Write this stuff down so I have to keep counting it over and over when I forget in about 5 seconds. So we got that going. All right, and then that oil again is going to reflow. It's going to fill in all the areas that we took out. It's going to take care of all of that. But we do need to work our way back to the original area where we're trying to pipe all this stuff to. And while we're doing that, we might as well do our supports here. Now, I have a bunch of mega builds set up and mega modular blueprints set up where I can just go ahead, and in this case, I got to remember where my 0 is. There we go. And I can hit this, and you can see I can put some supports under here if I want, which we'll do over there on the other side. Also, we have some base materials that we can use. You got to get right here and aim underneath here so that we can just basically put in this support. I think this is the right way. I guess we'll find out here in a second. Kind of hard to see in the water. But you can see I can put that in there, and then it just automatically goes right down in there like that. What is this? A corner ramp for some reason. But you can see, yeah, why do I have all these ramps in here? I don't know, I was doing something. I was doing something there. I don't know what I was doing, but let's take it out. Oh, that's my, that was my support. Oh, that's what those up corner ramps were. Oh, I couldn't see what it was. I saw it right there at the end. All right, no problem. We can take it out with using our blueprint. Put it right back in again, and I think it was going in the right direction. No, it wasn't. Okay, good. Good that we took it out anyway. I have these kind of green arrows pointing in the direction that the train goes. There we go. So again, I've colored the end that says the train is running in this direction. And basically what it does is it puts a nice support in there. So you got a solid looking support that's holding up your train. And again, that's my style. You can, put it whatever kind of style you want. You can make it more realistic or more fanciful, whatever you want to do. Now, sometimes I do a lot of bridging where I'm doing like angled corners and things like that. And I need to just go ahead and put in a support wherever I want. And in this case, I'm going to put it right here. I'm going to hit H to kind of center that a little bit. There we go. And then we can nudge it. We can also have vertical nudging now, which is awesome. And we're going to put that right there. And then we're going to get our support. See if we can tuck that underneath there. Yeah, that's going to be way down in there. Oh, there's the man. There's TM. That's cool every time. It never stops being cool, TM. And also coming in with that sub love, everybody. 47 months of sub love right there. Thanks very much again. Let's show them lots of love in the chat. Monster Zero coming in with the GG as well. I see you there, Monster Zero. What up, man? All right. Again, what's up, TM? How you doing tonight? Hopefully you're doing good, man. I think on this one, I'm just going to go ahead and do the support right over here. We're just going to go ahead and use the support by itself right in there. I think that's going to work good. Nice. Our arrow's even pointing in the direction in which the train is going. I think that's good. All right, nice. Now, what we can do is we can also, I built this in such a modular style that I can go ahead and do this. I need to zoop it. Let's get our zoop on. There we go. And then I do vertical zooping. I see how far this is. Now, my support needs 2 blocks at the bottom, right? So this one and this one are my support. So I'm just going to add 1 right there. And notice that this auto rotates based on the shape up above it, which is very useful. And then we can go ahead and just do this. And again, we want to make sure that our arrow is pointing the right direction. Because obviously this is going to point in different directions based on what I'm doing. And of course I got it wrong. But that's okay. You can go in your removal, remove it as a blueprint. It takes the whole thing out. It's really an amazing thing they did add to the game. Again, I could have sworn I had it right. Let's back away a little bit. See? See how it had it one way when I had it over there, and then had another way when I had it over here. There we go. All right. And then that's what we're going to do. So we're going to work on the detail. Now, you don't have to do this at all, but you just let it float. It's not going to fall down or anything like that. It's not like 7 Days to Die or anything. But we're just going to get into it right here and just do some of this detail of our train so it looks legit. Like so. There we go. And now that you got the gist of it, I hope you don't mind, but I'm just going to speed up, all right? I'm going to go like my speed, if you know what I mean. GG's, hope you're doing good, Mr. Kismet. I am doing good. How you doing, Mazda Zero? I am well rested now, man. I crashed out. I did like 12-hour streams, 12-hour stream, 20-hour streams. I don't even remember how long all those streams were, but it was a lot in a row. So, again, trying to stream more, trying to stream longer, try to really push myself. Though I did go full resident sleeper. That's when you know I've gone a little too far. I apologize to everybody who was watching, but, again, obviously I've tried to push myself because I do have medical conditions that make it difficult, but I've only done it 3 times in over 3,700 streams. So, and most of it was caused by my awesome Eden hoodie, which is just so comfortable. You get wrapped up in it, but I was just too tired of it. I crashed out. Normally I will stop the stream if I'm that tired, which I've done many times. And just say, okay, everybody, we'll come back to it next time. But, man, I was having too much fun with my crew, and I thought, okay, we got one more day of Starseeker to do, and crashed out, everybody. There was nothing I could do to stop that one, because I don't really sleep like normal people, everybody. Again, I have really bad insomnia and sleep apnea. So I just pass out. I don't really sleep. So I go for a certain amount of time, and then I just lay there, and then I just gone. I don't just go, hey, I'm going to go to sleep now. I don't have that ability anymore, everybody, which really sucks. It really does, I'll tell you. All right, guy, where are you going? Come on, I got things to do. Oh, there's a... hey, thanks for making me aware of that thing right there. And it shall be mine now. What you got? What you got? You ain't got nothing. You ain't got what it takes to take on the man. Give me that loot. Now I'm going to go over here and grab this Mercer Sphere. I didn't even know it was there. Thanks for the free Mercer Sphere. All right, back to our supports here. Now this one is kind of sit in this kind of edge here. We're going to say that we cut it out, right? A lot of stuff in here, but you can't actually adjust the terrain. So a lot of stuff I'll just RP that I went in there and I used a bulldozer or whatever and I cut that out so I can put that inside that thing. I normally don't like to clip too much, but it is kind of fun to put them up on an edge like that. So it's kind of grounded in the cement. Very fun. All right, and I might notice that I can float around all over the place. The reason why is because my tracks are obviously electrified, and then I'm using the hover pack over here, which allows me to kind of float around everywhere, which is an awesome addition to the game. Most people would use the flying mod. Not me. I played old school, everybody. I played before they had the zooping. I played the game since it first came out, day one, and have loved every second of it. I think this is my second most played game on Steam now. I think it might be passing Fallout 4. But I also played it on the Epic Game Store because it came out exclusive for the Epic Game Store first. So I think I'm like 3,000 plus hours on it. I should really go look, but you guys get the idea. Then it's Fallout 4, it might be Satisfactory, might be second now, but it's basically Satisfactory, Fallout 4, and 7 Days to Die. With coming in fourth is Fallout 76, which I played a lot of that too. And you're like, Kismet, when are you going to play Fallout 76 again? I don't know. You see how many games I'm playing at the same time at a level that most people never even play? No, most people don't play games at this level, everybody. They're not, building ginormous structures and getting all the oil from everywhere. They're not doing that. They're just going to play it through once and then be like, GG's. I think that Satisfactory has like several ways of playing where you're first playing it to get the gist of the game, and then you're playing it to make everything beautiful. The way you extract, the way you do your angles of all your pipes are all 90 degrees, and or they're curved, or all sorts of cool stuff. I feel like that's a whole thing as well. Wow, look at this cool waterfall. Love me some good waterfalls. All right, and again, I'm just going to speed up on this, and we're just going to zoop these out as far as we can. Again, some of these supports. Now, again, I designed these so they are adjustable. So some are going to be longer than others. And they'll look legit holding up our tracks up there. And again, trying to keep them also looking consistent throughout the whole playthrough. You can also mix them up if you want. It's really up to you. Oh, gotta get up on the rock. On the rock, guy. On the rock. There we go. You can't, oh, I'm in the way. Oh, boy. Okay. What do we need to do? What's up, Fred? Fred's over here to inspect my work. I'll just get over here. There we go. Bingo. Inspector Fred, over here to check my work, make sure I got it going. Now, see, these ones that are really tall are tough because what you need is you need a bunch of power to float over here and work these ones from underneath. So I'm just going to go ahead and bring my power tower. I think they owe me some royalties for using my power tower name, but whatever. I came up with that years ago. But such is the way it is. Then we're going to go ahead and we can run these down while we're floating around. And again, the hover pack ties to your electricity, so that's why I can float up like that. And we're just going to get this done. Yeah, I think here. And we'll just put this one through that part there. And we have that one pointing this way. We do. Again, try to be consistent in the way that I'm running my stuff here. Bingo. Okay, we got another one coming up, and so I'm going to need to use a bit of this power here. Again, keep me going. Put that right there, and then we got to... I always want to reload this thing before you start shooting this, because you can run out of bullets, and then you don't kill it fast enough, and then it sends a whole bunch of baddies to get you. To get yous. All right. Oh, look how cool that looks. Oh, so great. So cool. All right. And again, I'll probably come back and take out all of this power and whatnot later. But we got lots of work to do, so let's get on it. And yes, I'm going to do every single one of these, everybody. Again, we got one more stop after this once we get this working, and then we'll be all good. Now, see how I've got all this foliage down here? One of my favorite new things, everybody, explosive rebar. Really awesome for clearing stuff out of the way so you can see what the heck you're doing. Boom. Nice. I could collect that stuff and use it for biofuel and stuff, but really unnecessary at this point. Because we are about to produce so much fuel, it's going to be crazy. Again, we're going to speed up. See how many we have here. 2. Perfect. Wow, okay. Sometimes it just works out perfect. Which way is this way going? To the left. Sure, we're getting them all. You might notice also in the upper right-hand corner, way up there, that I'm actually at the end of the game, and I could finish the game right now if I wanted to. I've already finished it multiple times, and then a whole bunch of times in early access. But on release, I've finished it a couple times, and then I thought in this playthrough, we are going to prove that if you're efficient, because remember, efficiency first, everybody, right here. Got my Satisfactory t-shirt on. Efficiency first, everybody. And so I have done the most efficient one you've ever seen. You can actually, for right about 20,000 power, I can finish the entire game. That's right, 20,000 power only. I know, pretty amazing. I think it's more impressive, everybody, to be super efficient than it is to build, 100,000 power and then finish it that way. Because, again, I actually listen to what the theme of the game is. So when they said efficiency first, I'm like, okay, I'm going to be as absolutely efficient as I can be. Same thing in Fallout, rebuild the wasteland. I'm one of the few people who have actually rebuilt the wasteland 12 times now. Now I'm on 13. I rebuild the wasteland every single time, everybody. Again, I like, because that's what I like to do. I like to do those kind of game mechanics, which is super fun. All right, let's just take care of this guy, because this guy's just going to be up at our business. Oh, and there's a prime example of not reloading. That was my bad. These guys are so hard to shoot. Oh, wow, I think I actually got him. Well, now that we went through all that effort, might as well come over here and grab our little yellow slug. We're going to try to grab every single one of those, by the way. Grab every single thing. Now, they got 1.2 coming down the pipe. Still not out yet. Usually it takes like a couple weeks before they come out in from experimental into release, but not on this particular one. But we got a whole bunch of cool stuff in there that we're going to do. Especially, it's going to be perfect timing, too, because I don't have a lot of my structure up. I do a lot of kind of combination. I do modular at the node. I also do modular at a central base. I also do spaghetti, which you'll see. And I do a kind of combination of all the different techniques, because why not? Hey, all the techniques are valid based on how you like to play. And again, everybody, we are just going all in on this particular playthrough. Trying to get rid of this tree. There we go. And then we're going to bring this down and see how it works out. Again, I don't know how it's going to work out, but I just run it, see how it ends up. But we're going to do everything that we can in this particular playthrough, and we're going to carry it over to 1.2. Hopefully we don't have any issues with our save when we do switch over. So the good thing is I haven't done all the various processes. And that actually helps me in the long run because now they have the ability to, in 1.2, again, this is 1.1 we're playing right now, is to chain the factories. So if you have, say, a constructor, you can actually just chain the power from one constructor to another constructor to another constructor, which is awesome. But they're still going to keep the power poles and all that stuff because some people do like to, do their power poles. I like the power poles just so you can check your overall power. With these or with the smaller ones, you can just run over here and you can check your power. Look, 21,000 power. But I've been doing all this stuff, again, with only 21 power. It's not even using 21. It's using half that amount of power right now. It's using 12,000, 13,000 power on peak. And it's still producing all my resources that I need in the moment, but not every resource. And that's the whole point of what we're doing, everybody. We're going to grab all the oil, all the coal, and then we're going to produce a massive amount of power and then do every single process that we want. And of course, we're also embellishing it. We're doing mega builds. We're doing these massive train lines and all that stuff along the way as well. So really taking it to a whole nother level that you probably won't see anywhere else. At least at this insane level that I do play games. So, and I think it's very inspiring to see this kind of stuff because then it's like, hey, you know what? I'm going to go try something like that, but I'm going to put my own spin on it. Hey, how dare you? Where's that? I see you. Shooting some stuff at me. I'm not trying to grab your little guy over there. I'm trying to work over here. You see me working? I come to your job and get up on your business? I don't think so. Well, maybe this is his job. If I think about it, maybe this is his job to defend the thing. Well, maybe I do come to your job and do the thing, but then again, I didn't shoot at you first, so there you go. You shot at me first. I didn't do nothing. I was just working on my supports. All right. Again, the trick to this, everybody, bring it down and then the bottom two up again. There we go. That's the trick to these supports. Oh, get the one in the back first. There we go. Again, speeding up. And go. And we got to work our way back. Anyway, we got a bunch of power gap there. Now, it'd be fine up here, but... Oh, I got one down there. There we go. It'd be fine up here because I can use the tracks for power from my hover pack, but the second I get down too low, I'm going to drop like a rock. Got to think that through while you're doing these supports. And zooping is awesome, everybody. I've done playthroughs where I've done thousands and thousands of blocks, one at a time. In fact, you can go watch it back on YouTube. YouTube.com/KismetBP. Named after my longtime gaming guild. The BP stands for Blood Pledge. Have you ever played the old school Lineage series? It's from the very first Lineage 1. Which is basically another name for a guild. So Blood Pledge equals guild, everybody. Back in that game, that's what they called it. It was very fun. We had so much fun as a crew in that game. We absolutely dominated. Oop, a little too high there. Feel like I want to go one more down just to make it look like it's actually sunk in the ground. Let's go one more here. There we go. Ah, you little... Right when I clicked, it moved over. That's okay. We'll take it right back out, put it right back in. You get all those resources back. What can happen, though, when you're putting stuff in and you're taking stuff out, is your inventory can get very full. I like to put stuff in the Dimensional Depot. That's like high priority. I want to make sure I save that thing just in case things go wrong. So I always put like my Mercer Spheres in the Dimensional Depot. Just random stuff that will fit in there. Another great thing is all of my... boosters there. We'll put those back in there. The rest of this stuff can pretty much be replaced, or it's already, there's so much in there that it's already full. I don't think that. Maybe this one. Yeah, see, that one's already full. Maybe put that in there just to clear my inventory. That one's full. This one here, not full. All right, cool. And we'll let that run. Okay, wow, that is a massive support there. Looks great, too, right in the ground. Looks very solid. That one's already, we're just going to call that one done. That one's right into the actual mountainside. Man, that was some good, wow. Man, I did a great job on that one. Holy mackerel, look at how perfect that is. Holy moly, wow. Man, I was on the ball right there. I put that right on that edge and made that line up to the ground edge and then angled it down and made it work. Wow. Okay. I forgot I did all of this, everybody. See? Again, it was a couple weeks ago. I had done a lot of hard work, obviously. Very good. All right, so I feel like we're going to need a support right over here just to make this look good. And we'll say that this whole side's being supported by this one. And, oh, maybe we should just go like this. Might be a bit better. Let's just do that. Yeah, there we go. So that one's holding up that whole edge there. And then this one's sitting on that support and then running through there. Look how we made that run through the thing. Man, I was on the ball. I don't know what the heck, man. I was crushing it. Look at that. It goes right through the middle of that thing and then curves. And notice that the angle of what I'm doing, but I'm not making it really sharp. I'm making it the minimum angle. And the reason why, when it comes back, it's going to lose the least amount of speed, right? That's why I make these really long like this. Because the steeper you make it, obviously the slower it's going to go because it has to do a thing. But of course, on the way down, it's going to go faster. So it can equalize that time. But I don't like to ever lose any speed that I can, so it's going as fast as it can down and as fast as it can up. And it actually makes your trains overall, across all of your trains, way faster than if you were to make them steeper. So I try to do them at a certain level. Oh! There you go. I am doing good, Monster Zero. And again, thank you so much. Glad you got some sleep. Yeah, I crashed out, man. I didn't just sleep. I was unconscious. Really pushing myself, but man, did we have a lot of fun, though, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed all of these very long streams, all this hard work that I'm doing here in the stream to dazzle you guys, because that's what I like to do. I like to come in and say, come on, we're going to play some fun games. We're going to bring some joy into your day, a little pocket full of happiness. I hope you guys enjoyed our team play as well. I feel bad about my crew, but about going resident sleeper on my crew, but they understand, everybody. My crew is usually like, Kismet, we understand. You know, you're old. You're an old man. We got you back. That's what I love about my crew. Hey, look out! We got some love coming in. Ilya, I'm going to say, if I butcher your name, you let me know. Thank you very much for that massive amount of love right there. 13 months of sub love. Thank you very much for coming in. Let's show some love in the chat, everybody. Oh, I can't do it because there is some limestone here. Let's go ahead and take care of that. There you go. Look at all that love for you in the chat. Thanks for coming in. Again, we're doing some mega building today, everybody. We're working on our supports. You got to get that out of your way because it will not let you put your supports in. But now you know. Now you know how to fix that. See if it is in your way. And again, we're doing all of our supports to make our train lines look legit. Again, you can just let it float if you want. Me, I feel like you get at a certain level, you want to go ahead and make it look good. And that's really what mega building is all about, everybody. There's like 3 levels that I build. There'll be a basic build where you're just getting started, getting things going. Oh, that is so cool. Huh? Just like merged in there. Neato. There's like a basic build where you're just trying to get things started, right? That's usually toward the beginning of the game. Then I'll do what's known as...
Retweets are good.
Are they? Oh, are we good? Oh, mine didn't refresh. Hold on, let me refresh mine. See if we're good. Get you guys some Kiz Caps here. You guys crushed it. All right, more Kiz Caps for you guys in the chat. There you go. Lots and lots of love for you guys as well. What's up, Fame Brain? Thanks for coming in and hanging out as well. I got to back up a little bit here, make sure I didn't miss anybody. I want to make sure to say hello. I see you there. There you are. Thanks very much for coming in and hanging out. Again, thanks for all the love, everybody. GG's. Yes, GG's right there. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Again, supporting the stream. I appreciate you. Remember that every dime goes right back in the stream, everybody. I spent a lot of time doing that kind of stuff for your guys' entertainment. All right, let's go ahead, get that in there, and then get this right there. All right, again, see how the green arrow is pointing toward the direction in which the train is moving. And that's just kind of like a little embellishment. It doesn't really do anything other than remind me which way the trains are running as well. And then this, and then that. There we go. And then Again, look how nice it is when you got your blueprints all set up, right? You just use all these modular blueprints that you set up. Really cool function in the game to do that. And I have these supports set every so often, kind of where I feel like they look like they would be holding up that structure. Again, you can put them closer together or further away in your playthrough. But for me, I always feel like this green thing is always going the opposite direction I want to go. I feel like this game kind of does that to you, where it's always got it the opposite way that you want it to be. That's just me. I don't know. It's like I want to put a pipe in, and the pipe's turned this way, and I want to put a thing, and it's the other way, and I try to grab like a constructor, and I want to put a constructor next to it, and it turns it around the other way. Always seems to do that. Like it tries to revert it back to the default rotation too much. I think one of the things I've suggested many times is that they make it where not only does it pick up what the thing is doing, but it picks up its actual rotation, the direction it's rotated. So when you put a constructor down, it should also, when it put it down again, it should also have the same orientation of whatever you picked up. So if I pick up like this, it should be oriented in that same direction. Or it'd be nice to just have that option you can turn on if everybody doesn't want it, and then like, hey, we don't want that by default. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Just make it where I can go in the preferences and say, pick up the orientation of the thing I'm picking up, because a lot of games have that, and it's really awesome. And this game really has done a phenomenal job of building. I think that's its probably biggest strength. And it's, of course, it's a factory builder, so that's what you want. But it actually outshines a lot of other games that have been around a lot longer in the ease of how easy it is to build something like that, right? Or how easy it is to zoop those things and all those things. It really does an excellent job of that, and I think that's why I love it so much, is that they really innovated on the way you take your materials in and out of the bank, the way that you go in and draw things, the way you can just zoop vertically there. All of this stuff just makes that building so nice and so sweet. And again, that's what I think their true innovation is in this game, is that really thinking through the building and making the building feel real good. And it does, as you can see. I'm having a great time. I'm building some stuff right now. Especially adding, like, every single update. And I've been since the very first, when it first released, and I've played every single update to the game. And since the very first update, everybody, every single update was great. That's pretty wild. Even when it's just like a, quality of life update, those quality of lives are great. They're great updates. That's not an easy thing to do, everybody, to do that very consistently. And that's how you make a great game. Just take Satisfactory as an example, or No Man's Sky, or any of those other games. That you just keep iterating and make it better and better over time, right? That's how most things are built in the first place, is that that they build something and then they... hold on. Get out of there. That they build something and then they make it better over time. The problem with some places is they build stuff and they don't make it better. They just release it broken and then never fix it. Fallout 4. There you go. Sorry, I had something there. Still have not fixed my targeting HUD. 10 years later, everybody. I still have not fixed it. Maybe one of these days, you gotta have the community fix your games for you. Again, I want them to succeed, everybody, but they really need to get that quality control under control. They really do. And they should have done right by their players by fixing all that stuff in Fallout 4 instead of just saying, oh, well, our players fixed it. We're just going to leave it that way. And they can just use mods. But the problem is when you're using mods, you don't get your achievement. So it kind of a bummer thing. But I don't know if it's like a cost thing, if it was like the corporate overlords that say, hey, don't fix that stuff. We got other things to do. I don't know what their problem is over there, but they really need to get it under control. And I love all the peeps over there. I've met a bunch of peeps over there as well. I want them to succeed. I want them to be great, but they really need to take stock in what they're doing and say, look, you know what? We got to stop putting out broken games. because it's really affecting our reputation. It's affecting people's willingness to buy our games. And again, if you could solve that quality control problem, I think it would be phenomenal, for sure. That's just my 2 cents, but what do I know? I've only been gaming for 50 years, so. It's always funny when people go, well, what do you know, Kismet? Well, I've been around a long time, bro. I pioneered all of this stuff. Let's go, big boys. Come on, I'll take you on even without any power. Let's go. Come on, what you got? Get wrecked. Your friend get wrecked, too. And I'm not using the verticality, everybody. Verticality is really the key to this game, man. Especially when you have a bunch of mobs on you like that. Hey, where'd my thing go? Where'd my loot go? Did I pick it up? I think I did. Or did I? I don't know. But verticality is the key to all of this. For sure. 1, 2, and then right here. And I'm just double clicking, by the way. When you're in Zoop mode, if you double click, it just does one of that thing. Now I got to go back this way so I can get up here because I didn't run another one of these. There we go. Using our vertical power. Where was that other one? Over this way. See if I can bridge before I run out of power. There, I made it. All right. And I have all this stuff here for a reason. It helps me build all the supports. And then over here, and you're like, well, Kismet, how do you keep all of your resources going? I see you're using up a bunch of resources, but you don't seem to be running out of resources ever. And that's because I have all of my main processes that allow me to build these things that I'm building already set up. And those main processes are running into what's known as a dimensional depot, which is basically your storage. It's kind of like Fallout 4 when you put your stuff in storage and you can use it elsewhere. Well, you can use it anywhere in the world, which is a great addition to the game because the way the gameplay used to be, it'd be like, okay, I built this thing. Now I got to run back to my base. I got to get more resources. Then I got to run back out. I got to build. And I got to run back to my base, get more resources. And you're doing that all the time. And so most of your gameplay is literally just running back and forth. Grabbing your resources that are being produced elsewhere. And so they said, you know what? We're going to do our players a solid and come out with the Dimensional Depot. Now, here's the thing. You can play without the Dimensional Depot. You can always choose to not use features in the game, everybody. You're not forced to use them. So if you're like, hey, Kismet, I don't like the Dimensional Depot. Well, hey, just don't use it. I don't know what to tell you. Me, I love it. I think it was an absolute brilliant addition to the game. Absolutely. All right, let's see if this is one of these guys that are shooting at me. Oh, these guys. I feel like this is much more accurate than it used to be. I was having like an accuracy problem with this gun. I feel like they fixed it. Yeah, I feel like they fixed that. Because normally you shoot right at him and it doesn't hit him. I wonder if that was in some update that I didn't notice. Or maybe I'm just shooting better today. I seriously doubt it's that one. I have a feeling they fixed it. For sure. All right, blowing some stuff up. Look at all you guys showing the love in the chat. I love to see that, everybody. Again, that's what my community is all about. Showing that love, working together as a team. Very, very fun. I have done team servers as well for Satisfactory. We had a lot of fun doing that as well. But sometimes when you're doing like these really large projects like this, you just want to just sit and chill and have a good time. And play solo as well. And this is a local playthrough. So kind of lends itself to solo play when you're doing a local playthrough. Because I was having trouble with the server playthrough where you hit a certain amount of stuff, everybody. And it's just a little bit to the point where it's difficult to play. It's difficult to play. Everything's kind of laggy and has issues. But then again, that was a while ago, so they might have fixed all those server issues. And it's not the server itself. It's like Satisfactory server version that has that problem. But if you're not going to go absolutely insane like me, you can play on the server and it'll be just fine. In fact, you have the power of time when you're on server. And you're like, Kismet, what the heck is the power of time? Well, the power of time, which is your most valuable asset, is your time, is the ability to let it run. See, if you get yourself a nice mega server like I do, over at G Portal over there. You get 10% off as well, everybody. So I'll try to hook you guys up. You can basically set up a Satisfactory server, set up all your processes like I've done many times, and then basically walk away. And then when you let that run, it's running 24/7 on the server, so you're using their computers, their power, using all their stuff to let your game run 24, because there's an option to let it run even if there's nobody in the game. And so when you come back, you'll literally have tens of thousands of all of those resources, because say you play like me on Tuesdays, so when I come back next Tuesday, guess what? Tens of thousands of resources in there. But if you are mega playing, know that the server does have issues when you get to the higher object count like me. When you have a massive amount of stuff that you're building, which I'm doing. Oh, these guys are going to be kind of in my way down here. I'm going to have to take care of business here. Let's do it. I just found this game a month ago. I'm working on Phase 4. Love this game. It is crazy how addicting this game is. Right, Regor? Yes. I'm about 3,000 hours in. I don't know. Is that addicting? This is one of the greatest. And I don't say that lightly. I've been gaming for 50 years. I don't say that lightly. I don't give undue praise, everybody. And I'm certainly never, especially at my age, a kiss butt. I don't kiss butt for any reason ever. I don't play games I don't like to play, and I will always tell it to you straight whether I think a game is great. And this is one of the greatest games. In fact, it gives me goosebumps just talking about it. Look at that. Just talking about it. One of the greatest factory builders of all time. It'll absolutely go down like a Witcher 3, like a TIE Fighter, like an Ultima 4, let's see, a Fallout New Vegas. What other great games, everybody? Think of some other great games in the chat. They're all-time great. They're great whether you played them when they first came out or if you played them 30 years later. Asteroids, Space Invaders, old school, super old school. So many. Yes, the Ultima Online series as well. World of Warcraft, another great example. One of the greatest MMOs of all time. Absolutely. Of course, I only played vanilla and a bit of classic. I love the original one. I have never played any of the other versions of it. Not because I have anything against it. I just never did. Because I'm the type of person, but I'll play a game for a while, but I won't play it for like 10 years in a row. Like, I'm not going to play World of Warcraft every day for 10 years, every single day, over and over and over. Because I want to play all the other games that I have on my Steam list, which is a lot. I thought I had around 100. I have 300. And I'd say I probably played 50% of those games on that Steam list. We gotta play some serious games up in here. So I'll play a game for a while. Some games less than others, but again, I try to get at least a little bit of time in each of those games just to kind of get the gist of them, especially to show them off here in the stream. And some of the good games I consider to be elevated that I will play at a much higher amount. Which is like Fallout 4, Satisfactory, 7 Days to Die, etc., etc. Astroneer is another great one. We're going to play the heck out of that Starseeker, everybody. If you've not seen Starseeker yet, search it up, playlist it. What do they call it? Wishlist it. Wishlist it on Steam, everybody. We had such the greatest time, I didn't want to stop playing it. But I knew that whatever I did was going to get wiped anyway from the open beta that we played. But 100% chance for playing that one on release, everybody. Absolutely. Going to play that one with the crew. Subnautica, yes, I played both the original. I played through twice, the original and Below Zero. And then they rolled back a bunch of stuff into the previous Subnautica from Below Zero, which was a brilliant move. I wish they would do that with Fallout 76, and they roll those features back into Fallout 4, like AoE looting, highlighting the mobs when you're running around. And, of course, I use mods to do all of that stuff. But it'd be nice if they rolled it into the game itself, because those are such fantastic features. That they put in 76. So there you go. It's a good time for us old gamers, right? Yes, it's a good time for gamers of all ages. There's just so many amazing games. What was that other one? Wukong, I was playing that one, which was a really excellent one. Got Game of the Year. What's the other one that is like, oh my gosh, the Dark Souls, obviously one of the greatest of all time, and then there's one Elder Ring. Elder Ring, I hear that one's amazing. I have not played it. I'm not really great with those kind of games, everybody, because I'm a bit older now. My reflexes aren't what they used to be, but I can still kick butt. You saw me kick butt in that Wukong, man. I kicked those. I was wiping them bosses out, man. I was throwing down on them bosses. You can go watch it back, by the way, on my YouTube. I have every one of my streams in their entirety. I'm one of the few streamers, everybody, who puts the entire stream of every single stream, guides, highlights, videos, shorts, IRL stuff. I mean, just so much stuff that no one even can match me, bro. No one can match the level of Kismet streams up in here. It's very hard to do that because that is a massive amount of effort, thousands of hours that I put in to do that. Crimson Desert, yes, that's the other one that's on my list that I want to get to. Looks so good, so good. But again, look, I'm doing these mega playthroughs, everybody. I got train supports to do. Mega playthroughs are like ones that are way longer than other ones. Like this will be 1,000 hours just in this single playthrough, roughly. And sometimes even more. So obviously that's a lot. Oh, we got some sort of transition here. This is telling me this should be a transition. Oh, this is the back chain. It's coming. When it comes back, it's going to go this way and go under. I see. Look at me. Look at me doing that so I can remember when I came back the next time. Very smart. So this is under what's known as underrunning. So I'm going to underrun it so I can run it under here and then have it go back that way. Or maybe it's coming in this way. No, it looks like it's coming in on the left side. And then circling back. So that's the back way. And then this is going to turn that way. And then when it comes back, it's going to go off here and go under and then go back this way. Yeah, that's exactly what that's doing. Okay, we got some work to do. And again, we're going to work on these supports on the way back. But I need to do the back chain or the back direction here. I'm going to show you how to do your trains, everybody. I'm going to show you how to do them so sweet right here. Now I can see that my train is lining up right here. So I don't need any of these. So I'm going to hold down the control key. And look at how sweet that is, everybody. Look how sweet that is to just be able to deconstruct a whole bunch of stuff in a row. And all this stuff on the side here, this is all just embellishment, meaning that it's just there to be fancy. You don't really need all of these things and the railings and all of that stuff. Just make it to look cool. So here we are. We're coming up the ramp here, and then we're going to take this and we're going to go ahead and move this over like this. Or we could just leave it straight right there. I guess we could just run it straight. Not sure if I offset that for a reason, but we'll get it going and then zoop. Remember, I played this game without zooping, everybody, and done tens of thousands of these things here, or thousands and thousands of it. You build a huge supercomputer factory just to make assembly director systems. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I don't build giant factories to just max stuff out normally. That's this playthrough. Normally I play with efficiency, right? Like right now, you might not believe it. I don't know if you saw it earlier, but I'm using 20,000 power to do all the stuff that's going on right now in the world. You can see also I've powered all of the things to see all the nodes, the little radar things, if I can find one right here. The radar towers, I have them all over the world, and I've power run to them all, so I can see where all the nodes are, where all my little slug guys are, mercispheres, and so on, how many are in each of those zones. And so I've actually done this, and let me find my power plug over here. Let me go over here. Make myself a power plug. So I'm using a total of 20,000 power to finish the entire game. You can see I can actually finish the game in the upper right-hand corner. I think that's way more impressive than having, 10,000 of this and 50,000 of that or 100,000 plates being run. Why are you running 100,000 plates? That's not efficient. You're going to get lasered from space. Because I am your official Fix-It corporate trainer, everybody. I'm here to show you how to mega build, show you how to do stuff efficiently. Right there, look, I'm actually only using 12,000 power. And I've done all of the resources in the game. I've gotten all the way to the end of the game. I could finish the game right now because I proved it in this playthrough that you can actually finish the entire game with only about 20,000 power. Which I think is super impressive, everybody. Again, very, very awesome. And I could probably do it with less. I could probably do it with less on another playthrough as well. And it's really about learning what's very efficient, how you build a bunch of stuff and then have it turn itself off, because what it does, it fills the box, right? So it fills the box, it back chains, then this thing gets turned off, and then the thing before that thing gets turned off, and so on and so forth. So I don't have to manage that power. I don't have to turn things on and off. It auto manages itself. So you just build a big backlog of stuff. Now, if you're on a server, even easier. If you're on a server, you can go ahead and say, okay, I'm going to build out all my plates and all my rods and all of that. I'm going to get that started. And then you let it run for a week. You come back, bada bing, bada boom, you got all the plates and rods you're going to need. That's for sure. It's depending how many boxes you put there, too. You can make 50,000 or 100,000 of each of those things, and then boom, you got them for the whole rest of the game, which is how I would do it in real life, by the way. I love to play games like if I was really there. What would I do? I'd do exactly what I'm doing right now. And I would also set it up where it can run and run and run, and then I'd backlog a bunch of resources, and then I have those resources to build. As opposed to just, trying to constantly push my power edge back all the time, or build a bunch of power for no reason, or build 10,000 plates for no reason. I typically work, again, how I was really there. And if I was really there, I would try to be efficient, because efficiency first. It says it right here on my Satisfactory shirt. It really does. So always trying to do that kind of thing. Also, we've got this. We want to curve this back. We've already got one of these that'll help us curve this backwards. Yes, all right, we're going to curve this. Again, you can see I have these massive blueprints that are helping us curve this stuff. I think we want to be... which way is this? This one is... Got to remember what I did here. I think this one's the outside edge. So we want to make sure that the outside edge one is here. Then we hit H. One of the greatest things they added to the game is hologram mode. You can see I can hologram, I can nudge it. They also added vertical nudging if you haven't played in a while, everybody. The vertical nudging is what's making this possible right now. Because the vertical nudging allows me to just get things lined up and then get them just right. And that really helps a lot. So glad I waited until this point to do all of that, so that I will have all that. Of course, we'll take this one out here too, just to make sure we do the embellished one like this. Again, you can see I have it with railings and all that kind of fun stuff here. And then we'll do this. And then here's where that vertical nudging comes in. See how it goes a little too far? If you're nudging it up and down, it goes too far. Hold down the control key, and then it will nudge at half increments. So you can get that one there. Also, one of the greatest things they added to the game, everybody, is I can go in and I can say, hey, I want to set this up so that it is auto-connecting right there. So you can see it's going to auto-connect this other side. I'm going to go ahead and put that in. Now, we got a little bit overlap over here. No worries. We're going to fix this right here as well. We'll just go ahead and first take this one out here. And then we're going to take this one out here. And we're going to try to get this curve in here like that. So again, you can see I can build it and then modify how it's going to be. I think that's good enough. Again, I could have went on the outside edge on that one, but I wanted to have this nice edge here, so that lines up. Very nice. And then I'm actually going to utilize stuff that I'd already built, right? So the next thing I want to do when this is coming down right here is I want to support, ooh, that's going to be a long one. So I have a blueprint. And you're like, well, Kismet, how are you pulling up those blueprints? Well, I have them down here in the bar. So you can see that I have a lot of massive blueprints. And these are not just blueprints, everybody. They're mega blueprints, the maximum size you can make them, as well as their modular blueprints. So they're built to snap together, right? Like Legos. So you just snap them together and you can build massive things. One of the greatest features of the game is to master that ability to build out multiple things and have them snap together, right? That's pretty awesome. As you can see, I did vertical nudging there, and then put this in here. And I can also tell it to auto-connect, which I don't really need to do because I have to go in and rework some of this stuff down here. But you can see I connected that in, and then I can extend my support out there. Then I have the next section here that I can just say H right there, and then nudge that over. Notice that it's going to try to auto-connect. Notice that it can't auto-connect. It says, hey, Kismet, can't do that. You know why? Because you've got to be 1.5 foundations long. That's the minimum amount for a train segment. So it's saying, hey, that's the wrong way of that. So I'm going to go ahead and take it and rotate it around the other way and see if I can do it that way. It says, no, you can't do that. And that's because I'm coming from a curve, right? This curve hits this edge, and we want to go ahead and make that work. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this one here and actually turn it around the other way, because it doesn't matter which way we do it, but I typically am putting the arrow in the direction we want to go. And then we'll nudge it around using our hologram mode. We'll put that in, and we'll just turn auto connect off, right like that. There we go. And then we'll just manually connect it. So I'm just going to go ahead and take out this other side here, because we don't, oh, or I'm going to take the whole thing out. Thank you for not changing. Okay, sometimes it likes to be feisty. Try it again. Switch to default. There we go. I gotta wait for it to really full in, because it's supposed to only highlight one side. There we go. Then we'll take this one out, and we'll just go ahead and run this track manually. And again, you're going to find that if you really make great blueprints, you'll find that you just go ahead and modify it when you need to modify it. Another great example is we want to work on our angle here so that it's embellished like the rest of these. And again, these are what I do is I build stuff temporarily to get an idea of distance, offset, all that kind of stuff. We'll take this one out here, and now we're going to go ahead and build a angled one, because I do have an angled blueprint as well. Someone trying to shoot me, though. Just try to get me, that guy over there. All right, fine. You're going to get in my way. I'm busy. Uh-oh. No bullets. Let's go over here where he's going to hit that thing. What is it? Ammo. Get me some rifle ammo. There's different types of ammo as well. Whoa! Moved just in time on that one. Again, using my verticality to own this guy. Kind of rocking back and forth, using A and D. There he goes. Bye-bye. I don't attack them. They attack me. There's a difference. All right, back to it. Again, we have a bunch of blueprints that we used, including these angled blueprints. So we're going to go ahead and do this. Notice that it also has a support there at the bottom, so we'll use that support later. Make sure that is lined up. Oh, that is not lined up. There we go. Looking much better right there. And again, we're going to go ahead and just use one half of this. Eventually, we'll take out the other half. This I'll probably leave this other half in just to make it look legit, I guess, or make it look nice. Then also we have another one that can snap right here. And again, we'll just line that up. Wow, that lines up perfectly. Isn't that nice when that happens? Doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen sometimes. Then we'll also go ahead and tell it to auto-connect, but we can see that it can't auto-connect, so oh well. We'll go ahead and do this. Looks good. And that should line up nicely there. It sure does. And then some of this we'll have to kind of do manually to make it work, especially when you're going down an angle like this, so it doesn't do this like really bad thing, although I'm just going to do it. I hate this right here. What it does is lifting up off of the foundations. A great way to fix that is to make it the smallest segment you possibly can. In this case, it is a 1.5 right there, and then you can see that lift isn't as bad, right? Just a little bit. Much better. And then we'll go ahead and just connect that in like that. Don't need this side. Don't need all of this. And we'll just take some of this out. Uh-oh, I got some power lines there I didn't want to get. Hit control and then let go. That'll take that back out. There we go. You can also limit to what you're taking out as well. You can hit G if you just want to take stuff out like this. And then again, go in here and fix this up a bit. Take this out. Put this in there. Make that one. I'm just going to make that side flat instead of angled. And then I can do this and this. And there we go. See how that automatically put all that embellishment in there. Same thing here. So 1 foundation, 1.5 foundation here. I probably let this one rock and roll, but I'm going to go this way. And I'm going to take this segment out so we can get that 1.5 distance. There we go. And then just connect the rest of that. There we go. Now this actually can chain back over here. Now the rest of this needs to match this other one over here. So I'm going to go ahead and take this part out here. And then again, you can see I'm just working my magic here. But again, sometimes you have to manually build it like this. This is a single track. And I could also make a blueprint for the single track. I typically don't. Just go in and modify it. When you're on an angled like that, for some reason it will not pick it up when you middle mouse button, so you have to go find your railings again. your flat railings like this over here. And then you can put these in. These are like special angles. There we go. And then we'll do a bit of this. Kind of like that going into the thing there, like it's using it as a support. So we're going to leave that. I'm going to take this out here, so it's not encroaching on our angles. And look at that. See how we just embellished that whole entire thing? Very, very cool. And then also, this is going to be our hypertube to bring us back. So we want to make sure that we have some sort of merger here to merge our way back as well. You got around 16K power. Look at you go. I'm about to have all the power in the world here in a minute because I'm grabbing all the oil from the entire game and bringing it back, and I'm going to make the most massive power I've ever made. Look to me that you moved that track over so the support could go in. Exactly. Question, do you manifold your belts or do you load balance your belts? In the beginning, I load balance, or if it's power, I will load balance because power needs a consistent thing. But if it's anything else, manifolds all the time. Because manifolds use less space, they're easier to set up, they're faster to set up. And you can say, oh, well, iron is my most important resource, or maybe concrete is. And they're very important resources to keep things going. But your time is your most valuable resource. So if you're spending a lot of time doing, 10,000 plates, and you don't need 10,000 plates, it's kind of a waste of time. But again, it's your game. You play it however you want. For me, I'm about efficiency, right? Because again, I'm your corporate trainer, everybody. I don't want to get busted by Fix-It, so or lasered from space. So I try to be as efficient as possible because that's my style of play, right? I like to crush it economically, or in this case, what's your currency in this game? Well, your currency is actually power. Your power is what makes everything else work, right? So you want to think in terms of that. So we're going to go ahead and put in a hypertube junction here, and we will put it like this because we're really going to only go one direction here. Get this to go the right way. And let's put it this way. All right. It'll all work out. All right, then we can go ahead and take this. Oh, I hate these little small segments. Take that out. By the way, if you didn't know, you can actually just connect them right in the middle. You don't have to actually have a thing that connects there, everybody. You can just connect them together, make them nice and long if you want. Very cool. And then this one's going to go this way. And then the cool thing is what we want to do is try to make this kind of curved. So we're going to add a fun little curve in there, and then we'll just do that just for a bit of fun, right? So when you're riding it, now see, if I do it this way, what it's going to do is take me back to the station, and that's kind of where I might want to end up. But I could also tell it, you know what, go to the station, loop me back around, and then send me down the way, right? Because when I'm coming back this way, it will also give me the option to go back this way and whatnot. And I can set this up however I want, where the default, my default is I want to go to this station, right? And then I can choose whether I want to go down there or not. I can also set it up where that's the default, where the furthest one away is the default. You can set that up as well. They actually added these. You haven't seen it in a while, the game in a while, everybody. They added the hypertube branches and the junctions, which are really awesome. Because we can also use a junction as well, so we can take this out. I like to take out all the connections whenever I'm adding junctions and things like that. And so we can say, okay, by default, it goes right? Or left. By default, it goes left. And so that means it's going to go this way, right? And we'll just go ahead and put a nice curve in that one as well. There we go, just for fun. And then the other option is that it's going to come back this way, right? And so if you do it like this, you're going to need basically a double junction because now this one doesn't have anywhere to go. So if you were going back up that one and coming around this way, you don't have anywhere to go. But here's the thing. I don't actually need this hypertube over here at all. Why? Because I'm just going to use this central one. So instead of having to go on a hypertube underneath here and going around and then ending up back over here, don't need to. So you want to think about, oh wait, I only need the one hypertube. I don't need two. I don't need this to go underneath here and go around and then junction back to this. I can just use the same one that I came in on to go back on, right? So you only really need that. So by default, I'm going to go left, and I'm going to end up at the furthest one away, which is how I like to do it. But I can, while I'm in the hypertube, I can decide, oh, no, wait, I want to go right, and I want to go to this station. So that tells me that all down here, I don't need a hypertube at all, right? So you're just trying to lead you guys down the road to think that way. And that's probably the thing that people like about my stream the most, is that I commentate on what I'm doing, everybody. I think it through, and then I let you know why I'm doing stuff, which, oh, there's our trade. Speaking of trade, there's our trade doing its thing. So we don't need any of this hypertube stuff over here. So it's going to be a nice clean line, and we're going to use these hypertubes here. But look at our trade. Oh, not picking up anything. You know why? Because those trains are full, bro. They're full. Oh, man, we got so much to do. Let's keep going. Got ourselves some supports to do there, support to do over there. Don't need the hypertubes. So, again, you're like, Kismet, why are you taking your hypertubes out? Now you know. Now you know why I'm going to take these out. Unnecessary. Again, I take out stuff that's unnecessary, everybody. No need. And then all this over here we're going to take out. And, again, we already have blueprint set up for this. We're probably going to need to extend this a little bit. Number 5. Here we go. Press all the right buttons would be useful. Yeah, that is not where we want it to be. And we'll nudge this around a little bit, get it lined up. Yeah, it's off by 1. So we want to go ahead and move that over by 1 and just line that up nicely. Make sure that we're vertically lined up as well. Yeah, up like that, move over. Just move around, make sure you got it. Again, the hologram mode was just a stroke of genius, everybody. Really awesome. Again, because they thought it through. They thought, how can we make this greater for our players? And that's always a best way to come from. What would make it more enjoyable to run all of these things through here? And just again, I mean, just really great innovation in a lot of building stuff. Notice I've taken that one out. Then I'm going to back chain this one here all the way back to there, so it's a single segment. And then we have this here, and then we want to try to, again, run an embellished one here. We're going to run a nice, I think, support there, right? Where's our support over there? Yep, okay, another support here. Again, these are all ones that I built from scratch to basically allow me to switch in the moment to fix stuff. Yeah, the math in this game makes your brain hurt. Here's the thing, Rhaegar. You don't have to do the math at all. You don't. I've shown it many times here on the stream. You don't have to do any of the math at all. And you can still finish the entire game without zero math, everybody. I've shown it time and time again. And you're like, Kismet, how do I do that? Well, keep watching. I'm going to show you. I'll show you for sure. For sure. All right, we got that in. Looking good. Nice straight one there. Already embellished. Again, we're going to definitely take all this out here. We don't need this. I'm so old school, everybody, that sometimes I forget I can just use the multiple dismantle. You'll see me just taking out one at a time because you weren't always able to do that at the level you can do it now. So again, if I revert to my old school self, just roll with it. We don't need any of this over here. This is our upper one. How we looking here? We want to definitely readjust what we're doing here. This is way unnecessary amount here. We're going to go here and then there. And then this. And we'll give this. I'm going to hit G just so I can get just the railing so I don't accidentally hit something I don't want to hit. And then see, we can clean that up so it's not blocking our rails. Now again, it's not really going to have any effect. You could leave it there and the train's not going to hit it. The train only crashes into other trains. You know, it's like a visual thing. So I try to take care of it and make it look good. I feel like I could put this through here, but I've got my support there. So we're going to leave that as is. Don't need this line here. Don't need all of this here. And if it's unnecessary and not efficient, it's got to go. On this one, we're going to take it out. We're going to try to hit all this stuff. There we go. Look at that. Boom. Get the bulk of that. And then we're going to take this, and we're going to go ahead and put this back in just to act as a double support there. There we go. And then this out. Then we just got a little bit of work to do here. And then we got this all good to go. All right. We're going to take out our curve here. We're going to take this out, and we're going to see how this lines up. perfectly. That's how it lines up. Nice. Beautiful. All right. And again, everybody, we want to have our 1.5 curve here. So we're going to go in. We're going to start at the top. You can actually start at the bottom or the top. I typically try to start with top down. And then a little bit more over would be great. Right there. And then 1.5 to get that minimum rising of this. And sometimes it'll go through your foundations when you're doing your angles, and that's okay. That's fine. And then take this out so we can do one nice long segment. There we go. And we're looking good there. Let's go fix our curved edge here. We're going to take this out and run this. You can see I put stuff in, I take it out, I put it in just to make sure everything's good. This is going to be a problem. Yeah, that's not good. We're going to need to move that support. That's funny. Ran that right under my own support, but that's okay. I've got it set up in a modular style where I can go ahead and move that back, and I can actually use this one as the support over here, or I can go ahead and tell this one to be the support. So we got this like this, and we'll just say, how do we want to do that? That's a good question. I could just use this side as a support and put a support underneath here and just move this support this way so that lines up. Kind of feel like that's what I want to do. It's like figuring out what you want to do is usually the hardest part. All right, so we're going to go like this. Get our... come on, there we go. That is not what that is. Come on. Man, wrong buttons galore today. Okay, so how do we want this to look? So we want this to be on both edges. Again, this is when you go in and customize what you want. That's why I have this piece. I want this to be over. And so this is going to support this and the one underneath it. So you want to kind of think that through. And go vertical through there. Again, see if I like that. I actually really like that. All right, that worked out great. And then vertical through here. And, oh, that looks cool. Actually, I kind of like that. Yeah, I like how it goes through the rounded one that's already there. But you can see that it does this thing. It's called Z-clipping. Best is to take that out so you don't have to look at all that Z-clipping. But I like the fact that it goes into the support. And so this one's supporting the upper part and the lower part at the same time. Then we've rendered this one unnecessary. And we just take this one out. Like that. Very nice. Okay, and then let's fill in our edge lines here. Fill in our stuff there. That looks, that doesn't look like the right thing. Why is that like that? Oh, because this is a center line here. Yes. This is my center line, and I really just want these right here. Oops, did not want to overlap those. Come on, you. There we go. And we're just going to go ahead and do a transition between our regular railing and our center line railings. Right there. And then we're going to try to get our railings here. There we go. These railings sometimes are very hard to get. I'm going to hit G to just get these railings and replace the center line railings with these, what I call side railings. I've been using. Just, you know, this is all embellishment, everybody. It's really unnecessary. I've done a lot of playthroughs where I don't even bother to do all this embellishment. Waiting for this particular playthrough to have some fun doing all of that. We'll let that run right up in there. There we go. Looking good. Look at all this stuff we're doing here, everybody. We're doing a good job. I say we save. How about that? We're going to call this looking good. Yeah, there we go. Confirm. Oh, I overrode one I had already wrote called looking good. All right, and we ran that in there. Let's see what we're doing up here. We don't need these now. Got this coming in. We want to go ahead and get our outer. Again, this is just all embellishment. So that looks good. We can take these ones out here, I think, and these ones right here. There we go. Looking good. We got all of our transitions looking good into the wall down here. And again, I do all the supports last. First, I want to make all the trains work. And we're definitely going to need to check our hypertubes here. Make sure all these hypertubes are connected well. And I think we're good. Yeah, we're good on that. Oh, I love this support here. It's supporting both levels at the same time. All right, speaking of supports, let's get back to it. We got some power down there, so we're going to get to it. Let's go. You don't like the arachnophobia mode? Yeah, my wife doesn't like any games with spiders in it. I mean, you don't like the spiders, so you went into arachnophobia mode. Yeah, pretty scary. The cats are more scary than the alien spiders. I know, right? I think you're 100% right on that. Because I think it's more creepy when something cute is coming in trying to kill you. Personally. Because you're not expecting it, right? It's like the Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Little Monty Python for you guys. If you're old school like me. Like yourself some Monty Python. Alright. Let's see. Which way is it? Oh, it's kind of in the corner, so I just got to choose one. I'm just going to choose this way. Again, you want to aim underneath. And see, it's so brilliant that you can just aim underneath there, and then it does that. Now, normally in a lot of pieces, you don't even need to do the aim underneath thing. You can just go ahead and aim at the edge. Again, this is the true genius of this game. It is really the way that it builds. Is really awesome. Like if I go here and I pick this up with middle mouse button, I can go here, I can aim in the middle, it goes underneath. I can go here, I can get up on top and it will go up on top, or I can aim at the side, This is how every building game should work. This is how it, see, once you see this, everybody, you can't unsee it, and every time you play another game, you're like, well, why doesn't it work like Satisfactory? Why didn't it just, you know, when you roll to the edge, it just figures it out, goes to the side. Right? It's just so obvious now that I'm like, wow, you know, why has no one else done that? Why is no one else doing it the right way? Why are they doing it the difficult way? I don't know. And I kind of like this because it runs into the support, so definitely going to leave that extra bit there. We might bring this central railing right to here, and then we'll leave a little gap there. Again, I'm thinking also in the human component, right? So if I'm walking, right, I don't want to accidentally fall off, so I got the railings. So you want to think of it on the human level as well, too. So I can walk over here when the train's going by. Of course, being right here when the train's going by, you might get run over. But there we go. Now, the best way to figure out if this works is to test it. So we're going to go back over here. And we're going to put a train in here. And again, I have it on my hotbar down there. That's how I'm able to access those so quickly. And you have 10 hotbars, too, which is awesome. It has power. That's the first thing we need to check. And let's see if I go off the rails here. If I did it right, it'll make it all the way through. If I did it wrong, it'll come right off the rail. Hopefully I don't crash into my other train that's running right now, too. No. Legit. Too legit to quit. There we go. Nice. Okay. This is all good. Why is this train not going? I see it says it's stopped. This train is completely stopped because I probably need to put some block signals in here to make all this work. Let's get some block signals going on. So we want to have block signals on the way back over here. So we've got this. You'll see, by the way, when I add this block signal, this train will actually move up straight away. You'll see the train will actually start to roll out. Oh, I still got to add my other block signals for swapping over this way. Anytime you go into a transition, you want to make sure that you have a block signal that's going to help you manage that transition. Kind of like that. And that one's good. And then kind of cut it up over here as well. And again, I can see that that's flashing, which means that there's something wrong with my block signals. Maybe more like this. There we go. Into the transition. I'm going that way. Yes, there we go. And now you can see the train is off and running again. Now, luckily, the train is not actually doing anything right now. It's just bringing the oil back and forth. And when I'm messing with my trains like this, it can cause your stuff to stop, which can cause your power to go off. And if you've never heard that sound, everybody, it's and that's one of the worst sounds you can hear in the game. And you're like, ah. I give up trying to make all the math work. I just do the manifolds and move on. There you go. That's exactly what I do as well, though I have done 100% efficiency as well. I find that a lot of times that 100% efficiency is unnecessary. It's completely unnecessary because there are so many resources. Everybody, check this out. Look how many resources you have in the world. You think you're going to tap every one of those resources? You're going to run out of build limit, everybody, but I'm going to try to tap every single one. We'll see. But you have a certain build limit that you can build. So you're going to hit that build limit and say, oh, well, can't do it anymore. I'm done. And we're trying that in this playthrough, everybody. We'll see. I've seen many people hit that build limit. You also have to have a pretty robust machine when you are building out the level I'm building. This is just way out here in the boonies, but I got a bunch of other stuff built way on the other side of the world. In fact, it goes all the way across from one side to the other, up to down, all over the place, where we're grabbing all this stuff. And we have one more group of oil to do. I think we already got that one. This one over here, we got to do that one. We still got to run all these lines to this one here. But we're kind of backlogging this one and working on all of our supports and stuff as we go backwards, because that's efficient. Let's keep on keeping on. With our supports here. We're going to try to get this done. We're going to try to get all the oil today. That's our big goal. Get our vertical zooping going. Again, all these supports are modular. Oops. All these supports are modular, so I can adjust the length of the supports. I take that one out to make it easier for me to zoop these in equal amounts. Oh, there I go. Going down. No power. Got it going on now. Again, this is some serious industrial strength building right here, everybody. You don't even need to do this. I'm just doing it because it's cool. Okay, my right thing here. There we go. Number 9. When I say like number 9 or number 5 or whatever, I'm referring to my bar down here. Referring to my hot bar. Okay, and we got to put some supports in over here. We got some stuff to do. Go ahead again, run some power under here. And again, you come back and clean up all this power later. Take all that stuff out once you use it kind of like scaffolding. You can see I've got power up on these things here so I can float underneath here. Okay, so we backchained all of that. We're going to have our support there. And then we ran all of our pipes here. So we need to figure out how we're going to do our center supports here. And we have that support back there. We have another one there. The back deck. Oh, we on fire! I'm the only one on Twitch that has full screen fire, everybody. For your enjoyment. I feel like we want to have one right through the middle here as well. Line up with that one. So we'll go ahead and put one. Give me that one. There we go. Let's put one right here and line it up to the other one. Okay, we're going to have a lot of supports here because we got a lot of multiple levels and things going on. So we'll support this upper level here. And I could do it here, but it's going to interfere with my track line. So we'll just put another one here. And do like a double support here. Or we could do something cool and we could L-shape this support. Maybe some L-shape action. Let's see if we can try some of that. Then we'll get our foundation. Just to do something a little different. We'll do this. And then, or the other one, the half foundation. Maybe angle it. Maybe angle it down. Let's see what we can do with angles. Not always great with angles. We can also fix this. This is weirdly offset. Oh, this is offset a little bit vertically. Yes. See how this one goes down into this one, so it's not quite as long. So this one needs to be a smaller amount. I was kind of thinking of using these corner things. This is all embellishment, everybody. You don't have to do any of this. This is unnecessary. But if you like cool stuff, this is what you do. You go in here and you add a little bit of, you know, flair and detail to what you're doing. Sometimes very difficult to get these to do what you want. There we go. Aiming at the edge and then rotating something more like that. And then maybe take this out. This is when it's time to get creative, everybody. Figure out what you want to do. Like that, and then, It's not really doing the thing, it's like deciding what you want to do. That's the hard part. That's the hard part. I kind of feel like I want to do the reverse. Like this, so it makes it look uniquely different. Like this. Right, so it's acting like a cap, an end cap, and then down to the other support. Again, just showing you some fun stuff. I could just run it to the ground, everybody, and do it that way. But again, when you're embellishing, you want to think in terms of how you want to embellish stuff. It does not want to go where I want it to go. There we go. And we want to kind of do this, I believe. Let's see how that looks. Yes. And then the inside rotation like this. Nope. There we go. And then again. It just gives it a little bit of flair, everybody. Again, now you got this inside thing. You got this over here. You could do this for hours, everybody. Just going in and trying to make things fancy. I'm just going to go ahead and do a little bit of this. And then I'm going to put this here at the end. So it has this kind of end cap. Though now it does make me want to use this on the inside in the reverse. And then it's going to leave a little bit of an opening gap there, which is kind of cool. Yeah, this is all, you know, what you creatively want to do. Okay, not want to do that. Get that out of there. And then this game is so creative in this way. That one goes that way, and then this. So this way, this way. Yeah, then this is reversed. Okay, this way. Then this should reverse the other way. It didn't want to let me do that. Identical buildable already built there. Oh, really? Oh, it doesn't want to let me do that. Aha, watch this. I'm going to hit H, nudge it away, see if I can get away with it. Sometimes when you hit H, you can override the buildable thing, but yeah, it's not going to let me do that. Oh, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. That's okay. We'll do some other stuff, yeah. We're going to try to turn it this way, and then we're going to hit H, and then we're going to do some nudging to try to get this where I want it to go. Something like that, maybe. Let's see. Very nice. And then maybe reverse. Yeah, I have this aiming the wrong direction. That's what the problem is. I don't have it aiming at the support. I want it aiming at the support itself. This way. don't like it. Again, sometimes you do stuff, you just won't like it. That's okay. Yes, there we go. So we've embellished that. And then, again, this is all your personal preference. Then what we're going to do is put a nice big metal pillar here. And it's not going to let us go from over there. So we got to kind of work our magic over here. Click there. No, I don't like that. Let's try it from down here. Let's use a rounded pillar. See what we like about that. No, that's too small. Big concrete pillar. Concrete pillar. The trick is knowing stuff works, but sometimes it can be real tricky to get this stuff to go the way you want it to go. Because this pillar, I want it to go over here. And to do that, I'm probably going to need to put in a wall that splits this in such a way like this, but in the center of this. So I might have to go all the way up to make this work, or I can do this and then nudge it. Nope, nope, there we go. Nudge it inside this one, make it a vertical looping. No, looping down. There we go. Swooping down. See how much workaround stuff you got to do in this game? You really do. You just got to be able to visualize it in your head. And even if you can't visualize it, you just try a bunch of stuff. Try a bunch of stuff until you get it the way you want. Yeah, now we're talking. And then this will go right to there. Look at me showing you cool stuff, everybody. That's pretty cool. Cool workaround right there. And then again, we'll have this steel beam. I think out to there is good. And then we can go in and we can color the steel beam however we want. And then see, now it looks like that beam is coming down and sitting on the top of this beam, which is sitting on this. And we want this, of course, to go inside. To where that's actually sitting on that. That seems pretty sketchy, though, doesn't it? But still cool. Let's take out these walls. Again, just go with your creativity, everybody. I think that's very unique. I'm definitely leaving that because I think that's cool looking. All right, very cool. Again, you can do that for endless hours, everybody. Just embellish stuff. We got a lot of stuff to do here. We're going to move on. A lot of supports to get done. And a lot of oil still to grab. Let's go. This is very relaxing, too, doing this kind of stuff. Do you have Super Chat on? I do. Did you run a Super Chat? Did you do a Super Chat and it just didn't pop up? I should have my Super Chats on. Let me know. I typically do. You let me know if you did it and it didn't work. Technology, you know how it goes. But I always have my Super Chats on. I always have all that stuff on. You let me know in the chat whether it's working or not. I am a Twitch and YouTube partner, by the way. So it should be working. Remember, I don't make the technology, everybody. I only use it. So if it doesn't work, don't blame me. Again, I just make cool things from the things. All right, 9 here, and we're gonna rotate this one. And there we go. We got the. Actually, I really like that. The way that just sits on that pole like that. Very fun little embellishment there. All right, and then we're going to just run our center support where we normally do right here in the center. We're going to look at where we're at down there. Probably a good idea just to run an idea of where we're going to run this. So we'll probably have to offset this support. Let's get right over the top of this and then just look up, say right here. So we're going to put this one on this side. Now remember, everybody, this is space metal, so it's way stronger than normal metal, so it'll be fine. Again, you know, this is all embellishment. You don't have to do any of this, everybody. You really don't. I typically don't. Actually, I do the smartest thing, everybody, is I build above everything. And then I make it perfectly flat. You know why that's awesome? Because you can just bring up your resources and all your trains are running perfectly flat no matter what you're doing. So I built a big mega city that's hanging above the whole entire planet because that's the smartest thing to do. It's way harder to run stuff through the thing, and that's what I'm doing in this particular playthrough, just to show you how to do that stuff. Sometimes I'll lift them up pretty high like this, but to only so it matches up to other stuff, other elevations. But I've been actually running it through the bottom part and through all of that, which is so much longer. It takes so much more time than just to build a base way up high and then make everything nice and flat, and then your trains never slow down. And then it's much easier to bring the resources up to the trains than to take the trains down the resources, unless you have the perfect spiral, which I do. I'm going to show you that too when we get back this way over here. I'll show you a bunch of the other stuff that I built previously when we get back to the primary base. But first, we got to get a lot of this going. Oh, this is going to be perfect. This is going to be nice. Let's go back up a couple there. Let's take this one out. Let's see how well this support sits under here. Hopefully it doesn't clip through my stuff. Where's my green edge? This way. Survey says, wow, okay, bingo, perfection. That was pretty sweet. A little tempted to put one on the other side as well with like a dual support. Would look pretty cool, I think. So let's do it. Maybe a bit overkill on these, but again, you probably just get away with one. But if we're going to do it, let's do it right. And we're here. Let's get it done. Oh, and there went my headphones. That means it must be like a couple hours in. Oh my God, you're right. It is a couple hours in. Usually these headphones last for like 4 hours, unless I just recently used it, which I did because we played a really long time last night. Let those charge up. I got another set of them I can just switch to over here as well. These are called Nothing Ear headphones. They're super cheap and they work awesome. I have had all the Apple headphones and whatnot. They die within a couple hours. Usually, when you take them out of the box, they die in a couple hours. So that means they get worse and worse over time. So I don't use those. I use these, which usually last between 4 to 6 hours on a single charge, which is awesome. Unless I've used up all the charge and it's still charging, which those ones are. Which way is this going? That way. Rotate it this way. Bingo. I like to take these out so I don't keep looking at them saying, what's that thing over there? All right, dual supports on this one. Cool. I like it. I like it. We got our offset support there. Also cool. We just built all this, everybody. We just built this whole bottom part, all this stuff, all these supports, did all this stuff. Just in a little bit of time. I like this support here where it goes here and connects to the edge. We got all this. We tested our train that our train can make it through there. Awesome, awesome. We can probably take this corner out here, take this out, put this in here. Turn our vertical zooming off like that. Oh, here comes our train doing his job. And we know our train signals are working. Don't really like this train signal in the middle of my hypertube, so we're going to go ahead and move it. Now, if you don't know this, everybody, they did switch where you can fix your build modes, and you can flip it to the other side, even though it's going in this direction as well. So we're going to take this one out, which is kind of potentially trip up our one on the left. And then we can put the build on that side over there. Very nice. And we got some more work to do on this line, so we got to work on our block signals and whatnot. I think we could probably take this one out for now. Again, make sure our train's still running. Yeah, so we had to put this signal in so that when it's merging here, it's not tripping up the thing. If you want to see the colors of your block signals, by the way, you just bring up your block signal, you're going to put it down, and you can see that it's going to cut these lines into separate lines as well. This actually should be cut into a separate line here. Huh. Should be a different color. Oh, weird. Weird that that's not cutting that into a separate line. Maybe it's just reusing that color. Yeah, it's reusing the same color, which it shouldn't do. That should be a different color. Like I say, if we cut it again, it should then change the color. Oh, yeah, now it changed it to white. Yeah, something funky going on there. Oh, there we go. Now it changed it to white. All right. A little redraw problem there. But as you can see, everybody, again, it should have multiple colors, which are telling you, okay, this is a different segment from this segment. This little blue area here is a segment that's just in the train station itself. And then you got the one around the end there. And you've got the red here, which is a different segment from this yellow segment. And that's what you're really doing. You're segmenting your tracks so your trains can pass each other and do all that kind of stuff. That's what block signals do. Okay, so that's all good. Liking it, liking it. Again, that's splitting back there, so we don't have to split it here. Okay, that's all good. Let's check our hypertube. Also good to leave yourself enough room to change your hypertube. We also have some hypertube cannons set up too, everybody. We'll fool around with those in a bit. But right here, we want to have enough time to say, oh, wait, I don't want to go that way. I want to go the other way by hitting E, and then you can see I go this way. Now, if we drop out of the hypertube, then that means we missed a gap. So we're going to ride our way back. And we're going to gain momentum down this thing as well. You can see it has a little bit of bump. I might come back and fix all those. I don't know if we'll have enough time for that, but it is working, and that's the important part. There's how I meant it right underneath through here. See, that's tough to do, everybody, to set it up in such a way that it runs under stuff like that. Whoa. Whoa. And again, running along the terrain. And this is probably my best spot right here where I absolutely made it perfect on the terrain and then angled it down so it missed all of these things here. I'm going to dip right. Woo. There we go. And there we go. Now, the funny thing is now's when it should be in first person, where you're seeing inside the hypertube, or at least have the option to go first person. But you can see we're working over here. We've got our beacon there we need to take off. And then right over here. Now you can see how awesomely tropical it is over here. It's a little bit of fog, but not at least that red fog that we had before. Hypertube's working perfectly. Now, by default, take my hands off, we're to automatically stop at the station. Remember, the left side of a junction is the side that's going to go that direction by default. All right, so when we're coming down, it's going to go left by default. But I can also, when I go back in this way, now this is the left side, and then it will loop me back where I was going. All right, this is our refoil. Of course, our inspector Fred is here. What's up, Fred? What's up, man? He's always helping me out with inspections, making sure I'm up to code. And again, don't have to do nothing, and it will just loop me back the other way. Now, one of the things I would do here is add a hypertube launcher, which would just boost me back the other direction, which we'll do eventually, but we're just going to ride it normally. Because sometimes when you do that, it basically breaks reality, and you'll get knocked out of your hypertube anyway. So you want to just test it normal to make sure that it is functioning and that there's no gaps. And I usually go in both directions just to make sure that that hypertube is functioning right. And again, we're just trying to work on our stuff because we got to build a station on the other side so this can start grabbing this oil and start dropping it off and backlogging it on the other side. Look at this. See, this is why we need a hypertube launcher here to help us on these updrafts. On these up angles. And the train actually would be faster than the hypertube at this point. If the train would be coming through, it would actually pass me on these up things. But then on the down angles, I can actually go faster than the train. Or if I have a hypertube launcher, I can really go faster than the train. Which I have on some of the extreme areas just to help me get back to the base faster. And those are really fun. I've got blueprints for those as well. So did my super chat work there, X-Ray Man? Let me know. Let me know if you're having trouble with super chat. If you are, then I will see if I can solve it. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Dee. I got these curves into the angles. I love these. You can do curves now. Very cool. All right, here we go. Picking up speed again. Now on the way back, I wanted to go back to my main base. So by default, it should take me to the in this direction. It should take me back to the other base or the other train station, because it's going to go by default left. And you can see this is way out here, everybody. This is like the extreme edge of the whole entire thing. Look at all this stuff out here. There's so much oil out here. It's like the best place to do oil. I think, other than the other spot that I'm using right now, which I call the bunny spot because it looks like a bunny turned sideways. At least it does to my brain. There's our manta ray guy. You know, in 1.2, they actually really upgraded that model for the manta ray. So it's going to be really highly detailed. So looking forward to that. I'm playing 1.1 until they have it out on release, because I'm playing the release version of the game. And I don't want to risk my save. Make sure to back up your saves whenever you're playing experimental, or even when they do an update, everybody, you want to back up them saves, especially when you have a really embellished one like mine. These waterfalls over here. I like to look around when I'm waiting to go up the hypertube. Again, we're testing the hypertube. So yeah, by default, it's going to go left. Now, I can change that, by the way, and make it where when I come back, it'll automatically go that way. But we do want to kind of stop here so we can get out and we can work on the supports. And this one's by default. Again, all my train stations are set up by default to stop me at the train station. Oh, because that's usually where I'm going. All right, let's get back to it. And we're working our way back to the primary base. And when we get back to the primary base, we're going to build the opposite side of this. And that will allow us to activate our train and start to bring it back. This is a lot of embellishment here. Oops, I forgot to turn my vertical zooming on. There we go. Again, this is all just embellishment. Another thing about this game, very relaxing, everybody. Very relaxing just to sit here and, you know, you're not in any big hurry to do anything. Now, of course, I play fast normally, meaning that I'm just going to do things as fast as I can, but you can just relax. There's no, like, time limit or anything like that you have to worry about. You just build at your pace. Get it going on. There we go. All right, nice. This one going in the water. Okay, that is not right. What are you doing to me, game? Should have rotated it for me automatically, but decided not to. Ah. This one going off the rails. So you should have automatically rotated it based on highlighting the one up above. That's okay. Sometimes it does weird stuff. We'll just work around it. There we go. Legit. Great thing about having these as well, everybody, is you can just use these for power. Well, look at the God rays coming in. Cool. Very cool. All right, now I'm going to get in the zone. Here we go. Oh, wow. Look at how nice I did that one. Awesome. Okay, that one's done. Sometimes I forget, everybody. Remember, I did this like a couple weeks ago. I am on the ball here. See? I make it easier for my future self to come back, make this stuff work. What's up, guy? What am I doing to you? Why are you all up in my business? Where are you? Down there. Be right with you. You're gonna die first. Oh, maybe not. Always eliminate one enemy first, and then you only got one left. If you try to shoot them both, it takes longer. Again, I'm not bothering them. I'm just trying to do my supports over here. I just to eliminate them, everybody. Otherwise, they're just going to be in your way while you're trying to do stuff. They will respawn anyway, so... Like, oh no, I'm not going to have any more of those things. Oh, there's a thing in the way right here. No worries. We got just the tool for this job. Get out of there. Again, you see the green part here is aiming the direction in which I'm going. That's just an embellishment. Next one. It looks good. Okay, we've got one on that side, one on this side. Oh, there goes our train. I don't play too many games off stream anymore, but when I do, everybody, I'm playing at a level where you probably can't even see anything I'm doing. I play very, very fast. So if I was doing like a city builder, you'd be like, Kismet, what the heck did you just do? And again, I never mind if someone says, hey, Kismet, what did you do? Could you explain what you just did? That kind of thing. Some people find that offensive. I find that kind of weird. I mean, why are you streaming in the first place? Why are you streaming? And then if someone says, hey, how did you do such and such thing? I've actually had, I went to this one guy's stream, I'm not going to mention who their name is, but they're like, Google it. I'm like, well, I'm watching your stream so I can see cool stuff, and you did a cool thing, and I don't know what it's called, and you could just tell me. Take 2 seconds, but okay, fine. And then that's when you dip out of that stream. You're like, nah, I'm out. You want to be an a-hole? I'm out of here. As well. I'm being respectful, too. I was just like, oh, that's really cool, man. How'd you do that? And they're like, go Google it. I'm like, whatever. All right, I'm out. Respect is rule number 1 here in my chat, everybody. So be respectful. And I'll be respectful, too. Like that. All right. Awesome. Okay, another train station here. Again, all these train stations are interlocked, so they can just kind of go through and flow through that way. I feel like this one right here is a little close. There we go. Take that one out. And so this one's going to come back and merge in here. And we have one there and one there in case this one is waiting on these other trains to do their thing. The only problem is that if you have it run through the train station itself, there might be a train blocking. So the train that's coming from behind has to wait for the train in front. But if you space them out enough, they should be running without running into each other. And that's where you use your block signals to space them out so that they're not constantly blocking each other. But it won't be a big deal, everybody. I'm going to have so much power, it won't even matter. It won't even matter as well. Now, did we do all of these ones over here? Let's go see. Now, it looks like we need more there. We have this one holding this. I feel like we need a center one right here as well. Oh, hello. More stuff to blow up. I love blowing these things up. I don't need to blow them up, but I enjoy doing it anyway. There we go. There's probably something there. So we have that one over there. So maybe we'll just do a support way over here. Not lined up. There we go. You know, when I get quiet, I'm in the zone, everybody. I think you got the gist of what I'm doing here. I don't think I need to commentate through all of that. I'm looking at the distances. I like a good center support. I could do side supports, but center supports are awesome. Now I look back at it to make sure the green area, again, is pointing in the direction that it's going. All right, those are done. Onward. Oh, another perfect one here. Man, I'm on the ball with those. What up? There's my other train. And there we go. And I have it set to auto-save. Obviously, I'm doing a massive amount of stuff. You definitely don't want to have to keep reverting back your save all the time. If you die for whatever reason. Can't quite see if that's going the right direction, so we'll put it in. Nope. There we go. Ah. Yeah. There we go. A lot more to go. This ain't your mama's build right here. This is a big boy. Big boy build. Mega build. It's a really cool effect they added to the game, by the way. I really like that effect. Almost not. See, if I see some trees or something in my way, I just clear it out of the way. Not only because it's easier to build, but it's also, I think, looks nicer. Oh, one of those guys who can throw stuff. What up? What up, Home Slice? Like radiated hogs. Uh-oh, now two of them who can throw. Where'd he go? Moving this foliage back so I can see him down there. There he is. Just like in PvP, keep moving. Alright, now everybody has to die. Good to see I'm busy. I get some work done over here. Trying to get my build on. The other guy go right here. While I'm here. I feel like I want to go around the whole entire world and destroy every single one of those. You know why? Because you didn't used to be able to destroy those things. And now you can. And that's really fun. Really, really fun. Alright, back to work. That one's a little... Bring this one down just a little bit because it's at an angle. This one's going to be a bit sunk in the ground, but that's fine. Nah, don't like it. Don't like it. Maybe a little bit higher. Yeah, that's fine. That's good. Uh-oh, out of explosive rebar. Luckily, I've got tons more. This never stops being fun, by the way. Blowing stuff up. Funny thing is, everybody, this is the first playthrough out of, I don't know, 40 playthroughs I've done of Satisfactory that I've actually used the explosive rebar. Though, in a lot of those other playthroughs, they didn't have explosive rebar in the game. But since they put it in, this is the first time I bothered using it, and it's awesome. Very, very fun. Highly recommend. Very good to use very early on in the game, too. Instead of having to use Nobilis, you can just use your explosive rebar to open up stuff, break through caves, do all that kind of stuff. Very, very fun. And, as you can see, move stuff out of the way. Ooh, look at this one. Another nice one there. I think I'm just going to run this. Somebody else around down there is going to try to throw at me. He's a radiated guy. No worries, I'll just get on this side. Now, one of my favorite things is to use a Nobilis to go down there and knock him off of there. That's fun. Gotta watch him. Don't want to go in straight lines, everybody. Bob and weave, bob and weave. Or he will get you. Good try, but I'm going to put a support between me and you. I don't kill every mob, but that takes time. Trying to build some supports, and I got a lot of them to build. A tremendous amount. Alright, let's say there. Onward. And when you're doing a big job like this, everybody, best thing to do is just roll up your sleeves and go to it. Any word on 1.2 is coming out soon, according to them. Whoa, big spider tried to get me. I heard him. Come on, big boy. Ah, you missed me, sucker. You're right with you. Get some things in here. One of the things I'm going to do when I get all this power working is I'm going to make myself some upgraded ammo. Oh, and I got two of them going. That's a radiated one. There goes that one. Come on. They can only jump straight forward, so all you gotta do is just kind of move to the side. Oh, they're guarding something down there. I didn't even see that was there. There's so much in this game I haven't even seen on purpose to discover it in this mega playthrough. What are you guarding over here? So you see big old Spideys like that, they're guarding something. I like how I'm taking away everything but the actual thing. What is it? Oh, Mercer Sphere hiding under there. Well, thanks for bringing it to my attention. I would have not have known it was even there until I came back looking for it later. Just take all that out. And there we go. All right, another Mercer Sphere. Now, the first thing I do with Mercer Sphere, just in case I do die, is I put them right in the Dimensional Depot. Like that. Keep them nice and safe. There we go. The spiders seem to chase you for a very long time. One chased me all the way to my base. Yeah, oh, yes, they do. They will just try to hunt you down very, very far. One of my favorite things is to make them jump off a cliff. So, say they're up here, and I'm going that way. If I'm going that way, I'll say, hey, come and get me. And they'll jump off and they'll fly down there, and then I'll just take off. Because it's hard for them then to get back up to where you are. So a great little trick there, gaming secret for Satisfactory, is just make them jump off the cliff and then dip the other way. And then you can outrun them before they catch up to you, and then they won't bother you. Again, because they can't get to you at that point. They're stuck behind something. Line of sight is definitely your friend in this game. I use it a lot. Meaning you just stand behind something, or you build something and then use it as a blocker. I'm just going to put this support on this one. I could put it all the way down on the ground, but I feel like I'm just going to put it there. It seems good. Oh, and there goes my train. We're getting there, everybody. We're getting there. Look, we're almost back to my perfect spiral. I'm going to show that to you. Like, Kismet, what do you mean it's a perfect spiral? What's the difference between a perfect spiral and a regular spiral? Well, it doesn't suck. That's why. A regular spiral that you might see people do, everybody, your trains get slowed down, but not on the Kismet perfect spiral. Check out this bad boy. Go do your thing, baby. Oh, man, it gives me goosebumps just looking at it. And I'm the one that made it. Right there, and you can see over there, everybody, we got our base, we got almost so much stuff going. You guys, if you're just tuning in, everybody, you're just seeing just a very small amount of my massive building that I'm doing over here. We got it all, everybody. We got mega builds, we got perfect spirals, we got mega modular blueprints going here. We got all sorts of stuff going in this particular playthrough. What we're trying to do is we're trying to gather all the oil, and we're getting pretty close, and all the coal, and running it back to our big mega fluid plant that we're going to use, or fuel plant that we're going to build. And then we're going to start working on every single process in the game. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just finish the game? Well, I've already done it several times. You can see I can actually finish the game in the upper right-hand corner. I have proven that you can actually finish the entire game with about 20,000 power if you're very efficient like me. And this way you don't get lasered from space. Love the spiral, yes, and this is a modular spiral as well. So I use modular blueprints, and I actually used to have it on all four sides. I made it so efficient you only need two sides, and then you can make that spiral all the way up there. Now, if you want to see me do it, remember that these are all in episode numbers. So if you want to go back on a previous episode and just kind of scan through it on YouTube, youtube.com/KismetBP, and I'll throw that in the chat. Be sure to hit the subscribe while you're over there. It does help the channel big time. But I'll throw those links in the chat for you. Pop on over to YouTube, and you can go look under my Satisfactory playlist, and you can see they're all in episode numbers. So you can go back, look at the last one, scroll through. Oh, wait, he's building the spiral. Oh, how did he do that? Also, if you're a Patreon supporter on patreon.com/Kismet, you get the blueprints. That's right. I put all the blueprints up there for you to use as a Patreon supporter. This is the extra benefit and bonus that you get for being in my stream. So I do post those, and if I update them, I do update them from time to time on Patreon as well. But you can go get the latest ones up there, including how I do all my color schemes and all that other stuff, and how I build the perfect spiral. In fact, I'm so crazy about it, I actually built a spiral hypertube as well. It's totally useless because actually a hypertube is more efficient if it just goes straight up and down. But it's fun when you're going in there, and of course I have like vertigo, or really just a dizziness, not really vertigo, but you know what vertigo is. And so it spirals me down and spirals me up because that's fun. Especially fun when you use a hypertube launcher. And that launcher will make you go in there and then you're like, it's really, really fun. And we'll make a hypertube launcher back here eventually. But we're working on our supports. Now, here's the cool news, everybody. We got all of our supports in here. Kind of feel like we need one more right here. And then I believe we've already done all the supports here. So that means that we are going to be done with our supports here. And one more support here. Let's go ahead and put that right in there. And you're like, Kismet, you're making this look easy. Well, that's because I spent all the time in this playthrough putting in and creating all of the blueprints. And again, as a Patreon supporter, you don't have to spend the hundreds and hundreds of hours I spent making all these blueprints. You can just go ahead and start using them. And of course, you can take them, modify them, put it to your own taste or whatnot in your playthrough and save them out in your own modified blueprints. Look at that. Here it comes. Now, the greatest thing about the perfect spiral, everybody, is the fact that it doesn't slow your trains down that much on the way up, and on the way down, you're full speed. So the problem with a lot of spirals is they didn't go in and actually make sure that you have it, because some of the spiral will be slightly offset from being perfect connection, and so it'll be slightly up or down depending on where you're at in the spiral. So you have to adjust for that. If you don't adjust for that, what happens is your train does this. If you ever have your train do that, everybody, that's you not doing a perfect offset. And these are perfect offset in the entire spiral. And again, I figured that out all on my own. I tried, I don't like that porpoising, because that's just called porpoising. Like when you're riding a Sea-Doo, that's called porpoising. I've ridden many Sea-Doos, everybody. I've rented a bunch of them and had a great time in my youth back in the day. Super fun. All right, so here we go, going down the spiral right over here as well. So again, feel free to follow those links. You can watch this all in episode numbers. If you want to see how I built that, how I made that, you can also see that I have it all color-coded down here as well. Again, you start the blueprint with a 2 offset, and you put this right here, and then you stack those on top of each other. You can make it as tall as you want. And I can go on all the way up to the sky if I wanted to. And then over here, same thing. Then this just stacks, and then you're just connecting your train lines, and there you go. And then you come in and connect in all of your hypertube lines as well. All right, we got that done. I say over here we do a full save. Now again, it's auto saving as we go along. Looking even better, because we said looking good last time, so now we're going to call it looking even better now. There we go. All right, we got a bunch of stuff running that way, a bunch of stuff running this way. As you can see, I kind of feel like, let's see if we got a train going by here. Any train going by? No? Oh, wait, here comes one. Let's hop the train. I'm going to play chicken with it. Come on. Bring it. Just hit E to jump in the train before it runs you over. All right, hands off. Watch this, everybody. Now, you think somebody makes elaborate train lines, you're about to see some serious stuff right here. Look at another perfect spiral over here. We're still working on that. That's under construction. And then over here, you're going to see the train's going to automatically drop down and spin back around again so it can go up the spiral, because we have this spiral going in multiple directions at the same time. It's funny that somebody has a dizziness problems makes spirals. But I wanted to show you how you can do cool stuff. See, look at that. Look how sweet and smooth that transition is, and how sweet and smooth. Oh, we got to fix that hypertube there. How sweet that transition is. See, that's really what you're looking for. You're trying to keep your train going as fast as it possibly can at all times, because that's efficient. Those that went right through the station, because that's not where this one ends up. Look at all this stuff. And you're like, Kismet, this is so complex. Well, I only built it one thing at a time. Things get complex because you have a lot of things. But if you build it one at a time, you can do everything that I'm doing, even if you just start playing the game. It's just you got to understand that complexity comes from just doing one thing at a time. Just make it in smaller pieces. You don't have to think of the whole thing. Though if you think of the whole thing, it does help you, but you don't have to. And you don't even have to do the math or anything. You can just do whatever you need to do and say, okay, I need this to run here, I need that to run there, and just do it in one thing at a time. And eventually, you have some crazy complex stuff like me. Again, it's so cool how it just automatically figures out all the switch tracking and all that stuff. And see, this one ends up way back here in the back, which is where we're going to end up next, because we're going to want to build a big old station to go the other thing. And again, this just has all my oil in a row. And this is the station where it's supposed to end up. All right, there we go. We're just going to pop out, let it do its thing, unload and whatnot. We're going to build a big old fuel station over here, everybody. Going to be a big boy. Let's just watch it do its thing if it can. Oh, see, it doesn't unload now. They did change that, by the way. They did change it where it doesn't unload if it can't. And this actually is not going anywhere. It's backlogging the fluid buffers here, and I have it too high on the fluid buffers, and it's just waiting for me to build this massive station here. But the best thing to do is let it backlog first, so that when you do start it up, you're good to go. And I suggest also to start with one train, like I'm doing on each of this thing. And you can see this one's called Far Oil. This one over here is called Lake Oil. This one's called Unload, and this one's called Drop Off. Oh, maybe I should get my things in order. But you can see that all of these are different oil here, right? So this is the oil there, this is oil here, that's oil there, that's oil there. So I have all these oils in line, and then eventually I'm also going to bring in the coal, and we'll have a separate track line for all the coal and stuff that it can maneuver its way there. There's another oil train. And again, I have also all these turnarounds where this train can just go and turn around and go back, so it's not blocking these other trains that are trying to get through. You can see that one's going to go all the way to the end there. Very nice. And unload that oil. Okay, so now we need another station. Those trains down there, see these trains running down here? The only reason they're there is for the Christmas thing that I built over here, where the trains kind of go around behind. And again, this is all for the Fixmas, as they call it in game. This is all for the Fixmas stuff. I'm leaving that in because that's really fun. But I've already got that done, so no big deal over there. Okay, so now we need to decide whether we want to add another station here at the end, or if we want to try to side-by-side these stations, and I can just run the oil underneath or above, or wherever I feel like running it. And you see over there, I have a whole bunch of stuff. Now, the whole entire, everything that you just saw, and all of this and all of that stuff out there, these giant mega builds where they're doing plates and concrete and all sorts of stuff over there, is all run just by this power. Which I think is very impressive, everybody. Again, you have all this massive stuff that you have running, and it's running so efficient that you only need just a little bit of power in there as well. So very, very cool, I think. As well. AutoMod blocked a thing. Sorry, I missed it. Damn, that's cool. Love the spiral. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sometimes Saltbot gets salty. We call him Saltbot for a reason. He blocks people's messages for no reason. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, no word. They haven't told us when it's going to come out yet, but they said soon, so... it could be a day, a week, a month, 5 years. I don't know. How do you get the hover pack to work with power towers? Mine only seem to work with power poles. You make sure it has electricity. Works with mine just fine. Make sure it just has electricity going to it. You should be good. If it's not working with the power towers, then something definitely wrong there. I have had issues with stuff in the game before, and I have... basically reinstalled the game. I've uninstalled it and reinstalled it, and that fixed it. Just make sure you back up your saves, make sure you back up your blueprints, just in case something goes wrong. Put them in a separate folder and back them up. Yeah. I'm going to go back and see if I missed anything. Playing on Xbox took a while to get used to building with a controller. Yeah, it's kind of cool that they added it for Xbox, though, because for a long time... people didn't get to play on console, so cool that everybody gets to play. I don't care what platform you're on, everybody. We're all gamers. That's the most important thing. I don't want anybody... Oh, speaking of things I forgot. over here. How about I actually change it from Star Seeker to Satisfactory down there? I always forget to change that thing. I got to set a macro that does that in the beginning that automatically changes to whatever game I'm playing. But we're playing some Star Seeker, and I forgot to switch it as well. But I feel like the main thing about the game, about the build system, is what makes it great, really. Is really what it is. And then people work around it. Now, I think the only thing that the game is missing is the ability to make curved foundations. And you're like, well, Kismet, that's hard for them to do. They can't do curved foundations, or they would have done it. Oh, they can do it. I can do it right now. You ready? You want to see a curved foundation? Right here. You're like, Kismet, that's not a foundation. That's a rail thing. But look at it over here. But if I run that rail and you look at the end, all it is a profile, right? It's a profile thing. So all you do is you make it into a rectangle, and then you just run it, and then you can make it curved. Duh! I'm sure that takes a bit of programming to make that work, but still, they could make curved foundations, so you can just go boom, and then connect your foundations together by taking this technology here that they're using for the railway and use that for your foundations. That's the main thing that I would love to see them add. So instead of just going in and choosing your railways, you would have a tool in here that would say, oh, I want to use foundations, curved foundation, right? That would be amazing, because most of the time you have to work around it. Like if you don't know how to make curved things, everybody, I'll give you a quick tutorial. All you got to do is go into architecture right here, and you can utilize like your catwalks here. And you can put those in there. Now, one of the things you can do with the catwalks, if you go in here, is you can actually rotate them. If I get it to line up over here. I'm in zoom mode. You can rotate them as well. There we go. There we go. Pressing the wrong buttons. All right, so I can rotate them like this, and I can go ahead and do that. So basically what I did is I put that one out there, I rotate this edge, and then what you do is you take your foundations and you do it like that. Now the problem with rotating outward is you're going to have a gap there, right? And you can take another foundation and try to put it through there, but you want to think about your rotation direction, right? So in this case, if I wanted to go that way, I would probably want to do something more, more like this side, like this, and then take this one out. And you really only need the one, by the way, just to kind of line yourself up. And then now you can go ahead and start to curve your stuff like that. And then you're like, Kismet, I don't like this here. Let me show you how to do that. You go to materials, you go to concrete, you go boom, boom, and now you can't see that thing as bad. That's called Z-clipping. And then you can also go concrete foundation, even better. And then, of course, my personal favorite, the asphalt, which you can barely see it. But as you go in, you're going to have these artifacts over here. And what I like to do is just cover those things up with things. You can put like a beam connector there. You could also go in and what my personal favorite is to use these little connectors, corner road connectors here. Hit H, nudge it around, vertical nudging, control nudging as well to fine tune it to where you want it to go. And then you can just do some cover up, right? Do some cover up so you can't see those corners and work with that. But it'd be way easier if you just had a curved foundation tool. That would be insane. It would be one of the greatest things they added to the game if they did get that curved foundation tool to work. I mean, they got the railway to work. Why not just make it where you can just set the profile of the railway and then you can make curved foundations? But I'd make it a separate tool. I wouldn't make it part of the railway. I would make it the foundation tool, right? Like you have the railway tool, which you go in here and it's under transport. So you have your railway, and so what you would want is something like railway, but it to be in foundations, and I would put it right here in the very front. Or you unlock it at some point in the game, that then you can have the rounded ones. I think that would be a great unlock as well, especially if it was like mid-game, because the beginning game you don't want to put it in because people don't understand all that stuff yet when they're first playing. So about mid-game you start getting those rounded foundations, and then the rounded foundations should also match the rounded stuff. So instead of me making this square here, I could just make the foundation round out with the end part here. See, just by using that rounded foundation tool. That's my big wish. My big wish for Satisfactory is that they do eventually come out with that, because this game's been, in development for a very long time. that they come out with that rounded foundation tool. Oh, look at this. We're running this in here. It's starting to get real deep over here, though. Yeah, just make sure your power lines have power, and you should be able to use them. I use them all the time, as you can see. All right, let's see how we can do. Yeah, this is getting deep. Trying to see if there's any rocks or any high points here that we could use. Nope. All right, I got another idea. Let's go back here to our train station and middle mouse button this. Or actually, even better, we just connect this. We'll just run some power under here. Right down the middle, and we can use that instead since this is such deep water out here. Okay, you're about to see me use the modular mega blueprints. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and extend this out. I like to go look and see what I did on the last one just to make sure I'm doing the right thing. Let's reload our thing while we're at it. And then hide that. Let's see. What is our gap here? Our gap is a 2 gap. See, I have 2 blocks here. That means it's gapping between this blueprint and this blueprint by 2. So this inner railing where the circle is 2 forward, and then I snap the blueprint forward. And this train is going to be the biggest of all the trains. This one's going to be 11 cars long. I mean, pretty big. And again, I could consolidate all these trains and put 50 things on there if I wanted to. But I think it's more efficient to have trains just doing a very specific job, personally. All right, so we're just going to take the end of this off, like so. And of course, I put the power there, so we're going to have to fix that right now before I forget and fall into the ocean. There we go. All right, we got that done. Looks good. Now, time for some modular mega blueprints. Here we go. Boom. Right there. All right, how do we have this lined up over here? We have it lined up right through this one right here, so we want to make sure that matches up nicely. There we go. Now, we're going to need a lot. Now, we might hit the edge of the world. If we hit the edge of the world, there is an edge, by the way. There's an end of the world, and we're getting out there. I think we might be able to get this one last one in, and then the other one, we might have to offset it over. We'll see. This one's going to be really long. So that's the entrance. And again, I'm using my blueprints down here that are actually in my blueprints over here as well. All right. And then we're going to go ahead and hit this one. That's a train platform. That's not the one I'm looking for yet. That's way at the end. All right. We need not our freight platform, but our fluid platforms. There they are. And then we're going to put a bunch of fluid platforms in. Now make sure to go ahead and hit R, so we are auto connecting. Don't think I did auto connect back here. I'll probably rework this edge here, rework all these connections. But these are auto connect, so you'll see it automatically do the hypertube and then automatically connect the train line or the things down below. Now to make this a little bit easier, I'm just going to go ahead and add a connection here, and that's going to add power to these to these track lines, and I can use that to extend this off of here as well. So number 4. Sometimes very hard to see what you're doing. And we're going this way. Going to hit H to do our hologram. Looking good. So there's round 2. So that's 3. I wonder if I should just take the 2 off of this first one. Yeah, let's just do that because it's 3 more sets of 3. So if I just take this one off, so it's a set of 2 and then 3 sets of 3. So we want to make sure to just do this right at the very beginning. It's just going to make it easier when we do all of these. Take all this out. Again, this is why I set up these blueprints, is so they can be easily modified to adjust to the train or adjust to whatever I'm doing in that moment. And that's really hard to think that stuff through. Like, okay, how can I fix this, make this work, even if I'm not using all 3, if I'm using only 2 or so many. Very, very cool. Line that up. Okay, so again, now you can see this is a 2. And that one is the 3, meaning there's 3 of the fluid connectors. And we got it auto-connecting. It looks good. And so I don't forget, I'm going to go out here and just connect this railway to that railway. There we go. Very nice. Make sure that actually did connect nicely. There we go. Okay, so there's 1, and we need 3 more. So 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, okay, so 3 more. We're going to get going here. I'm just going to go out this way. Hit H. Oh, need some vertical nudging on that one. Go over here, check the elevation, control, page up. There we go. There's number 2. And since it automatically connects the train lines, it's bringing my power out as well, allowing me to kind of hang off the side. Vitally important. I find this a lot of times it's just easier just to do your holographic thing. Just hit H and then get it lined up and then do your thing here. That is not what I'm trying to do. Press the wrong button. So up, now I got to go count it again, make sure I'm right. Count it and recount it till you get it right. 1, 2, 1. Yeah, over here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. One more. Okay, one more. Double check your maths, everybody. In this case, the amount of train cars you're going to run. Control, page down. And good. Auto connect. Okay, again, really interested to see if I hit the edge of the world here. We're getting out here. Okay, now we're done with that. Now we're going to go ahead and put in our actual train station. Again, remember there is a bit of a bug with your number 5. With the train station, that if you put the train station in last, it actually kind of bugs out. So we're going to have to come in and take some of these back out. But we'll do that in a second. So there's our train station. And then the last piece of the puzzle.
Property will not function outside of fixit property. Return fixit property to fixit property immediately.
Oh, I never heard her say that before. Oh, we missed it by one thing, everybody, by one segment. So close. But yes, I knew we were going to get pretty close, but that's it. This all got to go. All got to go. Does not reach. Taking it out. Again, taking it out in such a way also that I backlog way back over here. Now, we could probably still use this, though, now that I think about it, for the smaller station that I'm going to do. So I'm just going to leave it like this, and if I decide I want to put that smaller station here, I will. But the bigger station is going to definitely need to be offset over here, which is why I left all this room over here so I could offset it. And then we'll run that one under. Or I could offset it this way, I guess, but then it'd be kind of in the way of all my other stuff, but I could run that under. Yeah, maybe we'll put the biggest station back here. Right here where this is. And again, we'll go in here and we'll do supports and all that stuff later. Kind of deciding where I want to put this other station. So I could have it come across, go into here and go that way, or just come out on that side and end up here. But, you know, in game, you just go for it, everybody. That's the in game or in life. You just got to go for it. All right, now this one is not going to allow me to switch right here. It'd have to go down, switch out, go here, come here, turn around, go back, and then go that way. Of course, I could readjust it. But what I wanted to do is to come in, go along this line, and then go out here. So this is actually where I want to build it, so that I can just dip out this way, which seems like the smarter plan to me. Okay, and I probably want to leave a 2 gap, or maybe even a 3 gap there. Yeah, let's say a 3 gap. So before I do stuff, everybody, you'll see I start to just build out foundations so I get an idea of the distances and space and all that stuff. So yeah, definitely want to get that going. Definitely want to get that going. So I'll leave a 3 gap so that it'd be easy for me to put the pipes in, and then if I want to build a road or something like that, if I want to build vehicles in later. They do have a bunch of cool vehicle pathing stuff that's coming through in 1.2 eventually. It's in experimental right now. And again, we'll get it when we get it kind of thing. Yeah, I have one going that way. I could have one go this way. Yeah, I don't like that because you really only have a dual switch there that I really want it to figure out. I want this to go here. So you want to figure out that transition first. So this one's coming in, and it can go left or right. So that's going to go left or right there. And this one will go left or right. And it'll automatically figure it out on its own. So you like that one figured out that it need to go straight and then, or go right and then right again. So that'll figure itself out. Okay, so we probably just want to match this one up to be at the same start point as this one, which is currently right here. So we'll do this. We'll take this out because this is going to be the right side. And probably want to bring some power over here too, so I'm not falling all the time. Find some power under here. Where do we have some power? Way back over there. Here's a great trick, everybody. If the thing's really far away, now I could go over there and get it. But a great trick for these power poles is just to put the power pole down, and then you can actually connect them really far away from each other, like that. Right? Instead of going over there and then trying to pick up the power and run it over here, just put the power pole, connect it. It'll connect it really, really far. You don't have to run all over the place. Okay. And then again, this is going to be here. And we really want to get this kind of 4 wide thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And again, I'm just using this as a guide to line this up. And then this one comes out to there. And then that'll give us our spot where we can put our stuff down. Like this. And that'll give us our 3 gap in between here. Nice. Okay, there we go. So we're just going to have this one come through and then dip to the left. Because this one's really long. Very large. All right. And then we got to do all that stuff again that we did before. But that's okay. We'll get it done. We'll get it done. We got our fluid platform. We'll put that in there. Line that up nice. And what I'm trying to do is get this started first. Oop, I got to do my connection back here. Get this started first. So when I take a break here, I can go ahead and run. And then we can test it. Make sure it's all good. So we're going to bring this in here. So our incoming side is on the left side over here. There we go. And then we're going to have a problem with the outgoing side. So we're going to need to merge that back this way. So we could come in and just merge across, but that'll mess up our train here. If I could loop it back onto the same track. Just have it go that way. Yeah, we need to connect here. That's not going to work. Oh, man. I need to go back that way. Maybe split this earlier. Fix some of this. redo that just to make sure that's set up. Notice that the other side is no longer there. So that'll fix that. This all needs to be fixed here too. Yeah, we can't bring it from there because we'd have to fix that side there. So, what to do? Maybe bring this over and connect it here earlier. Yeah, see, I'm actually messing with my trains, but these trains aren't really doing anything right now, so that's the important part to know about this. So I feel like I'm going to make this go straight. So we can make it go this way. A little too sharp. Back it up a little bit. Here. We'll make it work. So that's going to go that way. And then... yeah, that's too close too. So back a little bit more. Nice. Okay, there it is. Okay, so we can transition that there. That cleans that up a little bit. And then we got to clean up this line. Turns too sharply, so we got to go the opposite direction, like this, then like that. When you're putting the track in, it doesn't matter which direction you run it. Feel like we could fix this curve as well. It's all about running it beautifully, everybody. That's what it's all about. So that it is nice and straight, it has beautiful curves, all that kind of stuff. At this stage, when you're mega building like me, it's all about fine-tuning the look of it, not just what you're doing. All right, making that curve nice and beautiful, then it goes straight, then it curves in, then it breaks out. That just makes this whole transition here much nicer, and those two transitions are not right up on top of each other, which is going to make that better. But we still have a problem of it coming back. And that's the problem with stacking these side by side. I can make it go over or I can make it go under. Under kind of feels like the option here because I can just go straight back and then just dip right under there. And then maybe come back out right about here and then merge back in this line. Or try to merge this line. That'd be pretty tough because that'd be kind of a quick merge there. And then we go this way and work its way back to where it needs to go. Again, these things get real complex real fast, don't they? They really do. All right. And that one's going to have a trouble there because maybe we could do this. And again, I'll come back and do all the embellishment and make it look fancy later. But you're just figuring out the logistics of it first. Yeah, I can get away with that. Then go like this. Then bring this one out maybe. Yeah, we're going to make this curve a little wider. So it comes out and matches up to this curve. See, I work forward and then I work backwards. And then there we go. They forward, backwards until you get what you want. Okay, so this is going to go underneath here. Let's go ahead and take this out. And no, I don't want it there. I want it to curve over a little bit to get like this. I have to do a lot of work to make this one work. All right, and then trying to get it to go underneath here before it hits that edge is going to be tough. Yeah, it's going to be double tough. All right, let's see what we can do. We're just going to use regular 1 meter foundations and see how this works out. It does not look like it's going to do it fast enough to get it where it's going to be good, but we'll do what we got to do. Again, I don't want it to hit the top of that with my train. So, I mean, it doesn't matter to it. It'll still go through there like it's no big deal. But I don't like it to do that. Again, see how we have a distance issue there? So, we want to back this up. Sure I'm not accidentally getting something in the background there. There we go. Back this up until we can go under there without... And we can come back and maybe curve in a little bit there. We can rework this edge here. But doing this and then coming back up. So if it takes this long to do it on this side, it's going to take just as equally as long on the other side. So we could go under and actually have it go past this part and just have it come up over here, because we're going to need a long distance. And then we can merge into the train over here. We can just create a spot where it's going to merge and switch into there. So we want to go down. I really should count how many these are before it is down low enough before it hits that edge. We're going to find out what that number is. Let's do it. 1.5. And then run this under here. Yeah, I still feel like it's going to be hitting that edge. Yep. Close though. And we could go steeper, but the whole point I try to do is avoid having anything below a 1 meter angle. It's very difficult because you can see it's a distance problem. But if we have to, we'll go there. But that's going to slow down my largest train, which I would not want to do at all. Well, we're going to be right here by the station too. I think we'll be fine by the station there. We'll see. And again, over here, we're going to go half to here. And then underneath. Again, this is just cosmetic because you don't want to see it clipping. One more back. Yeah, still maybe. Still might be able to do it. Again, we'll move this back by 1. There we go. Wouldn't a 2 meter fountain work better on the one than the... Yeah, see, there you go. I just said that. There you go. That's called a Kismet moment. When I hadn't looked at the chat and I already answered your question before you even before I even saw you ask me. Happens a lot. There you go. Again, the 2 meter ramps will slow it down. So it'll be steeper, it'll be faster on the way down, but slower on the way up. 1 meter ramps, you get very minimal slowing down of your trains. And that's why I use the 1s as well. But you can use 2 meters if you want. If that's your jam, you go right ahead. For me, I'm not going to. I'm just going to see if I can get this to go into here. Should have went the other way. This way. See, we can get it at a half ramp here. And then get it to merge into there. And then 1.5 this way. I think we might have got this side anyway. And we'll do this. And then we should be pretty close. Oh, just a little too much. All right. So we can go one more back, but I don't think that's going to be easy. I could just go under and come out on the other side over here and just run along this edge here and kind of re-merge. Which would bypass all this traffic, which is good. So we'd only need to go through this one station here. That's a good question. thing's waiting for something. There it goes. When I added that thing, I had to add a block signal. It's throwing it off because this train's on there. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty close. I know what I can do. Just take this out. There we go. That solves that problem. And then we'll just say that this is supporting this. Like that. All right, there we go. Problem solved. Sometimes the easiest solutions are the best solutions. All right, no power. I'm just going to look at it. I'm getting in there so I can see the camera. Oh! Tried to slide off there. But yeah, that's the solution there. Just take that out. Let's go ahead and make sure it's not hitting this track. Yeah, it's hitting that track just a little bit. So this is why they let you do this, by the way. They let you clip through stuff because there's people like me who don't like it clipping. And I'll spend a lot of time just avoiding the clipping itself. And I could probably move this back a little bit too. Let's see if we can adjust the way that this is going. Now, I'm messing with a lot of stuff, everybody. If this actually was like mission critical, you'd have trouble with your power as well. Let's try to move this angle back to a minimum here. To the minimum angle we can get away with. Oh, it might have already been at the minimum. Put in our full track across here. And then hopefully this is minimum angle here too. Yep. All right. See, I just gained an extra slot, I think. Did I gain an extra? No. Oh, it's the same. It's the same because I had one here. So yeah, it's 1.5, and then I went into the curve. Questions, questions, questions. Again, I could go over. I find over is easier, but I don't like to go over. I typically like to go under, just so the logistics of it are underneath the trains. There we go. So let's see if we can just do this, because we only need one more slot. Let's see if we can work some magic here. Maybe we go... I gotta take all this out. Always fun to get it going. So putting the 2 meter in is easier, but easier doesn't necessarily mean better. Again, trying to keep that minimum. And this is my largest train, so again, I don't want to slow it down any more than I have to. And I could actually lift all these other trains up and let my other train come through because it's the primary train. It's the one that's going to go the furthest, and it's the one that's going to bring the most oil. So you definitely want to think that through before you do a lot of this stuff. All right, kind of feel like I want to get it to go right here. So let's go down here, and we'll see if we can get this to go right into there. See, the problem is this angle. Yeah, I think that should work. Feel like that angle will be fine, and I think we got it. All right, run that down. Yeah, I'm trying to get it down to a level in which I can then flatten it out. So let's grab one of these and run it straight. I like how it's going to run right by tree 2. Again, these are all just ones for the event. Oh, actually, this needs to go back. So we'll have this come down to a half, and then this will be 1.5, and then this one will be straight. Again, I like my train to be just perfectly underneath there. Nice, there it is. All right, then we'll roll this back here. And we'll put another train in here just to see if it's touching. No. Okay, there we go. See, I told you I'd figure it out. And then we got that working. All right. And then this can merge back into the system, work its way all the way back through those spirals. Now, we got to work the other side. Get that going. Okay, what's the distance of this? How many foundations did it take to get underneath there? Let's see. It took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of those. So if we now know what it is on this side, we would need the opposite on the other side over there. How far is the flat one in on the other side? So the flat one hits right there. So it hits on the flat side of the other one. Okay. So where is our flat side? So this one right here. So we'll bring this one up, bring this one over. See how it does that weird rotation? I did not tell it to rotate. Don't like it. I've already forgotten what the number was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Counted it multiple times. I'm going to write it down. 8 1 meter angle foundations to get under another flat foundation. There we go. That'll remind me. Should put a little parentheses in there. There we go. All right, that'll remind me of that. Okay, so in theory, we go 8 the other side. We might be able to cut it a little closer here too, because we don't really need this edge foundation, so we could back it up by 1. It might give us another chance to make it. Middle mouse button that over there, and here we go. Now the cool thing about the zooping is it will tell you how many you did. Bingo. Nice. So yeah, I only needed to go to there, but I can go another one right there. Now I got to rework all of this to get that going. Now I don't trust it, so I go ahead and double check it anyway. I always double check all my stuff, and so we'll run this down. And we'll get to a half point here, and then we'll 1.5 this way, and then we'll connect that all the way. Connect that across there. Very nice. We got that underpass going. And now the tricky part, getting this return to end up going that way. Come on, you. There we go. And then this out, this out. And we got this coming up here. That's not going to make it there, but we can do this. Yeah, we got problems. That is not going to work. It's too sharp. Too sharp of an angle. No, it's always something. It's always something that makes it difficult. Let's see if we can just back this up like this, and then we're going to do a half here into a straight. Then we're going to see if we can get away with our curve here. Nope. It's over by 1/2 of a thing. So we're going to have to go from a curve, from an angle to a curve. So we'll get it. Don't worry. We got this. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here and run this back. And then go into a curve. Like this. And I think that'll be fine. But see, you get this lifting, everybody. I hate that lifting. So I don't want the lifting to happen. So here's what we'll do. We'll reverse engineer this. So we want the curve to end here. And then we'll put the curve like this. And then we can run that back over there. Then we're going to go this way. We'll still have a bit of a lift here, but we can minimize that lift by just going 1.5, and then so you got a lot less of a lift right there. See that little lift there? Again, another gaming secret for Satisfactory there. See how I made that work, everybody? Again, forward, backwards, until you get it to work. And there you go. Just did that, everybody. Just made that work. See? Showed you how to get it done and lose the minimum amount of train speed. Plus, it's not doing anything under there anyway, so all that stuff's not even being used. Now it's used as a bypass, which is great because now my main train doesn't have to go through all of this to drop it off. It can just drop it off over here, then turn around and bypass all of this junction stuff. Just go right here and run back, which is actually better in the long run anyway. All right, I like all of that. That's awesome. I say we save. That's pretty awesome. Looking even better. We'll save it over that one. Nice. Okay, and again, it is auto-saving, but I'm going to manually save because that turned out awesome. I think we got that all figured out. Okay, now we're ready to go back to our station here that we got the power connected so we can keep doing this. So we did our first one, and we want to make sure that we pull this one out. Man, how long have we been going? Whoa, okay, 3.5 hours. Supposed to take a break, but we'll get to that here in a minute. We're going to try to get this train running first. Famous last words, 12 hours later. Okay, we're taking that front side off. We're going to take this off. There we go. So this is 2, and then we need 3 sets of 3, just like we did before. But now we're doing it over here. And again, these are all modular blueprints. Need number 5. These are not the right blueprints. Show me all the blueprints. That's from The Aviator, if you forgot that movie. He's all, show me all the blueprints, show me all the blueprints, show me all the blueprints. Like freaking out. Like, whoa, Howard Hughes is losing his mind. Very scary. Very scary stuff. Great movie, by the way. I really like that movie. Creepy movie, but awesome. Awesome, awesome. Okay, there's number 2 in place. Number 2, and then we need number 3. We got this. We got this. Again, using my auto connect and my nudging. And again, you notice I look there, and then I'll come here and look at the height, and I'm looking at the width, and then the height to make sure that's lined up. And there we go. Put that in. And then, again, these are all modular blueprints that I built that snap together. These are mega modular blueprints because they are maximum size that you can do in the game. Control down right there, and there is our train station. And then our end of our station here, which is going to allow it to turn around and go back the other way. We'll get that in. Again, we're auto-connecting all of our hypertubes and connection lines and all that stuff. Okay, now we have our station in. We need to fix our fluid platforms before we get too far here. We'll remember to fix those. There's 1, 2, and then this one here. I find it's always the first one in the row of your blueprint. Because remember, we put the station in after we put these in, so these can easily get messed up. So I go in and I just replace them, and that has a tendency to fix it. But we'll also go in and double check it, obviously, when we go to run. I'm going to fix this one. When we go to run all of these to make sure that they are unloading, which is the next thing we need to do. We need to set it to unload. Now, at first, it'll do this, by the way, until you actually start to load stuff in there. This will be all unloading. This is going to be our drop-off. Unload. We're getting there. Making some big progress now on this station. We only got one more oil place to go get, too, after this. But we do need to run a bunch of oil lines and extraction and that kind of stuff still to do. All right, let's go ahead and work out here a bit and get all of our oil stuff in. And again, we're going to build a big old bad boy over there. Not sure how far it goes that way. But I'm a very much like a vertical builder. I don't think I've ever built anything over here, ever. In thousands of hours of playing this game. It'll be my first build over here. I've seen a lot of people build like hydro dams and stuff like that over here at the waterfalls, which is really cool. I love to see that kind of stuff, that kind of creativity as well. Yes, that had Leo in it, yeah. I say it like I know him, like he's my buddy. I don't know. I don't know him. But yes, it did have Leo DiCaprio in there in that movie, and I thought it was really good. Again, if you're into that kind of aviation and flight and all that stuff, that's totally my jam. You can see I'm replacing the foundations here, and then we're going to go 3 out this way, and then across here as well. I'll just put 1 in there so those equal each other. And again, we're just modifying this so it can hold the thing. And again, I might do it one way, a different way, and another way. So I just leave it and then modify it in the moment. And this is 3 out. And we'll just backchain this now. And then this. When you're in this high-end part of the game, everybody, or kind of more in the end game, this is when you really want to master these blueprints, because you can do big stuff like I'm doing now. And I've waited to go this crazy, everybody. I waited till it goes release. And since now it's release, I'm going all in. Okay, now what we need to do is take all the oil out of here and run them into some containers like those over there. And just so happens that I have a blueprint for that. You're like, Kismet, you got a blueprint for everything. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. When you're at this stage, everybody, getting those blueprints set up is awesome. We need to line up the first one correctly so that all the rest of them line up. And again, we got to look at the output. The output looks like a green arrow. And the input look like 3 orange lines. That's how you know your outputs from your inputs and all that. Like it needs to go over just a little bit more. All right, looking good. I have it centered between the 3 here. So that lined up. That looks good. And then what we're going to do is just do that over and over again. Now here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go into the blueprint mode so I can see the blueprint boundary of the other one and make sure that the second one does line up before I do them all. Otherwise, I'm going to do a whole bunch of them wrong and redo them. But the great thing about the blueprints is if you do put it in as a blueprint, you can take the whole thing out. You don't have to take out the individual pieces like you used to do. You would build a big old thing, and then you're like, oh, God, I got to take that whole thing out because I forgot to do insert name of thing here. And then you have to take it all out and redo it, which takes a lot to do that because we didn't have blueprinting then. But now we have blueprinting. Look how much oil this is going to be, everybody. This is a massive amount of oil. All right, there we go. Looking good. Okay, let's go test our pipelines here. I'm going to go to my pipes here. And I'm using level 2 pipes even though they aren't necessary. And you're like, well, Kismet, what do you mean they're not necessary? Meaning that these are actually being split up into 300s, even though I'm using the thing here. And let me color these in here before I do all of these with my carbon steel. Meaning that when I'm running it, I take the 600 and I cut it up into 300 and 300. Why do I do that? Because when you're putting it into the train station is going to stop, as well as it hits a cap on the 600. Also, it figures out a whole bunch of fluid dynamics as well, everybody. Something that's called hammering. If you're running a bunch of water and all of a sudden it comes to an end, bam, the water's going to hit it like this, right? And then it's going to splash up and whatnot. It's going to cause a ripple effect on all the water behind it. It actually has that in the game. So think about that hammering. Think about how you're running your things. Running water in loops is a great way of doing it to prevent that, as well as to keep your pipes completely full. Before you start anything, let your pipes completely fill up. If you are new to the game, you're doing like coal power. Let that water run. Let it fill all your pipes and then turn it on. You'll have much better success. It would be less frustration as well. All right, we're going to run all of our pipes, apparently weirdly. There we go. And again, you can see I'm starting from the top one down on this one, and then the bottom one back up, and that's to adjust the direction. Come on, man, it does not want to go in there today. There we go. That's the offset, pipe offset. So if I go from the bottom up, it's going to make it go forward. If I go from the top down, it's going to make it go backwards, right? Depending on your point of view, of course. So if I go this one down, it goes that way. If I go this one up, it goes that way. So there you go. You get the idea. All right, again, remember these are outputs. Green are outputs. Orange is inputs. And we'll get all these in. Now, actually, sometimes it's a little easier just to do the top ones and just do them all in a row. So you're just going the same direction. Like this. I'll do it like this too so you guys get an idea. Doing something over and over, repetitive, usually goes a little faster. If you do the same thing. It's kind of like how they have on assembly lines, where one person does the one thing, and that makes it go real fast because they're just doing it, and they'll get much better at it. There we go. And then, again, we go back the other way. Man, it does not want to snap. Snapping weird today. Keeps offsetting itself when I go to click it. See how fast that went? Pretty fast. All right, there we go. Now these are all going to run in here and be just fine. But one of the things we are going to need to make this work is going to be some pumps, because we do want these to pump their way up here. So we definitely want to go in here and add all of our pumps now. Now you already have a 10-meter head lift when you put your pumps in, or when you don't have pumps, when you just have your machines or your train station. But mine's a little higher than 10 meters, and when in doubt, add them anyway. I add them anyway because I've had so many problems with the game, especially with the water or fluids in general. And this doesn't take that much power. Overall, everybody, this power is minuscule. These pumps, and they pump a real long way, and then you just have the peace of mind to know that this is not going to get screwed up. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll know right away, that's for sure. All right, there we go. I'm going to take this, and what I do is I just go ahead and put 2 power poles between here. And I run this to the next one. Coming up soon, everybody, 1.2. I wonder if you can chain the things together. That'll be awesome. You can chain your factory items together, like your constructors and all that kind of stuff. You can chain them all together. Right now we can't, so I'm going to do it the old school way. And if I can come back and change this later, I absolutely am. I would chain all these pipes together, or all these pumps together without the power line. That one I'll run there. Very nice. Now what we're going to do is get real tricky. And I should have done it ahead of time, because then I won't have to upgrade all these poles now. This one I save right here, by the way. Whenever you go to upgrade these poles, for me anyway, it has a tendency to crash. So I'm going to go ahead and save. I should have upgraded the pole first before I started, and I didn't think of it until I got all the way to the end. But such is life. Always go back and upgrade them. You just roll over the one you currently have. You don't have to take it out. Same thing with your constructors and a whole bunch of other stuff. Your extractors. You can just go ahead and take the higher level version. Same thing with your belts. Like if you have a level 1 belt and you want to upgrade it to level 2, just choose your level 2 and then click on the belts that exist. It'll upgrade the whole thing for you. Another brilliant building thing here in the game. Very, very smart on their end. All right, let's go over here and let's get all of our second level pumps in. Right there. And right here. These don't have any power yet, but they don't need any power, so we'll get to that in a moment. Like I want to put an extra pole over here though for running my power underneath, and then we'll run this one over to there. That's all good, and then we're going to run this power down underneath here. Then we'll run it across to where our primary power is running. I think it's over here. A lot of supports to do under here too. Oh, this way. We'll run it across this way. And you notice how I have this offset up? I have that for on purpose, so you can do what's known as your logistics area. Right there. There we go. I put all my logistics underneath, so it's not in the way. You're not going to see it. It's hidden visually. You can run all those kind of power lines and stuff like that, like they do in real life. A lot of times they'll run it through conduit in the wall. You won't even see it. That's why you never see your electric lines. You never see all that stuff. They have it all hidden on purpose, so you don't have to look at it. And again, it really makes no difference if they hide it or not. It can be out just running across your walls in your house, except for the aesthetic value of not seeing those wires. All right, these all look good. Now, of course, I would go through and make sure these are all aiming the same direction, meaning that this is kind of pointing downward at an angle like that. So we want to make sure these are all downward at an angle. These are all this way. So basically this thing is pointing in the opposite direction of the water flow. So if you look along these here, first we want to make sure all the lights are on and they're all facing the same direction. Oh, see, that one doesn't have a light on. That means I missed that one. Oh, see, I tried to do it and I put a power pole instead of connecting it. That's why you check. All right, there we go. Looks good. Good. Going the right direction. Has power. Then up here on these ones. This one, actually should have done it from the other way. This one's good. 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 Eyeballing as I go by. All good. Okay, those are all got power. All look good. So when this comes in, it's going to push that oil up in here. It's going to backlog in that one. The second one here is going to push that all the way up into there. Backlog all that oil. Okay, now we got to give this train station a name and see if it actually works. We also have to do some, I can see right here, see how it's flashing? That means that we got some problem with our Monroe Falls. Nice. We're going to call this one, man, what do we call that one way out there? Yeah, it's a good question. We can find out because I named the train, whatever it was. Reef Oil Train, that's what it's called. So that's Reef Oil. So this is Reef. Wow. Okay, my brain is not working. I love how I could spell it earlier, and then all of a sudden now I can't spell it anymore. R-E-E-F. Sucks having sleep apnea, but it really does. R-E-E-F. Reef. Reef oil drop off. There we go. Okay, so we got to fix our block signals first. All right, let's do that. Oh, and we got to do some connection here to get our hypertube working. We've got to run this here. Now we got our hypertube on. So our block signals are flashing, so we have to work on our reverse connections this way. And it's most likely the one that's going underneath when it comes up and hitting that other one over there. And if I were to put a train here, because this is all connected, and if we go into our trains, we can see that these all have the same color. You do not want that to do that. That is a whole lot of not good. And we could probably take this one out for a second so we can come on, get out of blueprint mode. There we go. So we can fix this transition here into there. And then we need another one on that side. There we go. See how it changes color? So that this train can come up and whatnot. Well, this is going the wrong direction. That's going to be a problem. All right, let's fix that. Toggle build mode. No, we want that to go the other way. Sometimes it will not let me change my side of my block signal, the direction in which it should go. Come on, you should be going this way. There you go. There we go. All right, so I cut that off. So that'll go there, and then this is going to go into this transition, so we need one there. There we go. See how it changed the color? So if this train is here, this won't even bother to go. It'll wait till it clears. We probably should put one over here also to clear this direction. Just so it can do that transition. You can see that train went through just fine. And so it can make this transition. See, if that train's coming through there, this one will stop and wait for the train to go through. Once it's past that area, it'll start back up again, and then it'll make its way this way. And so now we should have all of that working. This is coming back this way. We need to go ahead and cut this train track from all this other track that's running. Otherwise, it's just plain not going to run. There we go. Okay, that got cut into separate. That's there. This is here. That's all good there. Because this will come here. This one will wait here until whatever train is going through here has split. This one over here is not looking right. So let's take this one out. Put this back in. Come on, flip to the other side. Oh. I want you to go this way. Man, sometimes these block signals, I tell you. They kind of made these block signals funky, too. There we go. Okay, now it's going the right way. Now it's not going the right way that way. Trying to get my block signal to go the right way. There we go. Yes. So it's like a lighter red, and this is a darker red. It's not really going to work there, though. Too close to my other block signal. Let's just put it back here. Maybe up here. Just so we can cut these lines apart from each other. Let's make sure it's not flashing. There we go. Okay. So we're just trying to cut this up so these trains are not blocking each other. So this one's not being blocked. It can come off of this thing and go this way without a train being on this track and stopping the one over here. Again, that can happen quite often, is that all these things that are transitioning from track to track, they can get blocked by each other. And they can also crash into each other, which we also don't want them to do. Okay, we want to put the rest of this track in here. There we go, and we'll check our thing. That should be all one color. Very nice, all the way down, because there's no other trains on this track. So that can be all one color all the way down there. And then we should see green down there. Okay, looking good. Then we also have one here. This is for the block signal in case I run multiple trains, which eventually I will, especially on this big one. That will run multiple trains. This is going the wrong way again. Wrong way. That way. There we go. Okay. Darn signals get all backwards. Again, you just want to think about the flow of the direction of the train. Oh, this one turned red. Oh, because the train's coming back. Oh, see how long that one is red? That's a little too long. Again, just cut this up. And I don't know why the block signal always seems to be backwards. I definitely need to work on that. See, it's not going in the direction that the actual train is flowing. Let's do that. So we get a bit there, and then this will stop here while that train's going there. Allow this to transition and the other train to go ahead and loop while this one's doing that. This will allow that train to go that way and come back. Okay. Figuring out all the logistics. Then this has 3 segments here. And then we want to affect our hypertube output here to be a junction. Yeah, that's a little close for a junction. It's a little hard when you have the junctions right next to each other to choose which way these are going to go. Put this right here. Oh, that's as high as that's going to go. That sucks. Do I have one of those as a blueprint? Might be smart if I did. I got this one. Can't remember. It's been so long now. This one's a separate one. Could just use this one. Put it right over here. So yeah, we want this one to go forward, but also to the other way. Again, if you put these too close, you can't switch as easy. So I'm going to have this one go like that. And then upper tube back this way. There. And then this one. Which way I'd be coming in? I'd be coming in this way. Or this way, and then coming here, and then that would go that way. No, that's not right. That's not right. We're gonna need one of these. There we go. So if we were coming down here, we'd want to go straight, or we'd want to curve left, or we'd want to circle back. Oh wait, that's better. So we'll take this back out. We'll put our curve back here. Yeah, eventually. Okay, but first we'll go this way. And then this can go over here. Maybe right here. We'll put another one of these in right here so we can... Oh yeah, there's a tall one. All right, I did have one. All right, awesome. We'll put another one of these in. Trying to eyeball where that's at. So the other way. Which one was that one? This one? Yes. This one will go here. Too far. We'll get these logistics figured out here. Right here. And this one come down to here. That one go to there. We got that going there, and then this will return back this way and end up in there. We want this one to be able to loop this way. You need to think about this junction here too. Yeah, let's fix this junction too. Again, you want to give yourself a little bit of room so you can tell which direction you're going as well. That one's going to go over to there. This gets real complex real fast. And then this one, but no, it'd be hard to switch. So you'd want to be maybe another one in the middle. We'll try and see if we like it. If it sucks, we'll get rid of it. That thing is elevated. Oh, I forgot. I must have built that with an elevation built in. Don't like it. Don't like it to be elevated. No worries. We got vertical nudging. Vertical nudging there. Okay, so we're going to put two things in here. We're going to take this one out. Pick that one up. Put that over here. Vertical nudge that down so it's sitting and lining up nicely. There we go. All right, and then we'll fix this. And we're basically going to have multiple junctions. So this one here does not need to be that other one. This one just can loop back around. And I want the left side to be the default. So if I want to come out of this station and loop back around the other way, we can go ahead and use our Hypertube branch, right? So this is going to go here. And I'm going to leave a little bit of a gap so I can change it if I want to go back that way. And we'll use our curve to make it look cool. And then we'll go into this one, and then this one will be the one that allows us to choose. Not mean to do that. There we go. This here. And then this will let us go one way or another. So this way or this way. By default, by the way, it's going to go left. So when it comes in, it'll go that way over there. All right, we got those logistics figured out. It gets tricky. It really does. Okay, that all looks good. Now we need to drive the track. So what we're going to do is just start a train right here. And we're going to see if we come off the tracks. Or if we forgot to put in a segment of train track, we'll find out. Whoa, look out. Perfect. Awesome. Don't hit that train! Don't hit that train! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, it almost hit that train. It didn't. No, I know I didn't hit the train. Is because it didn't knock it off the tracks. Oh my gosh, that was close. Alright, look at all these hypertubes going all over the place. We gotta fix this up. Fix all that up too. And all this. We gotta do some work over there. We'll deal with that later. All right, so we just built that whole thing. Awesome. We know it works. We know it goes that way and goes this way. Let's go ahead and put a train back here. And we're going to double check our switching. No, over here. So you're coming in this way. You're driving along this edge with your little choo-choo. Choo-choo! Yeah, 4 hours, oh boy. Having some fun. All right, there we go. Looks good. And I think we have all the stuff. Now, the true test is when we run our train, right? So that's what we're going to do. Now, again, I already built the train way over there. So what it's going to do is automatically go ahead and pick up the oil and then bring it over here in theory. And so we'll start her up right over here. And we'll get our reef oil train, which we're going to edit this timetable. And we're going to say the first one is reef oil pickup and then drop off. We save it, we turn it on, and there it goes. And this next station is reef oil pickup. Now, we won't know for a while because it is way over on the other side of the world. But we can also just tell, get out of there. We can just tell by getting on the map and running way over here to the map and see if the actual train itself is moving over here. Yeah, you can see it's in the station. So it did move because it was way over here where I had the train. It was just sitting up here on the track. So it did move itself into here. And we want to see if the train can make its way back on its own. And so it might be just sitting there saying, hey, your block signals are screwed up. But we'll give it a minute. We're just watching that train. Want to see if it moves. Hypertube spaghetti, I know, right? I gotta get that going on. Not train spaghetti. Train's looking good. Oh, and there it goes. Okay, so in theory, it's picked it up, and now it's working its way back. It's turning itself back around the other way, and coming back up the kind of circular train or edge train I did this way, and then it comes up this way. That is one long, elaborate train, everybody. Look how far away that is. Look how far. That's way over there on the top of the whole world, and it's going to come all the way down to here. We'll see if it crashes into any other trains while it's at it. That's going to be a fun train ride, too. I think when I take a break here in just a moment, I'm going to just put you guys on that train, and you guys can just go back and forth on the train. To see that epic length of train here. The very fact that it's moving means that I've got some of the block signals correct. And it's still coming up that angle. Going through the trees right now. More through the trees. I just did that for fun, everybody. I just did it where it goes through these kind of archways and goes under them, and then I curved and went through another one and another one, just to do that for fun, to show you how to do that kind of more advanced, kind of going along the terrain, which is really difficult. It's really difficult to get those distances and whatnot, so you just do all the distances first, try to figure that out, and then you build your stuff once you get the logistics of it done. All right, here he comes back toward this train station, the center oil pickup. And you can see, signals are making the next stop unreachable. Ah, see, I knew it would happen somewhere. Okay, so right there. So we got to get back over there and see what that problem is. And that's good to know. Good to know. Okay, we got to do some fun over this way. Speaking of hypertubes. Ba-boom. Oh, or ba-boom. There we go. See how it ricochets me around the other way? Let's go. Drop me off right here. All right. We're getting lots and lots of trains going on. And then, time for the hypertube launcher. Ooh, here we go. Hold on to your lunch. Switch to the spiral. Here we go. Whoa. Good. Here we go, everybody. Hyperspeed. Going fast. Notice how I don't have to change anything, everybody. I have it set up where it goes in the direction I want to go. It's going to slow down a little bit on this one. Kind of feel like I need a little bit of a booster down there when I'm going this way. But again, you don't even need to do these spirals, everybody. It's just fun. Just for fun. Get a little bit of spirals in there. Again, if it just came up the thing, it'd go faster. It would slow me down more, though. It actually slows me down less when I'm going through the spiral. But going up the thing would be faster, and then you would gain speed on the way down. Definitely add a little bit of a few boosters there. At some point, look at this beautiful view. We way up here. Cool thing about using your hypertubes is that you can just let it run. If you got it set up right, I could just AFK and it will take me all the way out here, and I don't have to worry about it, which is really cool. So most likely when it's coming back toward this other train stations where it needs that block signal fix. Now we'll gain some more speed here. Bunch of slug guys. Oh, I wonder if it's the underground, the under transition. That's a good point. Did I put a block signal here? This would be a good place to stop. Yeah, I did, right there. I have a block signal here. That should be fine. Right? Yeah. That's blocked there. Let's go see what it is. It's going to be something simple, you'll see. It always is. Some sort of simple something, missed a block signal somewhere. Yeah, it's sitting. Oh! Oh, I did a boo-boo. I do the boo-boo, everybody. That's not how that goes. This goes down this way. How did it end up coming back up this other track? Yeah, I got my directions messed up. Let me go in here and turn off self-driving. Yeah, this got on the wrong side of the track. I did a boo-boo back here. This should be the incoming track and not the outgoing track. I think I got my tracks mixed up. Maybe I put my train on the track wrong. My train engines are going the wrong way. That could be it. Yeah, I think this one on the back is turned the wrong way. Oh no, that is the return. Look out, Fred, coming through, high speed. You see my trains go real fast, everybody. They really cook. This is the incoming. I definitely have this switched. On this, the left side is the incoming one. I screwed something up. See, it's never as easy as just starting it up. Always something. Alright, so the left side is the incoming side. This should go this way. Yeah, I got it switched up there at the top, I think. Look out, Fred! Train coming through! My ones in the back are facing the right way. Yes, no, I have the train facing the right way. Yeah, they're all correct. Okay. So this is the return side. Yeah, I should switch the two sides. That's something we can do up here at the top. We can switch the sides. It's really easy to do if you forget which directions your train is supposed to be running. This one's running in the correct direction. It's just up here when it switches. It's not correct. Very cool build, though. See how it goes right through the middle of there? That's cool. Very cool. It's always something simple. Yeah, I thought the return was on the right side and the return's on the left side.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for the biddies. Like my little vault van. Thanks for the biddies. Heads up, throwing biddies at me, huh? Okay. We definitely have to fix our directions here. See, this other train is blocked. Yeah, none of these trains are actually doing anything right now. So this one's on the incoming, which is this direction. So this one needs one right there. Oop, right there. Not allow this train to keep going while we're working on this train over here. Okay. Big issues with me getting this swapped. Yeah, this one should have came down and went this way. And this one should have came up and went under and went around. It's happened before. It'll happen again. All right, we gotta rework all of this. First thing we gotta do is move our train out of the way. That's why you always test, everybody. You don't just assume that it works. You good test it, see how good you did, and I'm just gonna ghost ride that train. Later, train. Okay, swap-a-roonies. We're just gonna take this out over here. And we're gonna move this over. Okay, we'll just take all these railings out for now and rework this. So this needs to end up on this side. I probably should just put this whole thing back in. So now that we kind of know what we're doing, we'll fix this. Take that out. We'll take all our hypertube stuff out. This is not hard to fix. This is something we can easily fix now that we know. So when I came back, see what I did is I stopped a couple weeks ago, and then I came back today, and then I thought this was the right side, but it wasn't. It's actually the other side is the side I need to do, and that's what happens when you come back to stuff later. It's very easy to forget what the heck you were doing. So we're gonna go ahead and make this one. Oh no, this one should go straight. And this won't be difficult to tie in here. We need to offset this. And we'll have to offset that curve a little bit too. That one's kind of weird. That's a weird thing there. Oh, because we must have been going 1.5 that way. Okay, let's do this. Gotta fix this transition first. I don't like it. I'm gonna fix it. That's going that way. Okay. And this is gonna go here. Take this out. That should go around and go back that way. That is too close. I'm gonna have to back this up. Yeah, that's too close over there too. So what you want to do is you want to have where your edge is here, and then you want to have 2 back. So when we're running this forward, you want to go ahead and move this 2 back here. And then 1, 2 foundations. What I mean is foundations, 2 back foundations wise. And then there. And then when you go to do your curve, it'll just do your curve for you beautifully, like that. And then we'll take out all these railings, and again, rework some of this. And we'll just take these curved things out. We'll make this work. As we always do. If you missed it earlier, everybody, we're putting in a bunch of supports. That was a lot of fun. And again, when you come back to stuff, everybody, probably would have been good to double check that direction. And then we'll go into this corner. And we'll put our railings in here just to embellish it a bit. Our railings along the edge. All the way back. Like so. Oh. Why is that up in the air? Ha! Alright. Enough of that silliness. We've got some railings to do. Okay, there we go. So now we got that corrected. So this is going to go there and go there. Now, the incoming one needs to be offset and angled. So we're going to take this out. And we're going to go ahead and take all this stuff out on this side here. Yeah. Just take out the foundations, and then we'll hit G on the railings. Just so we don't accidentally take out a foundation or 2 down there at the bottom. There we go. Again, this is not a hard fix, everybody. This is something you can easily go in and do if you find you made a mistake or whatever. I just say, oop, I made a mistake, and then I just go fix it, everybody, instead of like pretending like, oh man, I didn't make a mistake, I don't know what you're talking about. I just, you know, just lean into those mistakes and say, okay, I made a mistake there, how do I fix it? Fix the mistake and move on. Because it's not that hard, because you can just do this, into this curve here, a little bit forward, there we go. And then we'll do this and a little bit extra there. And then probably do a little bit more there to straighten that out. And then get that to snap. There we go. Did that. And then we just do our railings. Like this. Beautiful. Like that. And this is all, the railings are all embellishment just to make it look nice. Don't really need the railings, but there we go. All right, so there we go. Just that easy, everybody. We switched to different directions. That has helped it a lot. We're going to go ahead and take this block signal and put that over here on this one. I'm going to take this out first. So we can try to snappy. Other way, please. Snap it the other way. There we go. Oh, see, it always goes like the wrong. See, that's what trips me up too, is that my block signals go in the wrong direction when I'm trying to put them down. Like, see, I should have just known by this block signal here which direction that one was, but we got to get this one to go in correct. There we go. So we can cut this edge off, so when this is coming through here, the other one will stop behind it while it's going into the thing, and then when this one's coming back this way, it'll come around, and then it should block there. Okay. Let's go see if we did it right this time. Oh, hypertubes. Make sure we put those back in. Don't need a curve one on that one. There we go. Hypertube back in again. Looking good. And then we'll tell it to automate, and we'll find out. Are you in drones? Not yet. I will get to them, though. We're going to do everything in the entire game. To a degree that you probably have never seen. I mean, mega style. Okay, turn that back on. Hands off. Let's see if we can get where we're going. Again, hopefully that's our only problem. Now, of course, I know all the rest of it works because obviously my other trains are running. So again, just that transition there, because I had stopped and came back and did that today, I had got it reversed. And again, if you make a mistake, everybody just say, you know what, I made a mistake. It's human to make mistakes, and just go right back to it. Again, don't just, you know, pretend like you didn't make a mistake. You made a mistake. I switched that. Very easy to do when you stop and start on something. But now it's fixed. See? Now you can see it's running just fine. And I don't know if it's got oil back here. The only way to tell is if it has stuff. Yep, it did pick up some oil on all of those. Oh, some of those did not pick up because I haven't run the oil there yet. That's okay. Then transition here. Good transition there. Again, I'm just going to let this train run so you guys can watch it while I go AFK, because I haven't taken a break in 4.5 hours. We'll take that break here in just a moment. Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm on it. But we got to test out. We got to see if it's not running while I'm gone, then it's not really working, isn't it? And that's one of the great features about a server, is that you can set it up to run on a server. Now, I'm not on the server now. I'm on a local playthrough because I'm playing it at such a degree that if you're playing on the server, it can very easily start to lag, or you start to have issues, server issues. And when I was first doing this run, they were still having issues on the server, at least when you're building stuff at this size. If you're just playing the game through, everybody, oh, look, here we go. Perfect spiral, everybody. Notice it's not doing that porpoising. Look how beautifully butter smooth that is, everybody. It is just beautiful. It took me a long time to figure out the offsets, because the offsets are not just every other foundation, everybody, which is what most people do, every other foundation. And you have that porpoising, which is slowing down your thing. Mine is going at its maximum speed, especially down. When you're going at a down angle, you can gain speed when you're at a thing. But you can also help. Oh, look at this transition right underneath there. Nice. All right. And again, we're using all the other tracks that we had already set up from before. And it's doing all the switching on its own. I'm not doing nothing. It's self-driving itself. Hope you don't go resident. I'm actually wide awake now. I slept really good today, man. I was out of it. I crashed. I lost consciousness. I didn't go to sleep. I actually passed out. There's a difference. And I slept the day, and then I got up and right back at it. And again, going up the spiral, losing the minimum amount of speed, going up at an angle, which is great. And you have a little bit of kind of up and down there, but the minimum amount. And then, oh, we got to fix that hypertube there. I keep seeing that. I'm going to fix it one day. And then you can see this is pretty elaborate, everybody. This is elaborate trains. But these are all thought out, right? So these are not like I'm just running them willy-nilly like spaghetti lines. Bug in here. Like spaghetti lines, which you would do with... oh, and here comes the other train. So you're slowing down for that train. We'll have to wait for that train to transition. So that train's just looping around and coming back. How do I know? Because it has fluid, and this is not fluid. This is my sulfur. So that one's going to go up on top. Very cool. And this one's going to wait for it to transition up on top until the whole train is out. Might have to add another block signal up there, because this one's really waiting for that train to go. Man, that train has to go a long ways for it to unlock that block signal. Yeah, it's right here too. Oh, it's taking off! Yeah, it's right here too. Right at this transition, it needs a block signal right there. So when it goes up on this side track, this one right here won't be slowed down. So again, whenever you see that stuff, everybody, you want to definitely add that to your fix list. And another perfect spiral. Hey, Thurbeck, what up? Are you missing some Star Seeker right now? I am. Missing that Star Seeker. That was so fun. Can't wait to play it when it comes out. I wonder if they're going to have another beta, though. We'll find out. I sent all that stuff into them, by the way, all the suggestions and whatnot. I did send those in. So we'll see. All right, our goal is to get this train to go over here and drop off this oil. We still got to run some oil lines, but again, look how it's just switching all the tracks on its own. And again, we got some major train stations. We have them all lined up, nice and neat, on purpose. So look at that transition without no other trains blocking it. Nice. And then we want to see this drop off the oil. Now, some of these ones are not full yet, because again, I got to run those lines. But if some of them go ahead and lift up and start putting away, again, this is one of the largest trains I've done so far, which is about 11. And I usually do smaller trains just because they're more nimble and they don't have to go through 15 different stations to do it. It's kind of like an express train. It just picks up the thing it needs to pick up, and it does it. Do you know why they do really, really long trains, everybody, in real life? Because it's more cost effective. But do you have any money in this game? No, your actual currency is resources. Oh, there it goes. All of them win at the same time. Awesome. So we know those are working. So there's really an unlimited amount. Just like why they build a single track, and then they have like switch tracks where they switch the trains. In here, you can make it 15 lanes wide if you wanted to, because you don't have a cost limit. The only thing you have is a resource limit. And it has unlimited resources in the game. So you don't really have any limits, do you? You don't. And you can build basically as much power as you want, more power than you would use in this game, everybody, I can tell you. You absolutely could, because there's so much resources in the game that I have not even tapped, and I've finished the game many times without doing it. See, this one's waiting for that other train to go into the train station and do its thing. Perfect. Nice. You also want to make sure no other train's going to come along and smash into the side of it here, which is not going to. And that one has a return. Why is that return like that? Huh. Quick wire unload. Why is that? It just knows that my quick wire unload is weird. Oh, I see. It comes through here and then it actually goes off to the left there. I'd already fixed that problem. Okay, this one's pulling out of the station, so this one should be able to go forward. There we go. And once that one clears, this one can move forward. And it's going to go left automatically. There we go. Through that transition. It's now waiting on another train somewhere way up ahead. That train has cleared the tracks. Now it's going to go. Again, when you see it do a lot of waiting, that's why you want to ride the train. If you see it do a lot of waiting like we saw up there at the top, that means you're missing a block signal. You need to put more segments in your tracks using your block signals. And that'll allow it to break it up into different parts so the other train can keep going while this one doesn't. Now when I get up here to the top, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix this block signal now that I know that needs an extra one there. And usually whenever you go into a split, everybody, that's typically when you need a block signal so that so you don't have that problem. So I'm going to go ahead and dip right here. See if I can get this block signal in. Hoping to get it before it passed me up, but that's okay. We do what we got to do. Block signal's going the wrong way. Probably don't already have a block signal here. This seems pretty wild. Come on. Do it like that. See if it cuts it. No, see, it doesn't want to go there. It wants to go... Oh. Why is this not cut up there? It's a little too close to that edge. There we go. Now see, when the next time when it comes through, and this one gets past this point, it will allow the train to go. And you can see that this one's still red. That's the train we just did. But don't worry, everybody. Oh, boink. I actually want to go down here and then turn around and go the other way, like this. Let's see if we can catch up to the train. Hypertube launchers are awesome. There we go. Had to switch there. Man, that train is cooking. Yeah, even with our Hypertube launcher, it is already way up there. Very nice. That's what you want to see. You want to see your train cooking, not getting slowed down while it's trying to raise elevations. Because if you do really steep stuff, it's going to cause your trains to slow down. My train is cooking. I can't even catch up to it with a massive boost. Hopefully we'll catch it on the other way. On the other way back or whatnot. Again, we can actually get on the map too and see where the train is. Let's see. Is it up there? Or maybe we passed it. Maybe I just didn't see it. I'm here. Oh yeah, no, the train's right here. Or is it? Oh, it's below us. Well, that's a different train. Which train is that? That is... Oh, that's it. That's our train. Well, I can't get out of the Hypertube now. It's going to pass me up. But this is going to start to go down here. But the train's going to speed up too when it goes down. So we're going to go down and we're basically... We passed the train. I didn't even see it. We went past it so fast that I didn't even see the train. All right, here we go. Starting to catch up a little bit to the train. Oh, it's pulling away. See, that's what you want to see, everybody. You want to see your trains just cooking. Maximum speed, as fast as they can. Again, that delivers your stuff faster. You're being much more efficient that way. If you're slowing it down by too high a grade, that's not good. Look at that cool transition. All right. I'll keep going. Now, it's got to go all the way down there and unload, so we might be able to catch up to it before it unloads, or we'll just try to run back and catch it before it goes the other way, or we'll wait for it to come all the way back, either way. And also great use, great test of our Hypertube here, too, on the way back. And see, automatically by default, it's going to go left. Boom. Boom. All right. We're keeping up with it. Overall, pretty good Hypertube setup. Now, I shouldn't have to do anything. When I come down, oh, look at me gaining speed. Oh, man, I'm getting faster now. And so is my train. Train's getting faster. See, I weaved it all through all of this, everybody. It wasn't easy, but we got it done. And then coming down the thing, yeah. And again, I'm in the hypertube. The camera is outside, but I'm actually in the hypertube right there. So I am missing all of this stuff. I'm not clipping through any of this stuff. So yeah, it's got to take a minute to load. So while it's loading, we'll try to get back on the train and just let it do its thing. Yeah, that actually is really good because it keeps up with the train pretty well. Look at it pulling into the station. And by default, it should drop me into the station. It does. Bingo. All right. Look out, Fred. I'm trying to load here. Fred doing his crazy things. Oh, look at it cascading the thing. Instead of doing them all simultaneously, it's cascading them. All right. We're on the train. We're going to let the train run. All right. I think 5 hours or 4.5 hours is enough in one run. We're going to take a break. There we go. I'm going to let you guys ride the train here. Back and forth for a while. Why go ahead and take a little break? Normally I put words on stream up, but we'll just let you guys ride the train. So there you go. My grandfather used to work with trains for 30 years. His job was to inspect the trains and such. Oh, well, he was just like Fred. He used to take me to work with him when I was very little. Oh, man, that sounds like a cool grandfather who's all into trains, and you get to go hang out with him at the train tracks. Awesome. I'm a big fan of trains, everybody. I love trains, but I'm not just like other things like Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or Star Trek or whatever. I like that thing, but I'm not I don't know what all the different train sets are. I don't know what the different sizes of trains are. I'm not that into it, but I like trains, and so there you go. And I like, fantasy stuff, and I like all that, but I don't know who the third guy back was on the right side on scene 37 of Star Wars. I don't know that. But I've seen Star Wars when it first came out, and I saw it several times across the years as well. And Star Trek and all that other stuff. Again, I'm into it, but I'm not that into it. I don't get really, really involved like that. I'd probably like Fallout is the thing I probably the most know, because that series I really enjoy. It's a great, not only game series, but also TV series is excellent. All right, okay, ride the train, peeps. I'm going to take a little break, and then I shall be back in just a bit. Here I go. If you want to know if your trains are working, everybody, all you need to know is if it picks up the stuff and drops it off. That's how you know. I'm back, everybody. Put a one in the chat if you can't see and hear me. We're going to get back to it. It does look like our train is rocking and rolling here. I have a train waiting over here as well. Why is that train waiting? There's probably a train in front of it. This train's going up the spiral. Yeah, there it goes. It's moving out. I think. Can't see it. Because I'm in a spiral. Yeah, there it goes. They were just waiting for that other train to go. Now, again, eventually you need to put more block signals so that the trains aren't waiting. But right now, I'm just setting up all of the remote things. You can set all that stuff up later, everybody. You just want to get your trains to actual function. And then worry about all the detail of how far you should put your block signals to cut up the different tracks and all that stuff later. So apparently this has been working. Because when I come back, it's still running. That's the thing. That's how you know it works. And again, you might have little parts where you have to fine-tune those block signals. But if it picks up the stuff and brings it back, especially this far, this is clear across the entire map, everybody. This is as far up as you can go and almost as far down as you can go. So this is like your big crowning achievement here. And it's dropped off all the oil, so that's good. And another good thing to do too, especially when you're going really far like this, is to see how often that it is obstructed by another train. You know, I could add 5 more trains, but those trains might be obstructing each other. They might be waiting. Again, sometimes you can add too many trains to a train station. Which I've done in the past and learned that that was a mistake, and then said, oh, well, I got to reduce these trains down because they weren't really going very efficiently because the other trains were slowing the other trains down. So I might as well just make it where this train can hold more, get rid of this train, and then they could loop much better. Right now, again, we have 1 train per station. Which we could just do a push-pull train if we really want to do that, where we have a train going that way and a train going that way, right? Engine going this way and that way, and then put the cargo in between. But eventually we'll add multiple trains. So that's what we're setting up first, is just the ability for it to pick it up and drop it off. This all seems to be working perfectly. To the Rockies, and a dome car. That sounds fun. Yeah, I'd love to travel on the train. They're really expensive to go on trains where I'm at. I'd love to go coast to coast in the United States with train as well. That would be awesome. Fred just chilling out in the train station. All right, we know that works. We're gonna let it run. Now, all it needs is more oil. Let's go. Let's get these oils connected and run over here. We're gonna go right over here. So we're gonna look this way, and away we go. So I go right to work, everybody. I was like, okay, time to work. Let's go. Hey, there's a glowy guy over here. Let's grab him. If I'm running by him, I'll grab him. I don't really need him. I already have like 100 of those power things. But by the way, you can also craft those power things eventually. You don't even need the slugs. But we'll get to that. All right, we're going to go over here. And wow, Fred, you're fast. You already got over here. Let's ping. Boing. 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 All right, where am I going? This way. Right here. All right, time for some oil. Oh, cool. I found the furthest one. Okay. So we're going to do some really tricky stuff here, everybody. I'm going to show you how to align your extractors perfectly to foundations. Again, you can use the world grid, which a lot of people do, and there's nothing wrong with that. You do you. But for me, I want mine to be awesome. And thus, I want it to be perfectly aligned. Now, there's trees in my way here. I'm not sure I can get rid of these bad boys, but we're going to give it a shot. Oh, we can? Okay, good. They did make it where some stuff you can take out now where you couldn't take out before, so always kind of double check it. Using my explosive rebar there. There we go. Clear that out. Okay, where I want to aim this? See, train station over here. So I probably want to aim it toward the one I already have, and then I can kind of couple it with that one. So I really want to aim it that way over there. So we're going to go ahead and we'll probably run it forward a little bit first. And kind of run it through here. So maybe just this way is fine. All right, about to show you my trick, everybody. And again, instead of doing 5 different steps like most people do, I'm going to show you one step. I'm going to go ahead and use this metal beam. Then I'm going to go ahead and hold down Control so it snaps to the thing here. Use my scroll wheel to scroll that. I'm going to get a little bit to the left. I'm going to click it, and it's going to go ahead and pull this out. Now, what I'm going to do is go right there. Now, what you want to do is add a 4-meter foundation. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, usually, right? With an extractor. Now, in this case, you actually want to go 5. So we'll go boom to 5 because it's an oil extractor and not a resource extractor. Then we'll go ahead and get ourselves a foundation. We'll put it down right there. There we go. And that's it. One move, everybody. One move and you got it done. I know, right? Too cool. Too awesome. And then on this one, we're going to go ahead and put our oil extractor back in again. Right over the top there. Notice how it's now elevated up there. We can take this out. We want to go back here. I can't remember if this is 1 or 2. Let's go ahead and look at our blueprints and take a look. Let's say blueprints, extractors, mega oil extractor. It has 1 behind it. All right, so this is what we need. We're going to take this out. We're going to take these 2 things out. We're going to leave that there for a second. And we're going to go ahead and align our blueprints that we pre-made, which are pretty tricky to do because you can't put that on the blueprinter. So you got to kind of build it out at the location first, get an idea what you want, then build it on the blueprinter. Then what we can do is go ahead and use this part here to align the blueprint to line it up. Oh, I thought I hit H. Apparently not. H, there we go. To line that up to these foundations here, which I align to the extractor itself. And then I can just go ahead and click that, and that's just going to go ahead and fill in right like that. There we go. And notice that it lined itself. It's already perfectly around here. All we need to do is a little bit of something here. What are you doing? Stop doing whatever you're doing. Open the door. Oh, door goes the other way. There we go. And then we want to go in and connect our power to our extractor. There we go. And then we want to go ahead and get our boosters, our power shards. And I overclock every extractor, everybody. Again, you might as well because this way you're getting your maximum. I don't know why I'm doing that. You're getting your maximum extraction. So we're just going to go like that. And then this is 60 per minute, which means it's most likely just a coarse node. Oh, man, I covered that up really well. Look at that. Yeah, it's an impure node, which means that we're going to get probably a maximum of 2.5 times 60, which is going to be 150. So we'll go ahead and, yeah, 150 right there. There we go. So 150 on those coarse nodes. Normal nodes are going to give you a maximum of 300. And then, of course, your high-end nodes are going to give you 1,200. That's a huge difference, everybody. It's a huge difference between 150 and 1,200 when you're at your maximum extraction. Now, we need some power over here, so we need to go ahead and grab some. There's probably going to be some baddies around here, so we got to keep our eyes out. Whenever you see, like, something you can pick up, there's usually a baddie nearby. All right, we want to backchain some power over here. Now, what we want to do is actually use our station here as our actual power connection so that we can then, we know that that power is being run directly from the station and not from one of these power lines in case I take the power line out. And then it would cause my power to go off. So you can see that I have one running down here from the station over here and then out to here. So I'm just going to run this along this edge. So I can run this one to the extractors. You can also put this on its own circuit so you can turn everything else off and leave this on because eventually this is going to be my power production. And so when you have that kind of power production running, you'll want to make sure to have them on different grids. And we'll just run this right underneath there. Very nice. And then we can go ahead and run it under this way. Yeah, let's run it on the inside here. Yeah, and use our existing structures. Why not? Hides those cables underneath there and looks amazing. Okay. Now is when we want to go ahead and pull out one of our big old things. I could just use a regular one, but I think it's cool to use these things when they're most useful. Right there. And then I'm clicking this. By the way, I'm pressing 1 on my quick bar down here, which is my electric pole. And then grabbing this, and then we're going to run this right down right there. We're not going to run it that way. We're going to run it here, which is the input of the switch. And then we're going to go ahead and go to the switch here, which is already on. And we've got we need power coming in from the A side, and then going out of the B side. Now I don't see it going, so that's making me a little nervous. Like this is actually not connected across to this side. So we'll go ahead and do that. See what happens. Yeah, I'm not getting any power anywhere. Okay, hold on. We'll take this out, which will cut that connection. And so we'll go here. I don't think I actually got it. I think it put it into the pole. And that's why you want to double check all that. Put it in the pole and not in the thing. There we go. Again, only using around 1,300 power, or 13,000 power. Out of a total capacity of 21,000. Out of all the stuff you saw me do today and all the stuff I've done in the past, that's it, everybody. I think that's the most impressive thing ever. Using very little power, you can do all the things in the entire game if you want. All right, there we go. It started up my crude oil. It's off and running, doing its thing. Now we want to figure out how far we want to run this back because we got another oil over there, and then we have another one also in that direction over there. So we want to go ahead and run these this way. And then we're going to kind of line these up through here. Let's go see where this other one is. Oh, it's right there. What's up, little lizard doggos? I guess we could run it right by here, but we got a little elevation problem when we get over there. And of course, I put that power pole right in the way. Classic. Let's go. Look out, lizard doggos. Hey, you're the way of my building. Don't make me do it. Good boy. I'm not shooting no lizard doggos, everybody. That's not nice. Now, I might yeet them. I'm not going to shoot them. All right. Need some foundations. Where the heck are my foundations? Yeah. Rampy ramp. Now, this I will use a 2-meter ramp. Because that's what I need. Right there. And then through there. Kind of feel like I could use actually less of a ramp. A little bit less on that second one. We'll use a 1 meter on the second one. See if we can get away with that. Oh, that is a whole lot of perfection. Tree displacement tool. I get both of those at once. I knew I was going to put that right in the way. Doesn't matter where I put it, everybody. It's going to be in the way. All right. Run that down there. Run the top part of this. Oop, nope. The bottom part. Nope. Right here. Nope. Stop doing that. Small one. Yeah, there we go. Under there. Then we just take this out and we'll cut the lines. There we go. All right. So we want to get this to run back across here. And so we'll make a little bridge here. Something like that. Okay. Actually, we just come down less to accommodate this other side. Something like that. Then we'll go ahead and put... God, it keeps scrolling me down. That's annoying. Just realized it's doing that. This way. I'll bring this out. Maybe another 2 ramp here. No, 1. There we go. Okay, so that's going to bring that in from that side, and then this is running out up there. That is not the right thing. That is totally the wrong blueprint. That was my bad. Wrong blueprint. Must have clicked the wrong one. Extractor, mega oil. Because it should have pipes in the front and not those connectors. But the great thing about blueprints is you can take them out and put them back in. Just like that. Yeah, because I was wondering why this door was opening weird. Come on, door. Don't have to have power. It should just automatically do it. There we go. And then grab the connection again. Put that in there. Notice I didn't take the thing out, so I don't have to redo that. There we go. We should see our pipes here. Okay, so we're going to get these ones over here, and we're going to run them over here. So we got 2 over there to here. This one, again, is going to be 150 maxed. Right over here. Very nice. And then we're going to make this small little connection in here that we need to do. I probably should have picked up the thing from the outside. Middle mouse button that. And go in here and make this connection to connect the pipe to the extractor. There we go. Put my little thing away. Do not need the other junctions, though I could probably use those as a login, but I'll just take all that out. Don't need this, don't need this. Actually, I could take all this out. Just make it one nice clean pipe like that. There we go. And then we have our stuff here. We could have that run across, and I could have used that junction, but kind of feel like I want to use the junction over here. They're also going to make other junctions, by the way. I saw that in 1.2 as well. That they're going to have a 3-sided junction instead of a 4-sided junction. That's cool. I could definitely use that. Now, you might notice that these are on 2 separate grids. Well, this one's actually on the world grid, and this one is on its own grid, right? It's on the actual node grid, which isn't easy to do, unless you know my trick. But what we're going to do is just go ahead, do a little bit of this. Then we're going to go in and change this to a nice asphalt, like this, to match all that other stuff. And that's pretty good. Now, I can try to fine-tune it a little bit more, but I kind of like that. That's good enough. Then we want to go in here, and we want to work a bit with our line runs. So we're just going to go ahead and put this here, and we're going to go 3 high, because we're going to have 3 lines. And then we'll go right here with 3 high as well. And then we're going to run this right over here. Oh, let's color this in before we put a whole bunch of these in. Makes it easier to color if you don't have the pipes in the way. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and middle mouse button that. I'm just going to go into the first one. Just going to go right over there. All right, first one in. Now let's go do the same thing over here. And you can just use the world grid. It's really your personal preference, everybody. You don't have to do it the way I'm doing it. You do you. You do what you want to do. All right, how's that looking? Yeah, it looks good. All right, we're going to just keep the same angle on both of these. So we're going to run and do the other one. So I know that the extractors are pointing in the same direction, that they're fairly parallel. And then we're just going to do my little trick here. Metal beam, control, middle mouse button, forward until you make sure it's nice and straight. Get to the side of it, left click, go here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 7 meters if you're looking at the thing down there. And then we take our foundation. We take this out. We take this out. We run it back like so. We then put this back in so that it's now on top of the foundations. And you can just RP that you cut a hole through the foundations. You do you. And then we're going to take these out. Then we'll take this and we will line this up. Hope you don't mind I go a little faster because you already seen me do this. So I'm just going to speed up. I hope you don't mind. If you do have any questions or comments, feel free to let me know in the chat. Feel free to let me know. What's up, Jobson? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I'll see you there. Thanks for chilling in the channel. Hopefully you're doing good. All right, looking good. And then same thing over here. We want to move one of these big boys. Grab it from the top here. And we're going to put it right over here on the side that is our input side. Turn our ladder around so I can climb up the ladder if I want. Get it glowing over there. All right, got the power now. We can go ahead and take all this stuff out. Like so. Again, this is for when they're right next to each other. I can junction them and can combine them. But since I'm not doing that, I just take that part out. And then we want to make sure that we have our power running into our A side and out our B side into our pumps here. That's going there. I kind of feel like this, I need to fix this thing. For some reason it seems like it's not working. Oh, I don't have it turned on. Probably why. Yeah, it's going to be super helpful to turn it on. There we go. Now I got to fix this. I got to take this out so that it doesn't have a dual connection for no reason. There we go. Got to flip the switch. Super helpful if you do. Okay, up here we got to plug in the extractor. Overclock the heck out of this extractor. This is a 120, which means it's going to be 300 max. There we go. So this is going to be a 300. Nice, nice. Right there. And that'll come into play here in a moment. And that will go there. And we're going to try to run it across over that way. This one we're just going to run on the low side until we get over here where we can cross over to there. So let's say, wonder if that's going to be far enough. I guess we'll find out. Let's go ahead and go here. This one's only going to be too high. And this one's going to go here. And then it's going to rise up to this one. Oh, look at that. So close! So close, but no. And we'll go ahead and bring this all the way out to cross match that. Take this out in case we just want to run across that. We'll go ahead and, better idea is to offset this like this. Or like that. Nice. Okay. Then this one back a little bit. All right, might as well just put in the rest of these connections while I'm at it. Very nice, and we'll color this in our carbon steel. All the rest of that is good enough, and we'll probably cross this way. So we'll just run this already there, and run this up to there. All right, very nice. And then now we're ready to work on this one. Again, when you have blueprints, everybody, this stuff goes real fast, as you can see. Again, when you got them all lined up, you know how to do your extractors. Oh, see how sometimes it turns around the other way? That is a little frustrating sometimes, but you do what you got to do. Yeah. So now I got to rotate it the other way and try to get it to work there. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes a little sketchy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 7 meters. Let's hit 6 every time it tries to do 8. Alright, take all this out. Or actually, I can bring my power over. Set it right there. And I can float up. There we go. Oh, I forgot to put my extractor in. Gotta put my extractor in. That's going to be super useful. Just rinsing and repeating, everybody. Using my blueprints to build out these extractors. It's already a whole bunch of pre-built stuff, which makes my job nice and easy. I've already preset all that up. And then made this so we can just take that out if we need to, or we could use it if we need to. Knock that back in there. Throw this power down into the A side, which is the input side. Actually flip the switch this time. There we go. Make sure that our stuff is connected. It doesn't look like it's connected. It's red. I feel like I gotta fix that in my blueprint. Seems wrong. That one's gonna be 150 as well. It's like this part right here is not connected to this part somehow. Probably when I was doing the blueprint, I was taking it in and out, and I had caused that connection to disappear. We need to fix that. This is a course node here. I can tell you already it's going to be 150. We can go in and double check. Right there, 150. Okay. Good stuff, good stuff. All right, now here's the good news about this, is that since this is 150, and our other one is 150 over there, we can just go ahead and combine those together. So what we're going to do is we're going to run it over here, like so. Maybe I should have ran this one on the top one. That's exactly what I should have done. Should have ran that one on the top one over here, but that's okay. We can just merge it right here. Again, since it's 150 and it's running out of there, we want to definitely make sure, open this one. This one have the same problem. Oh, I got that connected wrong. I got that connected wrong. Let's actually use these foundations to run this underneath and then flip this on. See, I saw that red light, which is telling me it's not working. All right, there we go. Now all that power is on. This will come on. Let's make sure that we do have our things. Okay. Now we want this to come over here and want to merge into this line because this is 150 and I do all my lines at 300. I do not do 600. 600 is just going to cause you all sorts of issues that it'll be a waste of your time to even work with. I think, but you can try if you want. You do you. Me, I'm just going to combine these together until they all equal 300. Now this other one's already 300, so I don't need to worry about it. That one's just going to go here, or I'll split them also if I need. Like if one's 600 or 1200, I'll take 1200 and from a extraction node. This does not go to 1200, it goes to 600. But if you overclock the extraction nodes, like say iron, that'll go to 1200. And I'll bring the 1200 out and typically split it and work with those things individually. It's not a big a deal with the what are those things? Conveyor belts. It's a big deal when it comes to pipes. The pipes, they still need to do a bunch of work on the pipes because they are funky as can be in a lot of situations. But we just want to combine these two together. Then we have 2 lines of 300. And basically that's going to make that way easier. Is a number the amount of flow? Yes, that's how much oil is coming out of there. Now normally it would be 60, but because I have it overclocked, and I overclocked all my extraction because it's the best way to do that, it's the best use of your overclocking, most of the time, unless you're really far in a sequence. If you're really far in a sequence and you overclock like the end item, well, guess what? You just doubled everything that was before that is 2 because you're using less amount, right? Especially if you're using your summer sloops. Using a less amount all the way back, and then you're overclocking, which means it's producing that faster. You can run in all your base resources faster. It's really awesome. Again, if you think in terms of that. But I always overclock because whatever the extra power it costs me to run this, it actually is going to produce way more power than it actually costs me to overclock it, right? So especially when you have a pure node. When you have a pure node that's 600 instead of your standard 240. So that's a lot. That's 3 times as much roughly. And you're going to have a little bit of overhead of that additional power cost, but it's worth it every single time. Every single time, every single extractor, every single oil extractor or regular resource extractor is worth overclocking. Also, less of your time. That means you got to run less lines, you run less stuff because you're just getting 3 times the amount from one extraction, so you don't have to go get 2 other nodes. So you just get that one node, less line runs, less running, and your time is your most valuable thing. So make sure to use that wisely, everybody. Wisely. Okay, so this should be filling up. Looks good. Got the power in there. Our pump has power. Yes, yes, yes. It's all yes here. Okay, now we got all those done. That was it. Bam, done. We're out of here. We're going to take all this oil. We're going to run it to our trains. What up, Double Fred? All right, the first thing I'm going to do is figure out what my max distance is here. It is right there. Okay, then we're going to middle mouse button that over there so we pick up the coloring of that one and run it up by 2. Then we're going to middle mouse button that there so it keeps that coloring as well. Does this weird coloring thing when you middle mouse button. See, it'll keep the orange when it's not supposed to be orange. Like that. See, if I go and I take that out and then I put the line in like this and then I color it, you can see that this is black, right? So why is it, what the heck? If I pick that one up and then I run that one, even though I picked it up from this one, which should be in this black color, it picks it up in orange. So that's like a game bug. At least it feels like a bug to me. I don't know, unless you're trying to do that. If you log out, log back in, sometimes it fixes that stuff, but I don't worry about it. All right, we'll just go right here since this is where our transition is anyway. I'm just, again, middle mouse buttoning it, so I'm picking up the color and the item at the same time. Like so. Almost there. And then pick this up so we can see how far we're going. Right to there. And I could count the foundations, because it is very consistent, and the offset of how many foundations. Sometimes a little awkward. Nope, a little too far. Ever so slightly. Fred's like, you're doing a good job. Keep bringing that oil in. That's Fred right there. All right. He's very impressed. Like, I'm so impressed, Kismet. In fact, I'm so impressed I'm going to get in your way. He's always in my way. Fred, I'm working here, bro. Do you mind? Could you take 5? Oh, that's too far. You're throwing me off. Throwing me off. Loves to do 3 of those instead of just 2. All right, he's out of the way now. Let's go. Okay, we got to run some lines here, so we're going to need to redo a bit of this, and that's okay. That one's going to be 1. This one's going to be 2, and this one's going to be 3. Notice this one over here is 600, everybody. So this one here at the bottom actually gets split later down the chain and down over there. Why is this not in black? Not sure. Okay, actually we're going to replace that, so we don't even need that. We're going to replace all of this. think they should have a function called everything but. And when you're taking stuff out, it should take out everything but the foundations, because the foundations are the things you normally leave in. Okay, so we'll go ahead and readjust that later. Now we just want to do some line runs. Run all three of these. Instead of doing the math, I just run it, and then I know exactly where to put it. Just like that. And I already know where I'm going to put this one, so I can adjust these. Right there. That one back in there. And then these two are going to run right under here. Now you see this one comes down, this 600, and it splits 300 this way and 300 that way. So it's split into two separate 300s so that it's easier to load it into the trains. And then we're going to take this bottom one and we're going to run it to the far side. We're going to take this first and we're going to run it, let's say, right here. Sure it's nice and lined up. How is that? I don't think that's center. It's a little... Oh, it is center. Okay. Awesome. Shall we go here? And then this one is... Where is that at? Right there. So we'll go... Let's go back a little bit more. And two. Okay, so this one's going to go here. That one's going to go there. This one's going to go to there. And then what I'm going to do is basically just run it up from underneath. So I don't even need the end cap like this. I can just go ahead and push that straight up into both of those. Again, that'll split those as well. So it goes 300 and then this 150, 150. Again, diminishing. And look, it's already pumping it in there. Nice. Then this one, same thing. Very easy. Just take this and run that right up underneath there. Take those end caps that are unnecessary off. Like that. And that's going to start flowing in there as well. All right. We got all those done. Let's backtrack and make sure to look at our head lifts. See, look, Fred already knows. He's like, Kismet, over here, check your head lift. I'm on it, buddy. Thanks. 31.9, looking good. Man, there's a lot of Freds around. Whee! Freds are roaming around out here. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Gotta come over here, check my pumps. Oh, barely. Barely any. And you can see it's flowing, so that's good. Stay in the flow. 1.3. All right, that's easy. And then way back here, around 13. All right, those are more than enough on those pumps. Again, you can try to get that number real perfect or whatnot. I don't bother. I just make sure it's working. Let it run. Meep, meep, coming by. Meow. And now those are filling that up. By the way, that train's already running. So as it's filled up, it'll come and it'll grab that oil as well on the next canisters. Now what we want to do is just to double check, we will go look at the canisters themselves. This one here is the one we had already done. This is the bottom one. Then we just did these. We want to see that we have some oil in those, which is true. And then in here and there. And again, that's still from that bottom one. Both of these are from the bottom one. Now the new ones we did are these. We can see we got a little crude oil there. And nothing up here yet until those other ones fill. And then we're going to fill this. This is filling. That's good. This over here filling. Bottom one looking good. And then the top one. Now, because I've already started the trains going, it won't be completely filled by the train time the train comes back. But that's okay because the more it cycles, eventually that will fill up. Because again, I'm not really using the oil now. I'm just backlogging it. And then eventually I will actually use the oil. And you can still see that we have some connections here that we haven't used. We have about 3 of them here. And it just so happens that we have some more oil that we got to run over here. Let's see. Those suckers are way over there, over here. We got here an impure, so those are going to combine, and a normal. So yeah, 2 300s and a 1 300, or 2 150s and a 300. So combine those together, go here, run it over this way. We've got 3 more over there. Did I count this wrong? Did I not count those? Oh boy, I might not have counted those. Yeah, because based on what I see here, we've only got 3 left. Maybe one of these is a 150 and I can't remember. Take that end cap off, unnecessary. So you got this extractor, which is 600, doing these 2. Then you have this one, which is an impure. Oh yeah, so that's a 150. And then over here we have a normal, an impure, an impure. So yeah, that's the extra one. So this is going to be 2 over here, and this is going to be 2 over here. So that's going to be 4. So yeah, I think I might have miscounted, because we should have 4 left over, and we have 3. Oh, we got to make some train station modifications. Yep, should have figured that out. But then this one's 150 here. So I probably did it by the math and not by the actual line runs themselves. So these 2 are running here. So that's 3 on this side. This is 3 on this side, counting this one, right? So 1, 2, 3. Then this one is an impure, a normal, an impure. This is 2 here. So 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Huh. Yeah. I missed. I was off count by 1. And that's going to cause me to have to make some adjustments. Let's see. I can adjust it to the front or to the back. Depends on how we got our angles here. Probably would adjust it to the back if that's going to be easier. Yeah, it does look like that's going to be tough. But I can just move this downward angle in there. Let's just do it. Let's just get her done. And then I'll have to go to the other one and do the same, or I might have to rework that whole side. But again, you make a mistake, everybody, just take care of it. Just fix it. And we need 1 more there. Just take care of it. Then we're going to need to rework our blueprint here on our entrance, which is 2 this way. Always trying to trip me up, this thing. And then page down, control page up. Do a bit of that. And we definitely got some work to do here. Okay. So we want to take out what? We'll take out this. I'll get rid of that, and then we just leave the rest of that. That looks fine. We just have to rework these connection lines. That's not going to be far enough. So we'll want to... Lost power there. Why did this side lose power? Oh, because I'm just too far away. Okay, so this will go down and connect around there. Just widen it a little bit. Like that. Oh, no, that's not right. Try to keep it straight. There we go. Okay, we got that fixed. Okay, we added another one here. That was my bad. My bad. I miscounted, apparently. Because we're going to need a fourth one when we go to do this next part. So we're going to take this out. Oh, this thing's going to be in my way. Can I blast it? Blast it! I can. Awesome. Extend this out. Take this one out. There we go. Pick this up. It's okay. We can just fix a bunch of these lines at the end. Blueprint mode so I can see. No, it's not letting me see the other one. Not letting me see the outline of that one, but we'll just eyeball it. Looks good, and then this should be in the center this way. Like that. Alright, gotta rework some of these pipes. Okay, that one's fine. Okay, so we got that. That one's set to load. Got all that in there. All right, we got to rework how we're doing these pipes here. So this one is actually going to go across to here. This one is out. That's out. This is out. This one's going to back up to this one. Going to run that up into there. This one's going to back up by one. And this one's going to run up into here. There we go. That one's up to there. That one's up to there. This should actually have this running to there. But we don't want to do that. We want to do a straight one there. Just so we can do this. Up in there. Looks good. Take this out. Take this out. Run that one to the bottom one. All right, so we added one to the end. We added a thing. Now the thing is, I now have to add a train car here too, so I really need to stop this train. Right here, I'm going to turn off self-driving. We're going to let it finish loading. But now we have to add another train here, and also we need to adjust our block signal in case we have other trains in the future come along. Oh, we already have a block signal back there. Awesome. So this block signal here is redundant. We're going to take that out because I did extend the train. So we need to take out this and put this at the back. There we go. And then add another one there. Okay. And then on the other end, we have to do the same thing. The backmost one, we need to put that in. What I'll most likely do is take the whole station out. And then put the station back in again and just offset it forward again to accommodate that extra station. Again, you make a mistake, just keep on keeping on, everybody. Okay, turn self-driving back on again. Oh, I got to set the timetable. Oh, now it's just called train again. It changed the name of my train. Let's go up here and just double check the name of this. I think it's called Reef Oil. It is. Okay. Change my train. Oh, that one back there is just called train. Oh, okay. I don't want to do that one. All right, this one here. Save changes. Turn on self-driving. Let's see if it's all connected. Nope. Gotta grab this train before it gets too far. Actually, I'll just leave the train here. So what happened is I swapped that stuff around and it disconnected the trains from each other. So we have 4 trains in the back here. And this is if you have more than 4 cars, you need to add more locomotives. And I always add an extra one just to be sure. Again, never hurts if you have unlimited resources like me. All right, let's get these actually to connect in here this time. 1. See how it's turning it the wrong way? 2. Just to troll me. 3. 4. I think it would automatically orient based on the one in front of it. Okay, so that should have been a dead giveaway that it wasn't, all the trains weren't connected together because it was called train and it was not called the reef train. All right, off you go, train. Again, it's going to have an issue on the other side, but we'll deal with that in a minute. We want to just make sure that we now have 4 empty slots. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Okay. Cool. Again, we're just trying to get all this in here. All of the oil from all of this spot over here. And so this is going to be 2. So 1 there, and then these 2 together is going to be 2. And then this is going to be an impure and an impure. We'll combine those, and then this one, and then that will be 2 more. So that'll be a total of 4. So that's much better. Okay. So we know we need 12 train cars. And again, we'll have to rework the station on the other side, but it won't be that big a deal. We can take care of it. No biggie. We know exactly how to build it now. We already have all of our switching already set up, so we're good. We'll lose all the oil, though. When you take this stuff out and you put it back in again, you lose all the oil, but it doesn't matter because, again, I'm not using it yet, right? I'm just backlogging it while I'm working on collecting all the oil. All right, speaking of working on collecting the oil, let's go over here. This is going to be a pretty big run, but we're going to get it done. Oh, we got to reconnect these, too. That's going to be super helpful. Oh, I'm going to bring this back. Nope. All right, let that backlog as well. Okay, now we're going out here. Get this oil, make sure I'm going the right direction. Yep, way over there. Also ping this oil while we're at it. That way. Oh, I see it. Right through there. I'm running the power so I can float above all this stuff. All right, look at this easy mode one. Just fly over here and grab it. Dude can't even see me. You can't see me, neener, neener, neener. All right. He's gonna still try to get me though. Don't do it. If you do it, I'm gonna shoot you. Okay, so we got the oil there, and where's our other oil ones? This one, and then those ones are that way. Really? That's interesting. Interesting, I came through here with some poles too and didn't even realize there was some oil there. Alright, let's go see where these other oil ones are. This is one of the greatest ways to move around. You can also use the small poles as well, which is normally what I do. You can see I've been through here because I have all the poles before I had the big ones. Oh yeah, right here. I don't think I've ever bothered to come up and get these ones here. Ah, good. See, we leave some fun things. One over there, one right here. So we'll run this one kind of like, looks like we'll go to here. Are these both the impure nodes in the back here? That would make it easy if we did. Yes, okay, I can run this one to this one, combine that into a single one, and then run the dual lines across there. All right, let's get to it. Let's stop talking about it and actually do it. Put this off to the side. And let's go. Let's see, production, oil extraction. Aim it that way, do all the things that we've just done a whole bunch of times. Sure it's straight. Sometimes you don't know because it's kind of hard to see at an angle. Again, this is 7 meters, so I don't even need to count it. Take these out. So there, and then there, and there. And oil extractor back in again. Foundation's out. Again, you see I have the process of this down. And just like, you know, it's the same process each time. And that's what you want to set up. A very consistent process so you can do this stuff nice and easy. Especially when you've been playing for a little bit. See, sometimes if I come back to it, it's like, what was I doing kind of thing. But once you got it down, you got it down. You know, once you have the steps going. And I know I got to cross this over because that's not working for some reason. But we'll do that. And then connect this in here. That'll start this up. We'll overclock this. And that's going to be 150. We'll change our label to 150 in case one day we don't remember in the future. Right there. Don't need these side pumps. Take all that out. Take this and this out. Take this and run that to there. Now we got our pumps working. You can see it starts to expand there as well. Let's see how well this runs. Well, it doesn't run too bad, but we got a bit of dirt there. So I kind of feel like we'll just bring it up just a little bit. Much nicer. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know in the chat. I'm just going to be cooking now. I hope you don't mind. Because we got lots to do. And we are making some great progress today. Yeah, 6 hours. Yes. I already got some rest in, so I'm good for now. We'll just bring this all the way to here. And again, just get that flowing. Oh, too far. Missed it. By that much. Oh no, that was right. I thought it was right. I was taking a guesstimate of how far that was. Alright, blue guy, if you're going to be right here, I'm just going to grab you then. And then I'm going to put you in the dimensional depot so you don't get lost. Look at all this stuff building up in here. Tons and tons of stuff. What else can we put in there? That one? Okay. Put this one. That one too. Okay. I think I'm full of these other things. Yeah, full of those. I'm full of it. Full of all that stuff. Alright, then this one is going to aim in that direction. We're probably going to move this power pole. Let's just do it now. Okay. Same thing. Oil extractor in the direction you want it to go. Get on the ground level so I'm not floating while I'm doing this. Really awkward to do this while you're floating, so that's why I get on the ground level. this part is better when you're floating. Again, this part here in the back is to align the blueprint. Look how perfect that's aligned, everybody. Look at that. Perfectly on 2 foundations. It's actually a thing of beauty. It's a thing of beauty how perfectly that's aligned. You're like, Kismet, how'd you figure that out? Trial and error. Ain't nobody told me that one. I'm the only one who does that, by the way. I've never seen anybody else do it before I did it. I figured it out a long time ago, and it is awesome. Not a lot of people do it because they just use the world grid. You can do whatever you want. You do you. Me, I like to align it to the actual thing so it can be perfectly enclosed in there because that's awesome. And I do a lot of things because it's purely because it's awesome. Like a dish. And then take that out of there. We'll do all of our power systems. Here, we'll throw the switch. There. I could have probably made that where that automatically has a switch already thrown in the blueprint. Then this over here, and then connections up here. And overclocking. Overclock, overclock, overclock. That's going to give us our 150. Our 150. And then over here, we are going to go ahead. Come on, give me that. I'm going to go and put this. I don't think that's going to go right in the ground. Yep. I didn't think that was going to work. A little bit up. See how we like that. Oh, I like that a lot better. Okay. I'll probably just run the rest of this through this terrain. Again, we're going over that way, so we'll probably just snake it through the terrain on its own without having to do foundations. But we'll go ahead and run some foundations over here just so it'll make it easy for us to combine these. Right over here. And then we will run that up into there. Then we'll go ahead and... Now, you don't want to do it before the pump. You want to do it after the pump, which is like right here. You want to go ahead and run that so it's after the pump, so the pump will push it forward like that instead of it backlogging into there. And so now we have both of those going. You make sure you look at the separation there, good. And then onward. And again, that's 150 and 150, which equals 300. And I usually max mine out around 300. All right, so just to make this nice and clean, we got to rename that label up there. Redo the label. And then this is here. And this is 150. And there we go. Again, 150, 150, 300. All right, got it going on. And then we're going to just run this through the wild, everybody. Again, it's just one line. I'm going to run it through the wild just like this. No big deal. We're just running along this like a little path we have here. And then we have another one out here, which we're going to combine it with. I think it's over here somewhere. Where the heck did it go? Right there. Wow, that was perfect. And then we'll just run it back there. Now, we're not going to actually physically combine the lines, but we're going to combine the line runs. Oh, there's a rock in my way. Rock must be destroyed. Boom. There we go. That works. And then we got to get rid of Batty here. He's just going to be in the way. Snooze you lose, bro. I like how you're in my way now. I'm trying to put my thing down. Shouldn't have killed him right there, because now he's going to be in the way of my extractor. I wonder if I can push him. Can't push him. If I had a blasting thing, I could blast him back. Wonder if I could use my... Nope. He's in my way. That's okay. While he's doing that, I'll figure out how I'm going to run these other lines. Come back once he disappears. Feel like I'll go ahead and run it right through there. Again, you'll see me not use... yeah, there he goes. Not use actual foundations to run those, because it's unnecessary to run those foundations through there. You can just run the pipelines, because I'm not going to be running back and forth over here. Okay, another oil extractor over here, aiming in the direction we want that to go. Doing all the things that we like to do. Almost got this side done. It's going to be two. All right, and then taking out all the things over here. And doing all the things like flippity switch. Connect the power. Again, man, you got to go in that blueprint and just fix that part there and just have that turned on by default. We're going to do that next. We'll have to keep doing that over and over. We still got some more oil ones to go. Take this, connect it from in here to there. Go in here, get this baby fired up and overclocked. Oops. Another one. Get in there. And you're like, Kismet, how do you have so many of those? Well, you can actually amplify them. Before you convert those in your constructor, you want to put your summer sloops in there so it makes twice as many. And then if you collect 40 worth, then boom, now you're getting 80. If you collect 500 worth, guess what? You're getting 1,000. So it exponentially goes higher and higher when you're doubling stuff, everybody. When you're doubling is one of the greatest things in any game and also in real life. Doubling and then doubling again and so on and so forth. That's some good stuff. You want to do a lot of that if you can. All right, there we go. And then we'll take this bad boy, and we might as well just run it out here so we're not doing anything too awkward. That should then start that up. That should start working. We've got our other line back here that we're just going to run right to there, and then connect in here. All right, that should start up. Let's just make sure. Reload my weapon. And that is up. That's 300. Okay, so now we know both of these are 300, and they'll go in their own separate train car. Now we got to do is just run them to the thing. Yeah, nothing else we need to do over here. Make sure that power is still running there, though. And we can see that if this starts to separate, we know that all that's working behind there as well. Oh, we should just check max distance. First, like this. Right about here. Again, use my middle mouse button to pick stuff up so I don't have to do it twice. Oh, should have done the top one first. So I don't have to do it twice. Okay, where are we going? Over that way. Probably want to cross over here, though, so we don't have to run in the water. So let's say right there. Yeah, this is a pretty long line run, too. We got another long one on the other side. But we'll get it done. This takes a little bit. I keep doing the bottom one first. Do the top one first, then the bottom one. Much easier. All right, let's see if we can get this gap across this part here. We're going to put it in the water. We're going to put it in the water. We're going to put it in the water. We might as well go this way. And this is all shallows in here. So if it's got shallows, we might as well take it directly. Here's the lines right there. So we could go through this line and get up on top of these lines and add more stackers and then just run along those lines. I'm trying to see where I have my stackers. I should probably reverse engineer it, go back the other way. By the way, if you are running out of power, just hold down the space bar so that you just float down instead of just dropping like a rock. It will help a lot. Only works if you're flying too. Okay, there's our connectors there. So So what we want to do is do this, accommodate these other ones, and then we want to get a kind of clear view through here. Let's say right there. That's probably a little far, but we'll see what we got. Yeah, a little far there. All right, awesome. I already forgot where I was going. That way. Hey, bird's eye view really helps. Coming through here, going right across the edge of this thing here. Oops, I'm getting in the water. If you're swimming, it won't let you build. Keep that in mind. Say about right there. I try to go max distance so it's all one long pipe each time. Keep doing the bottom one first. And then what I do is I'll put this on here just to see how far I need to go before I put this thing down. Just kind of a way of measuring it. Say right there. You can just try it and eyeball it and whatnot. I typically like to measure it first and then run it. That's just me. I remember to do the top one first. It's easier if you do the top one first, then do the bottom one. I find. Got ourselves a little guy over here. Probably just want to shoot it because it's just going to be a pain here in a second. We'll get our little glowy guy here. There we go. Because when you're doing this, all of a sudden you'll just turn around. A bunch of little bees will be in your face. Yeah, I like this how it's running across the island here. That's nice. Yeah, so you work one way and then you work back the other way, and it usually turns out much better. Just so you can work your way through all of this stuff. Okay, this is going to go directly out into the water. So let's say here. It'll be a little deeper there, so we're gonna do that. Man, we're making some big strides in the stream today, everybody. Seriously doubt that's gonna reach all that way. But you know what? Let's give it a shot. And that's a bit of deeper water there, so I can't craft when I'm in there. No, way too far. That's okay. We'll just split the difference. Right there. Another great trick, you can climb up on the side. These are actual ladders up here. Or I can just float, one or the other. You can climb up those ladders and use those ladders as well. Alright, now we're going to see that start to pump through there, and that's it, GG's. Got that done. Hold down the spacebar so I don't fall. Find my weapon. Climb up on the thing. And it's not letting me climb up today. There we go. Get up on them pipes. There we go. What's up, Fred Rooney? Boing, boing. You jump on the back of me, it makes you bounce. It's funny. Funny stuff. Lizard doggo! Let's go. 2 more. Frankly, we just do this a couple times. See how we just integrated it in with the thing we already have? Makes it so much easier. Do the bottom one first in this case. I'm up above. If I'm down below, you want to do the top one. If you're above, you want to do the bottom one. And often I'm already above, so that's why sometimes I do it backwards. Okay, probably not going to go that far, because we need to get this to go right through here. Feel like we're going to do H and then Control and a little nudge. I feel like that's pretty good. Let's see how that looks. Let's see how that works out. It's separating. That means the oil is making its way to us. All right. Now we want to run this down. Oh, we got a problem there. All right, run it out a little bit. Just to go around that. See if we can get away with that. And we want to run this down first. Running this underneath here, and then I gotta dip it out just a little bit here because it's going by these other pipes. A little bit more. Hit H, and then you can nudge it inside the other one, and then just nudge it over just a little bit. Oops, took that other pipe out. Oopsie. Get over there. We'll get this. It'll still work, everybody, but again, I try not to make my stuff clip. Make it nice and organized running through there. Very nice. And then, again, here. Again, I'm putting these close together so I can control them going around these other pipes. And then, right here, go there and there. Why you gotta make it awkward? Why you gotta make it awkward, bro? Yeah, see, the further down it is, the more it has a tendency to do this elbow. On this one, it's not doing the elbow. I could go in and move this forward and really work on that elbow, but I think it's fine. We see that's pumping in there, looking good, all that good. Don't need the cap here. That's all beautiful. Okay, and that's going to go all the way up. Now, we definitely want to run back and just double check all of that because you don't want to come over here and realize that it's not pumping enough oil. You can also see what the flow is. Right now it's 600 because it has a bunch of backlog, and that's the size of the pipe. But it's really running at 300 and 300. This one's running at 600 until it gets up there and it splits. We're just going to backlog. I'll put one of these over here. Just so when we're moving through here, we can go right through the middle of this. We'll create a redundant run there. It's all looking good, running it through the middle of this thing over here. Reload my weapon while I'm going. Both of these look awesome. It's all good. Check the old head lift. Barely any head lift. Really? That seems pretty low. Pretty low. I don't think it's kicked in yet. Yeah, there it goes. Now the head lift is going up. That seems pretty low. It should definitely be much higher than that. Should be about 10. Let that run. We'll check it on the way back too. Sometimes you gotta let it get up to speed. We're doing on time, looking good. God, how many hours have gone by again? Oh my God, another 2 hours and 20 minutes have gone by. Right? How much went by? God, I don't even know. I don't even know. Or was it just 2 hours? Or was it just an hour? I don't know. Which time has gone by? I don't remember the last time I took a break. I might need to take another one. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So let's get all this working first. So this is looking good. Check our head lift on our pump. Definitely not. That's not the right number. Come on. That's because it hasn't filled all the pipes yet. When it fills all those pipes, then we'll get a more accurate number. Yeah, it's going to take a minute for that to do it. It should be around 10 because that's how far I'm moving it up to go into the storages. And most of this is actually downflowing too. So this is actually higher than the output on that side. So it actually has a downflow, which gives you a positive flow, right? So that does help you with your head lift. One of the best things I ever did was I went and distracted the water at the top of the desert, and I ran it down, and I didn't need any pumps because I was just running it down, and it's going to naturally flow downward because of gravity. So awesome sauce. Plus, we're using 2 pumps on this line as well. Really, the one that's pumping the most is this one here in the back. Let's see what we got. Yeah, looks good. All right. Looks good, looks good. That's all GG's. Smack my head right in there. Do some zip lining for fun. Now, you really want to turn these. If you're doing a lot of zip lining, you want to turn these so you don't have the problem I'm having right here where I'm running into stuff. Whoa, I just missed that one. That I'm running into stuff. But I turn them so the ladders are in such a way that I can go ahead and do it. And I can just jump because I have the hover pack. I can use the hover pack to float past the thing. Going through the trees. And doing the zip line is fun. I could just float because I got my hover pack. I don't really have to. But we're going to go ahead and let this go. Now we're also going to go check the inputs of these to make sure that the containers have oil in it. And then also all the train cars have oils as well. Here we go. All right, so we got oil in there. Yes, up here. Okay, working on its way of backlogging up here. It's going to take a little while before that backlogs. All right, filling that up nicely. Okay, all that's good. Fred, get out of my train station. Now what we're going to do is go ahead and take a moment, hide up here on top. The mobs hopefully don't wipe me out. We got this one more area to go, and then we'll have all the oil on the top part, and there'll be only one more spot that we need to go track down right here and get that oil, and we'll have all the oil in the entire game, which is pretty awesome, I think. I just need to decide where I'm going to run that oil from. I can run it from here, or I can just run it off the end of this one. But this one's coming down at an angle into here, so I could just do a L shape about here. This way I can get all these resources eventually too. And just grab that and run that back. See, when you try to get all the rest of these resources, it's just a matter of adding another station and just running the resources to it. Is what I would do, though you could use the same station. You could run both coal and oil to the same train and do that. So I could also do that. I'd have to extend the train on. But pretty much I like to keep those separate so that the trains are running individually. So if they can get the coal there and bypass all the oil while the oil ones are filling up or whatever, I feel like that's much more efficient. The reason why you don't do it in real life is because of costs. But in the game, you don't have those costs, so it doesn't matter. You can make 50 trains if you want to. Obviously, I'm making a ton of trains. A ton of them. So I feel like that's what I might do. Or I could just do what I'm doing here and just run that line really far. I could run it down to this one. That'd be a really long train line. And I need to bring a train over there anyway. So I'll probably go to this center one here, and then when it comes down and gets about right here, I'll just elbow it right. And we'll have to work our way through the terrain and all of that. But in the meantime, we want to find our train here. See where it's at. Is it by me or is it on its way back? It is. Looks like it's on its way back because I see this one's there. Center oil train. I have a lot of trains running, as you can see. We are looking for... There's our reef oil train. All right, still going to drop stuff in the reef oil drop-off. We got to go to the other side, and we've got to fix the other side so it has that additional thing. So we'll probably have to rework the whole station, but again, that won't take too long. We know what to do. And we should probably just wait for that to come back. Okay, what else can we do while we're waiting? We could... That's kind of far to go by the time that train comes back. Well, we'll start going now, and we get it going. We can get on a train and fix that other side. And we'll go ahead and ping that oil, so it's give me a direction. I need my power. Bring my power forward. All right, which way are we going? Didn't ping this other oil. That way. That's weird. It's not pinging that oil. It did say oil. Yeah. That oil? That's oil. Ah, there we go. Just using it as a guide so I can make my way through the canyons here. Another cool waterfall on the right. Oh, and right here too. So there. Over there. And then there's another one somewhere. I'm looking at this one, which is there. Oh, this one, and then there's one behind this one. Look at this. Cool. In the caverns. Watch out for spiders. Here we go into caverns like this. Watch out for them spideys. Yeah, right there. Alright, we got this. We know what to do. Here we go again. Might as well just get it done. We're going to have all of our oil extracting. Doing its thing. Yeah. Go down. Have this done in no time. Is the subtitle United States cosplay? Is the subtitle? What does that mean? What does that mean? You're saying things that my brain does not comprehend. Always trying to trip me up. There we go. In case somebody starts to get rowdy over there, we'll wipe them out. So I haven't fixed this in our blueprints. Also, it'll be kind of a mute point soon because we'll have already done all of these. Okay, we got that fired up. Keep right-clicking instead of left-clicking. There we go. That is 300. Okay. Yeah, I knew it. Shouldn't the waterfall cancel out the fireballs? I'm just saying. Always somebody trying to get rowdy out there. Okay, now we just want to run this easy mode across here. Then we're going to run it over to here. And I feel like we'll go on the left here. Oop, a little too far. Okay, let's label this. I feel like this one here in the middle is unnecessary. Over there. And this one is 300, I believe. Yep. When it's overclocked. Up here. 300. Nice. Alright, there we go. Got that running. And we have the power really far apart, so you might want to just zip line it. Fun stuff. Okay. Got a rock in the way there. Might want to angle that out just a little bit so that rock's not in the way. So that's what we'll do. Angle it out this way. Check it from the front. 7 meters. Thing, of course, is in the way. It always is. It's up too far as well. Up too far. There we go. All right, take this out. All right, we're gonna fix this blueprint. Let's do it. All right, we're going to turn this on by default. We're going to run our connectors across to here, so we don't have to do that every single time. All right. I think that was it. I guess we could take these side ones out. We're not using those very much, so let's just do that. We just seem to be taking a bunch of those out, because usually if they're right next to each other, I'll connect them like that, but if not, I'll just leave it like that. Sounds good. And I think we good. All right, upgraded those. And then we just save over the one we already have. Now, it won't automatically change all the ones you've already placed, but in the future, it'll then be placed without me having to do that same stuff over and over again. When I place it right here, it'll then just eliminate that need to do that. Take that out, and then we'll go get the same blueprint, but now adjusted. And like this, which we're going to try. Again, it likes to elevate itself a little bit, so watch out for that. And then control page down to go half snap. And there we go. Much better. And connecting our pipe. Connect down our power. Should automatically start. Yeah, see, there we go. Now we don't have to do that each time. Saves us a couple steps over a whole lot of things. That's a lot of steps in the long run. And in there, this one should be 150. Yep. 150 there. And then we got to remember which one's the 150 and which one is the 300. So we're going that way. Kind of feel like we'll just dogleg it. Something like that. We'll just say that this one right here is holding up this corner. Paint the same thing. There we go. Then we're going to be running this together. This is 150. That's 300. This is a impure node. So these two are going to combine when it gets over here. Okay, so what we want to do is probably go up on this one so we can combine it on the top. I'll show you what I mean here. Let's go in and grab our pipeline supports here. We're going to do that, and then since this one is the 150, we'll put it here at the top. And we'll just do auto. There we go. And this one will end up going to the bottom. But that one's already 300, and so it doesn't need to be combined. So it makes it easier if we just do it as is. Do that. Okay. And then when we get over here, we'll just merge the top. Getting so much done today. Almost got all this oil done. Okay, now this one needs to follow this that way. Huh. Can actually go this way instead. Of course, that's going to be in the way. And then we'll just run it on the thing. Move that there. Take this out. Run that. Come on. Run that back to there. Run this one to that one. So yeah, we'll get it out this way. So this actually doesn't want to go this way. It wants to go this other way. We'll say here. And then right there. This don't need to go there. Take all this out. This is where we'll make our junction. Like so. And then a nice straight. There we go. Turn it that way. Then we'll take this out and we'll work on this over here. You can see we're getting some stuff done. Thanks for hanging out. Why merge the 300 if the pipe can handle 600? Ah, that is the great question, Maddock. The problem is that the fluids suck in this game, especially when you're pushing 600s. So what I do is, because I have more than enough, this is all the oil in the entire game, to keep the flow going and so it doesn't hit that cap of 600, which actually is a little bit less than 600. So if you're expecting that 600 throughput, you're not going to get it, because it'll cap down a lot. So what I do is I break it in half and I just add another train and I just run it at 300 and 300, but with 600 pipes, because the reason why I want to run it at 600 pipes is so that it can come out of the storage as much as possible. And I'm going to have a massive backlog of oil, but I'm getting all the oil in the game. So it's not like I'm worried about making it 100% efficient. That is actually a huge waste of time, I think, especially at the scale that I'm doing it. Basically, the reason why I do that is it's more efficient to put it in the train station and more efficient to run it out of the train station with dual inputs and dual outputs, which actually is going to scale down to 150 and 150 running in. But you're never going to hit that 600 cap, which happens all the time, and it can throw your whole entire system off. It can cause your fluids to go up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down, and then your stuff's going on and off and on and off and on and off, and it can be really frustrating, so I don't even bother. Because why? Why spend all that time doing all of that? Unless you want to be 100% efficient, you go ahead. I've done it many, many times, and I can tell you that my most valuable thing is not being 100% efficient, but being, oh wait, I don't need to attach that yet. Get out of there. Is being time efficient. Time efficiency is the best. All right, let's go ahead and put this baby in here. And so that's why I'm not using 600 on the pipes, because it's notoriously has issues. But you can go ahead and do it if you want. If you want to just keep it simple, you do you. Me, I'm going to do me, because I've played for thousands of hours. And I can tell you, fluids are the most difficult thing in the game. But not if you do it my way. My way makes it sweet. Very, very sweet. The way that it works. Right there. You'll see. And again, we're gathering... wrong thing. Need my blueprint. And you can see I got mega blueprints in here, everybody. And I got mega modular blueprints that snap together just like that. All sorts of beautiful. Just goes right around that. Again, built all these blueprints from scratch. And there we go. We're going to go ahead and connect this right in here. We're going to take our power from over there, right in there. This is already turned on. Don't have to turn those on anymore. We fix that in the blueprint, and then give it a little snappy, and then we're going to overclock the heck out of this bad boy. There we go. Like that. And again, we're never going to cap those pipes. Those pipes are going to be beautiful forever, and they're going to constantly flow, and we're not going to hit any limits. Because in real life, the reason why you would not want to do that is cost. But in game, again, you don't have those costs. But it'll still flow through at 600, But what it's going to do first, it's going to fill all the pipes, and then the two are going to combine into 300. It's going to fill all my storages and then backlog all the way back. But the great thing is that when I have my pumps in there, the pumps are going to keep pushing it in the direction I want it to go. All right, these are the last two, and then we'll have all the oil from the top here, and there'll only be a few more nodes that we haven't grabbed, and I think these are over here. So I think this is only a train that needs two. Yeah, a train that needs two connection there. So we'll do a little L shape there, or T shape, grab a train station there, grab all that loot, boom, and we'll have every bit of oil in the game. All right, now this one, we're just going to go ahead again, just run it on the ground in the water, and we're going to have to bring it up a bit, though, to keep it out of the water. You can run it in the water if you want. Me, I just try to run it outside. It's also for my use as well, in case I'm running across the top of the pipes. And I'm not going to bother to measure it now. I'm just going to try to work it around the terrain. And we're going to start with the bottom one. Normally I try to measure it for max distance, but I'm just going to kind of visually guesstimate just to make this go a little faster. If it's too far, it'll let me know. And again, remember you have infinite extraction resources as well. Oh, also great question, by the way. There's 1,000 Kids Cats for the chat for asking good questions. I appreciate you. There you go. Right there and right there. I hear something. Might as well grab it. Okay, more deep water. Let's go. Yeah, some serious deep water through here. How are we looking? Can we get through here? Yes. Run them up. A little too far. Yeah. It's a long line run here. Long run. Check most of that these are widening out. They sure are looking good. Looking good, look good. I'm on 1.1. Not on 1.2 yet. I'm going to wait till they go release because I'm doing a mega playthrough. I'm doing a massive playthrough. So don't want to be playing around and experimental when you're doing very large builds. I think that's just me. Oh, I got to watch this. Let me get this out of my way. Boom, boom. I can go right through there. So I am just running all the oil in the game back to a central mega base, and you can do mega bases, you can do modular bases, you can do spaghetti, you can do all that stuff. And you're like, Kismet, what's spaghetti? What does that mean? That's when you just run your stuff kind of willy-nilly all over the place. You're just like, oh, I need this aluminum to be over here, and then you're like, and you're just running it however, and you're not organizing it on your stands here. You're not organizing it in the most efficient way. And this is a little spaghetti here, but this is actually organized because I'm running it on the thing. I could just be running it on the ground, but this is keeping it organized, and I'm trying to keep it up just a little bit as well. And just trying to ignore all the mobs as well. There we go. Getting there. Look at our train way up there. Nice, nice. And again, eyeballing this pretty good. All right, we'll bring it back down now. To match the lower. Oh, just a little too far. So he spoke too soon. Always how it goes. that we're kind of passing through here. We'll bring it down to its lower level. I love just snaking through it. Now, in my previous playthroughs about it, you'll see that I don't bother to snake stuff through the terrain. I usually build up really high above everything, and then I just bring it all the way up, and then I can just run it straight on a straight, flat platforms. But in this one, I'm showing you how to work your way through different locations and stuff. It's kind of fun to try to match it in the terrain. It's completely unnecessary. Completely unnecessary to do this, to make it run through all the trees and stuff. Because what I could have done is I could have run the train way up high, and then I could have just ran like that and just run the oil straight up, add a bunch of pumps, and it would go all the way up as high as I want it to go. Just keep adding those pumps, but of course it'll take more power the higher up you run it, because you're going to need more pumps. All right, here we go. And again, we're trying to run this back toward the one that we already have. That's going to help us run this back to the base. Very nice. And then, let's see about there. Fred likes all of this that we're doing. He's like, Kismet, you are on a roll. Again, this will be every bit of oil in the game. All in one spot. All right, now this one's going to need to go up a little bit. Let's go for a little swim first. Up a bit. We'll go back and we'll check our head lift, that's for sure. I'll show you why I'm going to go up here in just a second. We'll get over here. And we're going to tap into the top of this with these stackers. Ooh, we got a problem there, though. We might have to go around. See if we can wipe this thing out. I don't think we can wipe these big ones out. Small ones you can. No, we're going to need to run that around that way, maybe. Yeah, go around. Yeah, I kind of feel like going around. All right, let's go ahead and put these. Yeah, let's do that. Going right there, so we'll do right here. Very good. 1.2 fixes my biggest complaint in the game. If you're in build mode and fall in the water, you stay in build mode. It's hard to get out sometimes. On 1.2, it cancels build mode when you hit the water. I mean, 1.1, you cancel. Yeah. You can see it happen to me the whole time. When I'm running around, I get kicked out of build mode when I'm in the water. Now, I can understand why you get kicked out of build mode when you're in the water, because you're swimming. But if they did change it and you like that change, more power to you. It doesn't bother me. I just add power so that I don't have that issue. Meaning I'll just run some power stuff there, no big deal. But I just adapt to whatever is in the game. A little too far there. So we'll just kind of make a middle ground here. Actually, we just bring this out. There's our oil train. Man, we almost got this done. This is where most of the oil is here. We do actually have to move our other oil that we're doing. But this is pretty much it for this whole side. And we'll do that. Let's keep this going. Going around the terrain. And we'll want to come around on the outside on this one. Okay, so we got to get up on the top here, and then we've got to, what? We've got to go on the left through here, and we've got to end up on these last two. Then we got to go the other side. We got to add another oil thing because I miscounted. It was my bad. Yeah, that's what we want to do. All right, let's get it done. So we've got this one kind of in the way here. Let's take this one out, and we'll do a little bit of this. There we go. And probably bring this up a couple so lines up a little better. Maybe even do a nice straight function. Get that to kind of elbow out. There we go. Very nice. And then bring these over here. So I probably would be fine with just going ahead and doing this first. And it's going to be pretty close. Probably going to be too far, but we'll give it a go. Yep, just barely too far. So close. A little closer. Too close. We're getting there. Using liquid cars or packaging your oil? I am just running my oil via trains. Because trains are actually something you can scale beyond any other type of thing. Why is that? Because I can make multiple trains. And say you have one train and it's taking 10,000 oil. Well, guess what? Here comes another train that's taking 10,000 oil. Then another train that's taking 10,000 oil. Another one's taking 10,000 oil. You get the idea. You can scale up to hundreds of thousands to millions of resources if they have that much even in the game. We'll find out in this playthrough. Because we are mega playing, everybody. Not just, trying to finish the game, which I've already done multiple times. We are doing the big boy stuff now. We're in the end game. We're in the big boy stuff. And then this is like my 40th playthrough, everybody, again. But again, never bothered to do really massive builds like this. And the reason why, I've done pretty big builds, some mega builds. But never to the extent where I went and just got all the oil and all the coal. That's what we're doing in this particular playthrough. And then we're going to build a giant fuel station, and we're going to try to do every single process in the game. Because really the biggest thing you need is fuel. And once you have fuel or nuclear power or coal, whatever you need, whatever type of fuel you're trying to power, you're trying to produce, that's what you need. Like I've done 12,000 power just from coal alone, which is pretty awesome at the beginning of the game. But at this stage, I'm only using 20,000 power, and you can see up there in the upper right corner, I can finish the game if I want to. I could already finish it. So I think it's much more impressive to do it, to actually finish the game with the least amount of power that you need than to make, 500,000 plates for no reason. I mean, cool. It looks cool. It's big. It's whatever, but it's not very efficient. And the mission, of course, it even says it on my Satisfactory shirt right over here, efficiency first. Always put efficiency first above all things. And since I'm your official Fix-It corporate trainer, I'm warning you now, you might get lasered from space, so look out. That's not my department, but my department is to train you to be awesome. But other departments, they might say, hey, that person's being inefficient, let's go ahead and laser them and get somebody else on the job. So be careful. Be careful out there, everybody. Do your best. Do your best up in here. Again, this is the last of our lines we got to run here. Bring me that oil. Bring me that horizon. Oh, look at her filling up. So sexy. Sexy oil coming through there. All right, we got two last connections here. I think we got this. Then we'll go ahead and dip this out just a little bit so it'll line up a little bit more. Right over here. So that's okay, and I think that's all we need here. We're just going to run that around there to there. We're going to run this up to here. Get on in there. We're going to take this and run that right up in there. Very nice. We're going to take this cap off because we don't need it. Then we're going to go ahead and take this one, and we're going to run it to the last one that we have over here. And we're going to say horizontal, vertical, so it does a nice little whoop, whoop. And then we got this, and guess what, everybody? We have all the oil in this whole entire top part all running to the same spot. Crazy! Look at that oil. Sexy. All right, let's check and see if we're getting oil in there. We are. Oil in here. Yep. Into the thing. Oh, yeah, filling up over here. Filling up. Nice. Won't see up here yet until that kind of backlogs down below. And that's it. We got every single train car running. That is a 12 oil train cars in a row. Pretty awesome. I see we got a bit of a gap here. Must have taken out this by mistake. Let's go ahead and fix that because we were in here working this. Did I fix this train connections? Kind of feel like I might want to do that just in case that this train is actually not running because I didn't connect these lines together. It would be super useful to connect those. I'm just going to reconnect them because we had reworked this part here. Make sure all those are connected. All right, where is our train? Let's see if we can find our box train. Actually, we can look over here, by the way. Let's see, our far oil train. Where are you hiding? Or it's refoil train. There he is. All right, he's working. Oh, he's going on the spiral right now. Is he going down or going up? I guess we'll find out here in a second. Again, I have a perfect spiral, everybody. We're going to roll back to, if you want to see the rest of my base and all the other stuff I'm working on, we'll go ahead and roll back and check it out. There you go. Played through a few times, but I haven't been able to convince myself to use nuclear yet. I learned myself last run to not have any heavy power from fossil fuels, but ended up finishing the game in geothermal and alien power augmenters. You can definitely do that. Absolutely. I'm only using 20,000 power of fuel power. Actually, what's known as turbo fuel is all I'm using. And I could have finished the game with 20,000 power, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. And it's really fun to do that, by the way. They also have the ability coming where you can randomize the nodes, so you don't know where the nodes are, which is really fun. But I think it's really cool to set yourself like a limit or set yourself like a goal when you play the game. Once you've played it a bunch of times like I have. Like, I was waiting for it to go release before I went and did giant mega builds and did all the different processes. And our ultimate goal in this playthrough is to build a bunch of power and power every single process in the game. And in this particular one, I'm really focusing on fuel power. So I'm going to go ahead and grab all the coal, all the oil, bring it in one place, build a gigantic mega factory of our fuel power, and then convert it from regular fuel to turbo fuel to rocket fuel. You get the idea. And build that out. I've done nuclear power many times as well, and you can see all my past playthroughs, by the way. I have a playlist for Satisfactory if you want to see that. And I've done all the things. And I've already finished the game a couple times in release and about 30 times or 40 times. I can't remember how many times I've played it, but it's a lot. It's several thousand, or it's like 2,000-3,000 hours I have in Satisfactory because I've played it on Epic day one when it first came out. I played every single update along the way, and I'm going to be playing 1.2 as well when it comes out. But right now, we're just waiting for our refoil train to get over here. What's he doing? He's going up or down the spiral. I don't know. He's going up the spiral. There he goes. And so we're going to wait for our train. We're going to make sure that every car along the thing loads into the train. And if it does, success. And then we're going to ride the train here back and forth a little bit. And you guys can see my perfect spirals. Again, I try to, other people build stuff, everybody, and then I try to elevate what I'm doing. Like, instead of just making a spiral where your trains are going like this, right? That's called the cheap spiral. I make mine perfect so they're just super butter smooth when they're going up there. Minimum loss of speed. Because if you're going up really heavy ramps, you're going to lose that speed. But when you're doing a spiral, you lose a lot less speed if you do it right. And that's the great thing. Plus, also, you have terrain problems going up and down through the terrain. Now, normally, I just build up so high that it's above all the mountains, and I can just run all the trains straight. And you're like, well, what's the advantage of that, Kismet? Well, I never have to go through stuff. I don't have to go over and through and do all of that. I can just go ahead and run all the trains straight, and then I can also never lose speed. It's always going at its maximum speed. Plus, I can just bring all the resources up to where the train stations are. It makes it super easy. I do it nearly every single time. This is the first time I've bothered to do it at this extent down at the ground level. And all for you guys, because I think it's kind of pointless if you could just do it way up in the air and you have no obstructions. Why would you not do that? But that's just me. I guess for fun. I often wonder what would be if that would be possible if you dropped overclock extractors in every node. The amount of resources would be insane. Well, that's what I'm doing right now, Maddock. You're about to see it happen in this playthrough. But there is an actual item limit. There's a limit that you can hit where you can't have anything else in the game. And right now, we're going to see if we hit that limit. And we're going to try to extract every single thing that we can, but we're focusing, again, on power first. So we can go in, extract our power. And if we hit that limit, everybody, then the playthrough's over. So there you go. Oh, yeah, there's an item limit. I can look it up what it is. I don't even know how to tell how many items I have. What is the item limit on Satisfactory? Again, if you really want to know what it is. Let's see. Yeah, it's really an Unreal limit, not just really a game limit. It is 2,162,688 objects. And you're like, 2 million objects? That seems like I'll never reach that. Imagine how many objects it takes to extract every single one of these resources, right? Especially if you're embellishing them like I am. So I don't even know how many objects I have, but it's a lot. And I'm just kind of getting started. All right, here comes our train. Come on, train. It's going to come down the thing here. That's a big, long train. This is 12 cars long. And remember, for every 4 cars, we should actually add another train in the back, I think, another engine. Because 4, that would be 1 train. Then 4 would be another train. That'd be 2. And 3. I kind of feel like I'm going to add another one, another engine. Let's just add another engine. Meep, meep, boom. Got her. Got her in there just so it doesn't slow down my train. Because it doesn't matter which side you put the engine on. The reason why I put the engines in the back, by the way, is so I don't have to add another thing to the thing here. Oh, and there it goes. All the ones. Okay, these are full. See how these didn't do it? This is Fred. These are all full, which tells me that all of these are working now. All of these are working. Here we go. Fred, you're not making it easy, bro. You're not making it easy. All right, we're out of here. And again, these are mega blueprints, everybody, where they're mega modular blueprints, where they snap together. So all of this is just snapped together, and I have these train stations all over the place. And you can think that, just imagine that's what, 1,000, 5,000, and I have 10 of them, that's 50,000. There you go. Gives you very quickly, those numbers add up. Now, another thing that's going to slow you down is if you build too much stuff in one spot. If you got a lower end machine or even a higher end machine, if you build enough dense things in there, it's going to be difficult for your redraw, so your frames are going to go way down. So that's why it's good to have a kind of a combination of both building at the node, having a mega base, and other things like that. But this game can really handle a lot, especially if you have a decent machine. You can build some really, really big stuff. And it's very impressive in that way. You'll see me do it. Look how I running my trains through all this stuff. I was showing how you guys can do distances and figuring out all the distance and angles and all that. And you can see my train is very much not losing that much speed because of this. Now on this one here, I did have to lose a bit more speed because we did have to go a little sharper, but I think we're good. But most of the time I try to not lose, try to have the perfect average on going down and going up ramps. So it stays very consistent. And here we go. We just built all this part out earlier. This whole connection area here. This is a long train. This is actually all the way on the other side of the whole entire world, all the way to the north of the world, up here. This is where the train is right here, and we're going way down here to where I call the bunny, the little bunny area. Again, I think this thing right here, this part right there, it looks like a bunny on its side. And see, you got its little fluffy tail here in the back. You got its eye right here. You got its face, another little leg here. That's just me. All right, we got to wait for the train. There's a train blocking us. Is it that train? Oh, there's a train blocking us up ahead. Yeah, that other train is running through that other station. More trains you put on there, the more delay you're going to have. We'll see which train goes first. I got my hypertube launcher over there. As well. Oh man, we need to add another block signal for sure. Yeah, see how you got that long wait? And that's why you ride your train, everybody. You got a long wait there. These trains could be moving down the track. So this is when you come back later. And again, I haven't done this yet, but we're going to come back later and basically just put in our... Oh, there it goes. There we go. So the train finally got far enough, but you can put a block signal in the middle to move that train forward. That's what I was going to do. But I'll come back later and space out the block signals so that it doesn't do that. But don't worry about it now, everybody. Now's not the time you're worrying about that. You're just making sure that your trains go from A to Z, go back and forth, back and forth. And we got that part all done. That's done. I never have to touch that again. It's extracting maximum amount of oil from all of those nodes. I'll never have to do anything with it again. It'll just take all the oil and run it over here. The only thing I would do is add more trains. And I'd probably start with 2 trains per location and see how they rotate. And then I'd have even more trains going up and down and back and forth and all of that. But again, at the scale that we're doing this, everybody, it's actually ridiculous. Because again, I could finish the game right now. I mean, it's not like I need to do any of this. By the way, the perfect spiral. Kismet's perfect spiral, by the way. Look how butter smooth that is. So smooth on the way down. 118 on the way down. Really smooth. Then it just kind of transitions underneath, up over like this. Dip, dip, and then gain some speed. Here we go. And then another perfect spiral over here, which is still under construction. We'll work on that later. That's for when we tie our old coal back into the system. Probably one of the last things I do. Right under here we go, and around we go. Let's doing this all automatically. I'm not driving the train. This is automatically running. What's the maximum oil production? Are you counting the pressurized wells or just the standard nose? Oh, also the pressurized wells. We're going to total everything up here eventually when we get to that, and I will put it in a spreadsheet. Let you guys know what the total is. I'm sure you can look it up on the internet. It doesn't matter to me. I'm going to put in my spreadsheet eventually of what we're extracting from each area. And I do have a bunch of spreadsheets over here, like my Satisfactory calculations. So if I can grab it. There we go. Right here. So this is a great thing that does splitting. So if you're doing, like you're using your splitters, you're trying to load balance. You're going to split by 2 and then split by 3, split by 2. Now maybe you want to split by 2 and then split by 2 again. Well, it just tells you all the numbers. It automatically adjusts those numbers. And if you're on mobile, I'll zoom in for you. It'll just adjust those numbers as I do it. So if I change this number, say to 500, it automatically adjusts all the other numbers after it based on splitting it twice, splitting it twice, splitting it twice, and splitting it 3 times. You get the idea. It just tells you all the info that you need to know. And they have a whole bunch of websites that'll tell you all that kind of stuff as well. Me, I don't like to look stuff up on wikis. I like to learn it in game and then put it in my spreadsheet like I was really there. Because that's what I would do if I was really there. I'd be writing all this stuff down. Writing it down. Okay, where did I find this node? How much did that stuff, how much did it have in that node, right? It's like running a business. Because that's what you're running. You're running a power business is what you're running. A power and resource business. Look at it doing all its own switching through all of these train stations that we have set up. This is all oil along here. Waiting for this one to clear. That one's waiting for the other one to clear. Because we're coming through here. And I think we're just going to be able to get up to here. And that one's waiting for that other train. So again, well, that one's clearing the station over there now. It's going to clear here in a second. And that one's going to be able to move up. There we go. And once that moves past that block signal. Up here and there. And then this one's going to go forward. And it's going to go to the left and do... our quick wire. And once that clears that block signal, then this one can go to the left. And again, we can go in and fine-tune all of that stuff, everybody. Really cool. Again, just get it working first and then fine-tune it later on. The detail stuff, I always suggest to do later. All right, let's see if we watch this go ahead and unload. Again, I always like to watch it first. For the first few games, you need a notepad. That's true, Regular. True. Notepad works good, too. Okay, now we got a problem here, but we're going to let our stuff oil run out. And that is that we need to actually take this whole thing out and add another one at the end. So we actually need stacks of 3. But no worries, we'll fix that here in just a bit. We'll just go ahead and see if this is actually working. All I want to see is that it is taking it from there and it's putting it over here. And then once it rolls out, we can go ahead and look at all the crude oils. And then we'll work on the station. So we need to add one more row of the station. And that's really easy for me to do because, again, I have it all set up in mega modular blueprints. All right, it's rolling out of here. Let's make sure that all of these actually did get the oil. Oh, yeah. All good, all good. Okay. Then we're going to go in here and we're going to tell our refoil train right here. We're going to edit the timetable and we're going to take off the drop off. And so now it's just going to run over there to the pickup. Oh, I forgot to save. It's just going to run over there to the pickup and then sit over there until I get this one fixed. So edit timetable, take out the drop off, save the changes. There we go. And so now it's just going to run back and it'll be ready for when we fix this one here. Now what I'm going to do is very easily just go in and go into blueprint mode. That blueprint mode is going to allow me to bring out my blueprints here. And we're just going to wipe these out like so. And this we had taken out and put back in. There we go. And blueprint there. Out of blueprint mode. Get that one. Now one of the things, because I'm putting the platforms in before the trains, it has a tendency to not work. So we got to watch out for that. Take all this out. And there we go. And you're like, well, Kismet, how are you going to put that back in? Ah, watch this. Blueprints are the best, especially when you're next leveling your blueprints like I do. Okay, so this is our entrance. We can keep that. We're fine there. We're losing a bit power. There we go. And we want to go in and we want to add those back in. But this time we want to add an extra one that we didn't have from before. So what we're going to do is go like this, and we're going to nudge this right over like that. We're going to get this lined up like so. And we're going to go ahead and make sure its elevation is right. It looks good. Now we'll probably end up doing all of this stuff here at the end again. So just put this in. And then we'll just take a look at what we got. Yeah, we can just go ahead and take these connections out. What I would do is do that. And then you can just don't have to rework all this other stuff. We'll just do these connections where our pipes are. Because they're still going to line up the same. I guess I could just hit Control all the way down and hit some of these on the way up. There we go. Speed that up. I've been playing the game so long, everybody, that there was a time in which you couldn't do this whole dismantling thing. And so by default, I'm taking them out one at a time. And then I realize, wait a minute, the dismantle thing. I forget sometimes that that is a thing. And we can probably just go ahead and leave that in. And back there, or we could just take these ones out. Yes. And then do this. Nice. Okay. It's all looking good. And we took all those out, which we'll reconnect. And let's do some more. Now we're going to do some more of our stuff, yeah. That's very difficult to get this to line up. Very awkward, so that's why the hologram mode is so awesome. And there we go. Alright, that's 6. 3, 6. And again, all the oil that's in these are lost now. So keep that in mind when you're doing this. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal because we're going to let it run. Not going to be that big of a deal. Control down for that awesome vertical snapping. Also, if you don't notice, I am doing auto connect. So I'm auto connecting my stuff together, including my tracks and my hypertubes. Like so. Okay, let's double check our numbers. And while we're double checking, we will also make sure that this is on unload. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh wait, I gotta do my thing first. Hold on. We gotta put the station in first and then fix every other one. Because again, since we put the station in last, we're gonna have trouble. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, so 6 and 6 is 12. That's what we need. Now we're gonna put our train station back in over here. And trying to aim at this outside edge very awkwardly. There we go. I'll show you what I mean about the train station here, and then we'll connect that. Not too hard when you have the blueprints already made. Making the blueprints does take a while, but if you're going to make a lot of something, it's definitely worth your time to do the blueprints, I think. And then, again, all that auto-connected. And we'll reconnect this output to our hypertube. Take this, flip that, GG's. All right, and now our block signal works again. Nice. Okay, we got to take out every other one. So this one that's next to the train station, put back in, or every fourth one, basically. And this one out. And it's again only because I have it in a blueprint. If I didn't have it in a blueprint, it wouldn't have this problem. But again, remember, I don't make the games, everybody. I just work around the shortcomings of the game. 1, 2, 3. This one here. Okay, then we're going to give it a name. Say my name, say my name. Up over here. All right. Reef oil pickup. We'll just call it the same thing. All right, there we go. Back to our train. Reef oil train. We'll say edit timetable. Reef oil pickup. Uh-oh. No, that's not right. Reef oil drop off. Duh. Had that backwards. See, it's very easy to do stuff backwards. Luckily, I recognized that there was 2 things with the same name in there. Not good. All right, edit timetable. Reef oil drop off. There we go. Save the changes. Self-driving already on, so it's going to go ahead and do the pickup, and then it will run back here. I can get my map to scroll. There we go. Doing that auto save over there, throwing me off. All right, where's our reef oil train? Where are you hiding? It's in my whole bunch of trains here somewhere. Boxes. Oh, okay. There it is. Hanging out at mid-oil pickup while it's waiting for something else, probably. Well, we'll double check that that's working later on. Okay, now that we fixed these, unload. We'll see if the train makes its way here, and if it doesn't, we'll go troubleshoot it. Probably got some connections back here that I need to make sure are working. Unload. 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 All right, these all look connected here. Let's go ahead and put back in all of our stuff here. Really? Oh, that's not going to work. Oh, bummer. Gonna have to redo these top ones because that's too close. We got this. Hit G to limit it, then FG. Limit that. Do what we must. Try not to accidentally take out stuff I don't want to take out. Alright, here we go. Do this long enough, you start getting real punchy and you start making mistakes. It does happen. Perfect timing on that one. You start getting a little punchy, start getting a little too tired, and you're like, ah, God. Making mistakes. And not only do I like to take physical breaks, but also a little mental break, too. Because you're thinking of a lot of stuff constantly when you're doing this. Trying to get all those in there. Alright, now we got to put all our pumps in, and it's going to just turn the opposite way of the way that we want it to go, because it's going to be awkward all the way down. Because that's what it likes to do. Even though this is an output, it wants to put it toward the output. I don't know why. Seems completely useless, but there it is. Okay, I got those back in. Reconnect all of our power. So this is something good to do while you're waiting for your train to see if your train's going to show up. You do all this other stuff. Where I'm working all the pumps here, trying to get this going. There we go. Okay, and then all the ones should be green. The arrow should be pointing backwards. And the electrical connector should be at the top. Yeah, okay. That's all good. All right, where's our refoil train? Uh-oh, we got problems. We got problems over here with our switches, probably because we took this out. And this probably needs some more switching. This way? No, these are fine. What's going on over here? Is waiting usually long at a signal. A signal error may have occurred. For our oil train, mid-train. Yes, our trains are in a signal oil error. Yep, the refoil train. Yeah, so the refoil now has a signal problem. Again, we'll troubleshoot that. This one can be further back as well. Let's do that while we're thinking about it. The reason why you want that further back is because it's got a bunch of engines on the back there. We do another train, it might block too. Yeah, so this train should probably stop back there, but we'll see how it goes. And we can always split these lines later too, by the way. You can always do a whole bunch of stuff to fix any issues you might have. Again, see how sometimes you just gotta finagle it to do what you want it to do. There we go. Gotta finagle it a little bit. Okay, let's go figure out what's going on with our trains over here. All these other trains seem to be moving. Yeah, okay. It looks like it kind of fixed itself. The refoil train is having an issue. Not sure what happened there. But let's see if this one had moved out. Oh, I don't see it there. Oh no, right here. Okay. Let's go figure out what's going on there. Oh, train coming through. Let's just take a train. Oh, look out. Wrong way. Got to switch tracks. No worries. I switched it way up there this time. All right, we got this. Every coal node is the one I'm going to work on next, and I'm going to try to do every node in the game, but I don't know if we'll hit that limit or not, because again, we're also embellishing everything as well. So we'll see where this is. I mean, I could make this super basic, but I've got it pretty fancy. In fact, I could take those walls out of there, by the way. I don't need those walls there anymore. But you can see I have all these like supports and all these things that you don't really have to have. When I'm running my train tracks, you can see I have a bunch of railing along the sides, which you don't really need. As well as you can see on the side of my railroad tracks, you can see I've got like coil. That coil is just an embellishment to make it look like it's supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be like power running along that edge kind of thing. Where is this at? Way up here. And normally this problem is a block signal problem, by the way. Oh, I bet it's a length of train block signal problem. That's exact. I can already see what it is. See how long the train is over here, but the block signal's way up there. So basically it's blocking, the two trains are blocking each other. See, all of these trains are blocking each other because this train is too long and the other train is doing it. Again, this is a block signal problem. Watch this as I go up here and just put a block signal, and it's going to fix this problem. So that other train can move forward. And again, this is something you'll troubleshoot as you go along, and I don't really worry about it usually till about right now when I need to fix that problem. I'll put that right there, and all these trains will start moving again. Because that train will start moving, which allows this other train to pass by. And then once that train is out of there, then this train can start moving right there. I know my stuff. I know my stuff, everybody. Again, because we added that really long train, the 12 train there, it has that problem. And again, it lets both trains kind of navigate through here. We'll hop this train before it gets past here. Wow. Oh, Spidey tried to get me. Getting in my train. All right. Trains are up and working. So again, one block signal fixed all that problem. Just like that. There we go again. So you can just see it because, again, it was too far back. All the trains were blocking each other. You just needed that one to get past. Once it get past that block signal, boom, all the rest are unlocked. And again, I'll go through and actually cut the track, especially long tracks. You want to cut it in segments so the ones behind are not waiting for this really long distance. You want to have them come up as close as they can and then wait for the other train and then do all of that. We're going to go ahead and let this train go in there and do that. This is our mid-oil train back up again. Now remember, this oil is not going anywhere other than in storage. So it doesn't matter if it stops working. It does matter when it's mission critical. When it's mission critical and you're and you really need that oil to keep your power going, then you're in trouble. But mine's all running on that 20,000 turbo fuel, and that's all I need. I'm not using any biofuel or any coal power. Just 20,000 fuel, and this will be a lot of fuel here too. We'll figure out what the maximum amount of fuel is we can do with all this oil is. Now, we also need oil for other things, by the way. We also need oil, by the way, I'm not switching at all. It automatically goes default this way. It will automatically switch all of that as well. So we'll get all that set up as we go along. But we want to get down here. See if we can catch up to our train, or our train might have already gone by. We'll see. Whoa! Again, this is real difficult, everybody, is to get these spans to line up perfectly. We're going underneath stuff and around corners and doing that kind of stuff. And then watch this perfect line up here at the top. We got this corner and perfectly on the top edge there, and then it down angles. And then it down angles right underneath this other one, which is really cool. Woo! Right like that. Very, very fun. Oh, we can fix this marker now. We don't need that marker anymore. Oh, I don't see the marker right here. So you want to stop the highlighting first. Otherwise, sometimes it'll keep highlighting. And then remove it. Okay, there's the train. I don't think we're catching it. But we can try. Because it's still got to go up that thing. We might be able to keep going. Oh, I could have used that momentum. See, we can take a shortcut. Oh, we ain't catching that. We could maybe catch the back. Oh, 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 yeah, there we go. Another win for Kismet right there. Caught the back of the train. I had one more car to go, but yeah, caught the back of it there. So we want to see, the train, because again, this is a very large train. So I didn't accommodate for this really large train when it was coming back, right? So once I have accommodated, now it'll work perfectly each and every time. Because this train was blocked by the fact there was another train on those tracks. So we fixed it. It's all good. And if we see any other of those kind of problems, we'll just go and we'll just say, oh, this needs a block signal. Because 99% of the time when you see that, where it's like not switching and it's not, the trains all came to a stop, it's most likely your block signal that needs to be fixed. Or some that need to be taken out because you put too many in. That's also a thing that happens. All right, this is awesome. All right, we're going to let this run. I think I'm going to let you guys just watch my train run for a little bit. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and then I shall be back for more Satisfactory. We're going all night long, everybody. We're going to go for a long one. Back in just a bit. Enjoy the train ride. Here we go. Have you guys been having fun riding the train? Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Holy mackerel, we're getting tons of stuff done today. Where are we going? We're going back. Perfect. We're getting a ton of stuff done. Now we got to figure out where we're going to make this this loop here as well. Let's get back to it. Make sure my microphone is actually on. Where's this other one? Right here. All right, so while we're riding our way back, we're going to go ahead and put a marker right there so we know where to go. And then we're going to highlight that sucker. I don't think we can see it while we're going up the loop. And let's see. And we want to come across. That's the center oil train. We're here. We want to be there. Are we by another train station? Yes. Okay. We're going to dip at this next train station. Wow, look how long this train is. Holy mackerel. Again, put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me, everybody, just to make sure everything is working. I appreciate everybody letting me know. That is a very, very long train. Because not only do you have the length of the cargo cars, but you also have all the engines pushing it as well. So that's like 12 plus 5, 5, 6, 7. That's 17 cars right there. All right, let's see if we can get this to go back the other way. We're going to use our hypertube launcher. Oh, man, we are cooking. Are we even going the right way? Oh, I'm going way out here. I wanted to go up there. Hold on. Where are we going? We're going way out this way. How do I get up here? I forgot. There's my center oil train. We're going the wrong way. I think this is the lake oil train. So we got to go back that way. And then there was a transition there I missed. I missed it. But you guys come out here. Look how far I made this one, everybody. This goes clear across the entire game. It is way, way out here. Another perfect spiral. Here we go. It's like a roller coaster ride. Speeding up. I can make little exits here if I wanted to, where I'm like, hey, I want to get off right here. I don't think I've ever bothered to tap this node out here. Not even any of the playthroughs I've ever done. Oh, under the waterfall. We set that up so the waterfall was right on top of it. I forgot until just now. You can see we're way on the other side of the map now. And I call it the far oil pickup. Boom. Right, more hypertube launcher going back the other way. Boom. Whoa. Ha ha. So fast that it can't even handle it. I went up that spiral like it was nothing. All right, hold on. Yeah, oh, that's the other one that's up the way. I see. That one's up this way. That just goes to that one station that way. I love to turn the camera while you're doing it. Actually helps my vertigo a little bit too. President Bill, I started playing a couple days ago and haven't left the computer yet. Rather addictive game. Have a good one, bud. Hey, yeah, I have a great time playing this game. This is like my 30th playthrough of the game. Not even exaggerated, but it could have been 40. I don't know. It's a lot. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, I just want to do one more thing, and one more thing, and one more thing. And before you know it, you've been doing it for 20 hours. That kind of thing. And I don't even know how many hours I have into this. I guess I could say load and see how many hours. 276 hours in this one playthrough. Almost 277 hours in this one playthrough. Just this playthrough. And it'll be a lot more because, again, we're going to try to tap all the nodes. We're going to try to tap all the stuff. We got to go over here to our mid train station. And again, this is just getting started, everybody. We're just right now collecting all of the oil. And then what we'll do is we'll go collect all of the coal. So we got to do this all over again, basically. But since we already have the train lines, we can just very easily run it to a pre-existing train line. So really doing the train lines is the most difficult part, especially when you're trying to run it along the edges of stuff like I'm doing there, or you're trying to run it along the terrain, just to add a little bit more fun to it. And then, of course, if you have a massive perfect spiral like me, this one's probably the tallest spiral I've done so far. It definitely needs another boost at the bottom of this spiral to get it up the spiral. So we'll add that at some point. There we go. Very cool stuff. And we'll get there. Yes, I do the same thing. What I'll do is I'll build what I call a basic build. Now, I won't care about how it looks. So you start with your basics. You're starting with your construction. You're making your plates. You're making your rods. And then about, I'd say about stage 4 or tier 4, that's when I'll go through and I'll tear the whole thing down and I rebuild it again. And then you get about tier 6, 7, and then you tear the whole thing down and you write it again. Because you're going to be doing a whole bunch of stuff along the way. As well. And here we go. We'll drop off at my station here. All right, there's our mid-oil pickup. There it is. Very nice. Okay, so now we're facing the right way. And we do want to go that way, but I can't remember whether I have a station. I do have a station down there. Okay, let's go that way. If we can. Let's go. I think there's another oil one down the way here. And then we have one that shoots off to the left. So this is already going in this direction, the direction that we want to go. So we could just continue it. And again, we'll go through the terrain. We'll do all of that. I'll show you how I make all of my blueprints fit together. They're mega modular blueprints. So they're like Legos. They snap together. Very, very cool. Very difficult, though. It does take some a bit of a learning curve to make them all snap together. And then I have mine where they auto connect, right? So all the trains can auto connect. The hypertubes can auto connect. Very, very cool. All right, here's our center oil pickup right here. Yeah, there we go. And this one we have up over the top of the oil down there. It's being extracted. Now, some of this oil that's being extracted is not just from the oil extractors. They're also from using your pressurizers. So in the game, you can go in and there are these right here, pressure resource well pressurizer, and it will basically, go down and push the oil out of the resource well extractors, and that'll basically pull all the oil out and then run it that way too. So we're doing all of those as well. And we have one left. We have done all the oil in the game. It's all running back to my central base way down here in the corner. So it's going up, and you can see all the trains moving around, going over here. It's grabbing all this, running that back. It's going up, and then it goes over, all the way over here, which is one you just saw me do before I went to this one, which is way the heck out there, which is called my far oil, all the way on the other side of the map. This is the end of the map over here. So it literally goes from one side to the other as far as you could possibly go. Takes that, brings it back. And this one, we're going to remove that stamp. There we go. And then what we're trying to do is get to this other oil here. There it is. Okay, so this other oil here. So as we're going down to go to this one, we need to go right about here, I'd say. So we're going to go ahead and just mark that. like that, and then we could probably see that one from where we are. Yeah, see, we can see where we're going right there. So we could go forward and then L shape, right? You could go out like this and then go up, which wouldn't be too bad because we do have a bunch of coal nodes here as well. You can also close these things down, by the way, if you're looking for certain things like resources and such. Show or hide all compass items. And you can actually highlight all the stuff. Unclaimed. Claimed. I don't think I've ever used that button ever. There you go. Space elevator and where I'm at, right there. So again, we just need to get this last oil. So we can just, look, there goes my refoil train. So I could go ahead and just use my refoil train because it's already a good distance. And then go like that. Or I can go this way and I can get all these resources and then go up. There's a lot of resources in here. And I could then just extend it to get all these other resources. Again, I don't know when we're going to run out of resources. But I could also just grab all of this, run it, and then it can end up at this train station. I could just add another train station that's just for the coal. And I want to use my existing tracks so I don't have to rebuild all that infrastructure. I don't think I have anything going across here, so eventually I need something going across here anyway. But I could also use something going across here. And again, I'll have lines that go across here and then go up through all of this. And then you can combine all that. I need all this coal over here too. Impure. Pure. Normal nodes. Put this coal down here. What's this? Pure. Pure. Normal. Pure. Whoa, 3 pure nodes right there. That's a lot of coal right there. We're definitely gonna dogleg that over and get that coal when we're on coal. Right now we're on this, so we want to go ahead and highlight this one. There. I'm not gonna bother to get on that train. I'm gonna get on my own train that I can stop on the way. Okay, so we're coming. That's going back that way. We want to come in and go that way. Ah, I can see it from here. There it is. Whoop, whoop. Away we go. We got a bunch of pipes and stuff running there. Oh, that's going to be tricky. That is going to be a tricky spot to do that, right where I'm doing that transition. Oh, then we have this thing in the way. We got stuff in the way. I'm feeling like right here. Watch this. Explosive rebar, my new favorite thing. It's really awesome. It's the first playthrough I've ever bothered to do explosive rebar as well. It's super fun. That is for sure. Oh, there goes our train. Keep dropping off that oil. So kind of feel like I want to maybe bring it around here and run it up that way. Let's go ahead and highlight our other one over here. So yeah, this is a little lower. And again, we can see it up there on the radar too. So I kind of feel like maybe this way a bit. Maybe under this one here. Ah. So I don't typically like to curve it when it's on a down angle. But we do what we got to do. We could go just straight here and then curve it through there. I'm like a menace. I'm like a menace to the environment. I like how it got foggy when I'm trying to see where I'm trying to go. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, game. And then this is pretty straight here. I'm trying not to cover up any nodes when I'm going as well, so I'll try to go over the nodes or around the nodes. I can see there's a node right there. There's 2 nodes right there that are straight ahead. So maybe a little... And there's also some other nodes here. So we can go up over these nodes so we can still use those. Maybe underneath this. Oh, hello. Got those spiky things pointing out there. Through there, maybe. Yeah, I'm filling right through there. So we got to come through, cut over, go around this node here. Try not to hit that node there, and we're just going to go straight that way. And that should take us above all these nodes. We might go too close to this Caterium, but we'll go above all these nodes, end up here, grab all this, put this in here, and we'll have all the oil in the game. Every bit of oil. That's what we're going to do. Let's go do it. Ain't no time to just sit there and talk about it. Time to do it. So let's go. So we're going to do a little bit of this. Now, I always try to, just run some foundations first to get an idea of lining stuff up. Get one of these things over here. A little further out. And there's kind of a thing in my way there. When you're trying to figure something out, you just want to use your foundations first. Especially if you're just trying to fit perfectly through the side of something here. Again, using the world grid, you can see we've got this rock in the way. That's going to be in the way. So we're going to have to go up a little bit higher here to get up over this rock. I mean, it's not really going to affect your train. You can run your train right through the middle of that rock. It'll be just fine. But it doesn't look cool, and that's the problem. And plus, we need to go up as well already. So this looks like maybe one full thing up. But I like where that's at, though, where it's going through up over that rock. And if I do it just right, it'll look like the rock is actually a support. So let's see what we can do. I could try to reverse engineer it here. Let's go back like this. Well, what side are we doing? We're doing the right side like this. There we go. And then we'll use our blueprints. And we have an angled blueprint here. In fact, we'll use our support first. Hit an H. Arrows. And then page up, page down. They just added this recently, which is vertical nudging. That wasn't in the game all this time. Very difficult to line stuff up vertically. But they added vertical nudging, which is awesome. You can hold down Control and do it in half steps, which is awesome. But you can see I can go ahead and do that. Oh, I have it the wrong way. But I can also flip this around the other way, because the way I have my blueprints allow me to either go up or down with the same blueprint. So in this case, I can go up in this case, right there, and then use my blueprint to do that. And we're going to go up, and we're just going to see, right? We're just doing some testing. We'll fill in all the rest of it later. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's primo. Look at that. I eyeballed that, everybody. I mean, I could have it down. Oh. Filled out here. I could have had that done, but just completely eyeballed that. Pretty awesome. It's dangerous to be on the ground level. There we go. I just want to come up here and take a look. Yeah, if I move that up by one, it might even sit on that rock. Let's move it up by one, see what happens. Because then it's going to be closer to the rock. Oh, the blueprints. Let's see if I like it or if it cuts through too much. That's what you're looking at there. And that's... We have our angled platform. Yeah, this would be exceedingly difficult to do if you didn't have horizontal vertical snapping or nudging. And they took out the nudging length too, so you don't have to worry about it doing the thing. See how it actually went down instead of up? And that's because as you move it forward, say you got a stationary thing here and you have it at an angle, when you move it forward, this part here bumps into it because you're just moving exactly forward, right? So that's how I was able to visualize that I know if I move it forward by one block, it would then touch the top of that other block. There you go. Gaming secret for you, everybody. Because it looks like that rock is actually holding that up. And that's cool. Though I do have a support back here, but still very cool. It actually looks like it's sitting on the rock. And then on this side, it'll look like it's actually passing through the edge of the rock. But I think our train will be able to get by there without any problem. Oh, maybe a little bit. I think it'll be fine. And then we're just going to flatten out all the way through here. So again, we kind of figured out where we want to end up. And now all we have to do is just kind of make our way to right there. So that's what we're going to do. What's up, Fred? My buddy Fred down there. He's doing his thing. Okay, let's get to work here. Let's go ahead and try to get this one last bit of oil done today. And we're going to go a little bit out first. We'll come back and do all of our embellishments of our rails and all that stuff later. We just want to get this started. We want to go right to there. And we'll just take out all of these. Okay. Do we want to just go out here and then curve, or do we want to curve quickly? This is a good question, because I'd have to curve and then curve again, so it'd be like this and like this. Or you could just go straight and then do one curve and then another curve. And every time you do a curve, everybody, slows down your train. So you want to think about how many curves you're doing. Now, if you're just doing it because you want to ride on the train and make it real curvy, hey, do your thing. But I'm always thinking about efficiency. Like, what's the most efficient way for my train to drive through here? See, and then if I do this, it looks like that's attached to the side of that. I like that. We'll take all this out. And this is on the outside of this. We're going to have to move this. Move this thing. Yeah, we'll put it on this side. Of course, I have one over there. Put it on that side. Just help me kind of float around here for a minute. So I'm thinking take all this out. And then we just go nice and straight. All right, that's what we're going to do. Nice and straight there. And let's see. Which way is in, which way is out? See, I forget which was an incoming, which is the outgoing. I guess when our train comes through, I think it's right. Right is right, kind of thing. Right is incoming, left is outgoing, or right is... I'm looking this way. Well, it depends on which way you're looking, which way is left and right. Yeah, that's true. I think this is the way back. So this outside one is the way back. This is the way in. What we really need to do is wait for our train. Because I'll need to know, because I need to connect the incoming to this side. So if it's that side, I have to make it either go under or over to get over here. Where's our train? Where's this train at that we need? No trains over here. Oh, here comes refoil. It's on the way. It'll let us know. So let's take this little marker out as well. Again, this is like our last mission for the oil, and then all the other stuff is just working on coal. And again, since I already have like lines already run, it just makes accessing this coal just that much easier. And I'm just going to make it go right past all of this stuff and just create little lines, side lines that just go and grab all the resources and bring them back. And I might make really long trains that just do that stuff. I can also make those really long trains be on a third track. that's just on its own kind of express lane track, or I could make it 15 tracks wide if I wanted to. Remember, in real life, the thing that that limits you is real life money. But in this game, you don't have any money. You have power and you have resources. That's it. Oh, left side is the incoming. Okay, so we're going to say left side incoming, right side going into. Okay, I knew it was going to be difficult. I knew that was too easy. Otherwise, what has to happen is if I was trying to use this side, it would have to go all the way to the end and then come all the way back, and then it could go that way and whatnot. We don't want that. So we got to... First, we got to sneeze. So we got to take this train and we got to loop it back. We got to loop it back, or we can divert it when it's coming down to go up or over. So kind of feel like we're going to go over on this one. We'll go over and then down. So we'll come over a little bit, go like this, come down, and then follow that edge. Works for me. Because again, it doesn't matter because this is really long here, so I can just figure out where I want it to end up and come out. That's going to be pretty easy. Just figuring out the height is where I need to be here. And I'm just going to kind of eyeball to get above my stuff here. Let's say back further, right about here. Okay, and again, you want to test all this stuff before you make 10,000 frames and stuff. I'm definitely going to go over the top, but we might want to try to get a little closer. Let's go 2 more down. And you want to leave the last one so you know... Oh, and I want to leave my railings too, please. Leave that last one so you know where you're starting. Okay, so this one, 2 down to here. Seems still a little too high. Yeah. We can just reverse engineer this. So I have to sit on there, so it looks like it's on there. Oh, that's way down, yeah. Right there. Okay, we found it. Now we want this track to dip this way. Yeah, that's nice. All right, good, good. Put that over there. We want to fix these foundations, though, now that we're actually going to run them this way. And we'll grab our... Those are angled glass ones. We want flat glass ones. Like this. Oop. Rotate it so the beam is going in the direction that we're going. There we go. We'll probably add a support or 2 into these. And then grabbing this. Okay, that looks good. I like that. And then we want to probably bring this down. Yeah, and then we're going to need to run this back and tie this into here. Anyway, so we do need to tie this in. Duh. I need to do this one anyway because I'm going to have to tie this back on the other side. So we're still going to do this on that side. And we'll do, say, this and that. And we'll have to bring this over by one, so maybe bring it over back here. So we're going to need to bring that over so we can line up potentially this bottom part here. Okay, and then not an angle. Because this is already set up for glass, it's actually a roof. Let's see if I can get this to do it. Okay, that's perfect. All right, awesome. Again, this is going to go out real far. Again, we can make it steeper if we want. But go down like that. And again, I hate when it makes me drop down like that. One, freaks me out because the mobs are going to try to get me, but also just, oh God, I'm out of power kind of thing. Okay, so again, this is coming in. We want this to come down and we want it to be on the right side. So we want to run this back and give us a lot of room to turn there because of this pole here. So we want to do that. And then this we're not going to need. This needs to go another one. Huh. Oh wait, this can go out to here. That goes across here. That one there. We'll go with this dropping thing again. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be a problem. This thing's going to be in the way. That thing is going to be in the way. Maybe curve a little earlier here and we can get this over out of the way. Maybe get a little bit more curve at the end there. Let's do it. What we'll do here is we'll get to, let's say here, and then curve across the top of this. Oh, perfect. Oh, wow. Okay. I love it when things are just like perfect on the first try. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does happen, I'm all about it. I am all about that. All right, we take that out. Ah, stop grabbing that. And then this just gives a little room, wiggle room here to kind of go to the right, which we're going to need to do with our stuff. And the problem is that this track is going to be on the outside, and this one's on the inside, which is what we're trying to set up here. All right, let's go ahead and do our angle here before we do that. So we're going to go, just to keep this thing from rising off of the platforms too much. And we'll just do that. All right, I like it. Back, we'll just put that right through there like this. That looks legit. And then down the angle. And we'll come back and do its supports and stuff like that here in a minute. Oops. Wrong button. Again, this is where this gets messed up because it's going to start to float a bit. Yeah, it's just going to float a little bit into the corner, but not too bad. Actually, that's good. I think I'll go with that. Looks nice. And then we got that problem solved. Now we want to go ahead and get this problem solved here. We come back and we go into this corner. And I do have a piece that does corners, but this is like a custom corner here that I haven't got a blueprint for because it's at different elevations. So we're just going to go ahead and fix that like that. And then we will take our modern railings and embellish that edge. Again, I always suggest to do supports later because you don't really know. You might take it out, put it in, take it out, put it in. And I think we can just go to there. This side, back here. Okay, looks good. Yeah, two supports pretty close together there, but that's okay. Deal with that. We'll embellish all that in a minute. Okay, now we could probably use our things here. I'll take this out. Use our stuff here. Do we have a support here? No. Okay, so we need a support there. I'll put our support in. Some mobs down there thinking about getting me. We're going to go that way. And then we'll put in our thing here. Like that. And we'll turn off the auto connect for now. Yeah, that's going to go into that other one. So we want to take that out. Just take both of those out. Because we know it's going to be one beyond what we're putting in now. Put a junction there so we can go this way. Then we're going into the corner, which... How much of this do we need to take out? Let's find out. Right here, all the way to right here. So we'll take this out, we'll take this out. You might be able to leave that. Kind of cut back this corner a little bit here so we can actually use our corner piece. It's looking good. Okay, gonna run out of time. Gonna run out of time, but we're getting there. Got a ton of things to work on today, so got to get that going on here in a bit. But we got a support there. Take this out. Like this. Could have elevated that up by 1 back there, but this is so nice here, I'm going to just leave that, because there's an elevation here. I could have elevated it back there instead of here, or I could elevate it right here, because that's a good place for a support, though. Another good place for a support over there, too. We'll just go flat here, and then we'll have the elevation over there. So like this, and then we're going to do this one. Another dead zone. Because we don't have the power to the railroad or the rail lines in there. We need another 2 spots there. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Sound like the Predator noise there for a second. I don't know if you guys ever seen that movie, The Predator. It's pretty scary. Just like in that movie, I ain't got time to bleed. I gotta get some trains done. Alright, we'll put that over there temporarily so we can work our magic here. And this is 1.5. 1.5. And that back to there. Nice one long segment. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Yeah, I think we're out of time. First movie, Predator movie's the best. I agree. Very, very good. I've seen some of the other ones. I don't even remember what they were called. I haven't seen all of them. I think maybe I've seen Predator 2 or 3 or one of those. I don't know. I'm the same way. I stopped after Predator 1. I mean, it'd be pretty difficult to make that better. Yeah, right here is where we should split this. We got to split our hypertube here. Let's go. So we're going to go left side is that. So it'll go that way by default. And then this is going to end up over there. And that might hit our train, so we have to work on that at some point. But I feel like even though we're getting pretty close to finishing here, we still got a lot of stuff to do. That this is probably a good point to rest up and come back to do it all again later tonight with some Fallout 4. Oh man, see, you just want to finish that one last thing, everybody. You really do. You want to finish that one last thing. All right, let's hang in there. Let's see if we can get it done in another hour. All right, we'll hang out another hour. We'll try to get this going. Come on, we got this. We're going to have to get it done. All right, let's do it. I've been doing some long streams, everybody. Long streams. For sure. This is all good here. That's all good. We want to go over here and finish this out. We'll come back and do all the foundations again like before. Why is that like that? No. No, no, no. Don't slow down my trains. So it's going to slow down my train. See, sometimes you don't even see it because you're at a certain angle. It's hard to see that thing is crooked. You don't want your train to be doing this. It slows your trains down. Okay, now, do I want to go higher to make it through here? That's a good question. Here we go again with this losing power stuff. I have to put it in my own way while I'm doing this. Going right for that thing right there. Huh. I'm gonna have to move it again so it's not blocking. Oh man, you gotta go way down on this one. Oh boy. Yeah, oil is way down there. Oh, I forgot. Oh, is this the one in the cave? Oh, I think this one might be the one in the cave. I forgot. Let's go on a little mission. Reconnaissance. Yeah, this one's gonna be involved here. We're gonna have to angle down or spiral down. How far away are we? We're a good ways. We should be able to see it over there. There's the question. Do we want to cut way over and go that way, or do we want to come down and then L shape around these pillars here? It'd be pretty difficult, and there's a bunch of stuff there to angle down through there. Coming through like this and going across. Right, yeah, so go and head out this way because this is directly west. If we go directly east, that's the way it's going to go. So it'll go over the top of this and we could come down into this. Whee! Power. And can we curve right? I got this thing in the way. Oh, they're over there. Oh, I can see all four of them. So here, we're coming across here and then down. I seriously doubt that we're going to be able to get down far enough to make that happen. Let's go ahead and try our foundations here. We're going to hold down control to be snapped to the world grid. And then we're going to go ahead. Yeah, that's a long ways down. This one's not underground, by the way. Where's my underground oil? Think about it. Where is that? Or maybe that was underground coal. I thought it was over here. Let's see. Usually you go over here. This is big area. You have your arch back here. Where's that arch? Right here. Because there's a SAM ore over here. Oh, over here is the arch. So you go this way. Normally I run over here and I end up going way up here. They might have moved that node. Or it might have been coal that I went over there and got. It's definitely not this node. This node's out in the open. It's nice and flat. Which is awesome. But again, at the most shallowest angle, that's going to go way off. But I could just have it go way off, circle back around, grab it, and then come back up that way. Or just loop and go back the other way. Yeah, this is going to be a whole lot of work here. Huh. We're gonna have to figure that out. I don't even think it's gonna be this low when it runs over here. It might even be up higher. So we might need a spiral. And we can probably build a spiral here. And then we only need 2 cars in this train station. So we could build a spiral here, maybe have it come out here and then loop around, go back up the spiral and go this way. I feel like that's going to be our option. Oh, and I do need to take a break. Yep, okay. Well, I'll think about it. We'll take a break. I'll see if I get back over here where the train is. You guys can ride the train while I'm thinking about it. Or actually, I'll bring up some words on stream, even better. Let me go up real high here so I don't get, hopefully, hit by stuff. Best way to go AFK, everybody, is get one over one of these power poles and go way up here so mobs hopefully won't see you up here. Make sure you're not close to any high cliffs or anything. Should be good. All right, I'll bring some words on stream for you guys to play for a bit here. I do got to go AFK for a moment, and I'm going to do that because I do got some stuff I got to take care of first, and then we'll come back. We'll try to finish this up, everybody. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go a little bit longer. Try to finish this up, hopefully not before I run out of YouTube time. Oh, I got some time. Okay, I got some time on YouTube, so we got plenty of time for that. Let's go ahead and get this started up for you guys. And there we go. Yeah, there we go. A lot of technical things. There we go. All right. I'm the only one who has dual words on stream. Everybody both play on youtube.com/KismetBP in the chat, or you can play at twitch.tv/Kismet. Just descramble the words right there in the chat. If I see you guys working together, I'll go ahead and shower you with a bunch of Kiscats, which you can use for future giveaways. But I got to take a break real quick, and then I shall be back. Here we go. I'm back. I told you I'd be back, everybody. Let's get to it. How we doing? Let me stop this YouTube one. See if I can help you guys out on the Twitch one. Let's go. We need a couple more words. What? What do we got? Invalid. We got valid. Oh, boy. Vile, lane, nail. Nail is a word. Oh, did we get it? Oh, we need 2 more words. Oh, I can't type anymore. I'm locked. Good try. Good try, though, everybody. Good try. I see you guys working together. I'm going to give you a bunch of kids cats for future giveaways. Again, I appreciate y'all coming in, hanging out in the stream. We're going for another long stream again, everybody. We did a 12-hour stream yesterday. But we're going to get into it because we're going to try to finish this oil here. We're going to try to get it done. We're going to go right to it here. Let's get on back to it. Right over here. There we go. And we've got it kind of where we want to go, what we want to do. We just got to get there. So we got to get this across here to over there. We got to get down and down, connect all that together. And then we could probably just do the station on the other end and we'll be good. Well, let's see if this is up high enough because I kind of feel like this is not up high enough to get up over that. So I feel like we should probably just keep going up until we elevate over the top of that. Yeah, let's do that. Again, I go right to everybody. I go right to like this. Okay, so this has got to go reverse. I can see this is already the reverse from when you're going up. So we'll go this one first. Like that. And we'll hologram that one. Put it right in there. We'll get that one to go up just a bit. And over and up. There we go. And we'll have to transition this a little better. Or we could just redo this. Hold on. We'll do it like this. Just going to redo how we do these lines here. All right. Do that. Okay, there we go. And then up we go. And we're going to turn on our auto connect. We need to do back here. Yeesh. And we have that connected all the way back. We do. Okay. Now we just use our blueprints. And again, put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me, everybody. Just make sure everything is working. I appreciate y'all hanging out in the channel. I'm having a good time, everybody. We're getting some Satisfactory going on over here. We're getting it going on, having a good time. There we go. And now we're going to be able to do 2 of those. Feel like that's might be good. Let's go ahead and just test it with some foundations. Yeah, we got to dip over a little bit so we're not blocking this. Go this way, we're going to be blocking. Yeah. Maybe just go up higher. Go up higher to get up over that node. Let's go. I hear one of them hog guys down there. I'm just going to ignore him. As long as they're not throwing anything at me, I don't need to worry about it. Again, we're just doing our auto connect, which is allowing us to get here. Wow. Wow. Okay, that just like fits that pretty well. It's still a little bit in the way, but I could turn it that way so it's going that way when I need it, and it won't be hitting the thing. So I could just go this way instead. Where's the extractor there? Let's say somewhere here. Just want to make sure that that's not... It's hitting it a little bit. I think we could make that work. Perfect. Okay, that's perfect height. Now I'm actually not going to tap that node right now. I'm just adjusting the height to see if it's going to work. And then we'll flatten out over here. And as we're going, of course, we're using these modular blueprints to allow it to auto-connect all this stuff. Like we're auto-connecting all of the tracks and all of that stuff. And it is turning out awesome. Again, we'll come back and do all of the all of this stuff later on. And this one we'll have to turn off the auto. And check this. Come on. There we go. Not one straight one, flat one. Yeah. Fix that hypertube. So, straight one. Another straight one. Doesn't look right. There we go. Yeah, let's see what happens when we start going down. And they're really trying to get me down there. Take a day off, you crazy hogs. And then we'll do this and that. Oh. Something wrong there. This is offset. Offset a Rooney. Angled one. Now I'm just going to speed up. I hope you guys don't mind because we got this down now. We just got to go down as much angle as we can, and then we're going to hit a spiral. Let's see. This is 7. Notice that these are auto-connecting better now, and that's because we got these going in sequence. Interesting to see how this works out at the end here. Where it hits this area down here. Looks good. Yeah, gonna be up a little high. We're gonna have our support right here. Always move our support if we wanted to. Yeah, it's gonna be a ways right there. And again, this is the last stuff we want to do here. So, the last oil. We do want a lot of other resources later, but right now we're just trying to finish our oil up. We're going to try to power through it here and get it done. Now we're cooking. There we go. And again, we're going to have to do some big supports there. Through all of that. And then we got to figure out how we're going to do this spiral. I could just put the train up over the thing up over the top of it. Just run it up to it. That's an idea too. We could just do that. Let's go ahead and run it down there and see how close we get. And see if we just want to go with that. Sometimes you don't know until you know, you know. Yeah, maybe we'll go without a spiral. Just bring this up. That might actually work. Yeah. This is just going to be 2 lines, so we might be able to just kind of put our train station in right here. So satisfying to take those things out because you didn't used to be able to take it out, and now you can. Nailed it. So kind of feel like I'm going to put this up high across this rock formation here. Let's see if we can flatten out with our, where's our support? Back there. So we can flatten out with the flat support here. Let's see if this all lines up. And then we'll just go straight into our train station. Like so. There we go. Oh, we got a problems right there. It's gonna run into that wall. Circle back or turn to the side and make it go this way. Then we won't have to spiral down and bring it up, which I normally do. I bring it up, but I've been kind of working through the terrain just for you guys. But again, I try not to do too steep of an angle. I try to keep it at 1 meter angle because when it's going back up, that'll help it a bunch. But I could gather all of this and just run it up over there. I don't even have to run it this far. But it is nice to be above the node. Maybe do this up here. Above this. Take this out, take that out. And then try to go straight here. Yeah, we want to find the elevation that lines up with that. Let's try that. So I don't really know until I get there because I've never done this before. So at least build in this spot anyway. And this is going to be 3 wide that way. Oh yeah, perfect. Okay. Going down. But I made it. I just held the space bar down, so I glided. It like turns the rotation of the gyro a little slower, or the hover pack. So you don't just straight fall. You just kind of glide until you get close enough to get the energy back. Hey guys, Cool Killer. What's up? Can you guys hear and see me? I didn't see anybody put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you can still see and hear me. I appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all in here. We're building some big stuff, everybody. We're doing some great stuff over here. We're going to go ahead and get this lined up with our entrance. All right, let's see how our entrance and our stuff goes this time. Then we're going to go ahead and use number 4, which is going to be our stuff here, if we can get it to line up. Right over here. And then, man, this is really not snapping so well today. There we go. And then we've got our fluid platforms, which is what we want. And we only need 1. Oh, thank you, Unforgiven. Appreciate it. Here's a bunch of caps for the chat for having my back. I appreciate it. Appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out. We're going to go ahead and shake all this out because we only need the 2. So we're going to take those out. That will affect how long our station is here. And then we'll put our station in, see how this does. Oh, yeah. I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good. Okay, so put that in. Okay. Put it in. Hit the H. There we go. I'm hitting it. It ain't doing it. There we go. And again, we'll go ahead and connect in all of that. Oh, and I was in the way. That was my bad. And down. Yeah, it's doing a lot of half steps today, I noticed. There we go. And then the end of our thing here, and we'll have our station done, and it will actually look like it's sitting on the side of this mountain, which I think is super cool. Wow, that worked out perfect. Holy mackerel. It's actually sitting on the edge of that top of that mountain. Look at that. Wow. Sometimes better to be lucky than good. I don't know. Or both good and lucky. That's both good and lucky right there. All right, that worked out awesome. Now we just need to get this oil up here. And again, we were going to combine it. Oh, wait, there's 4 of them over here. Impure, normal, normal, impure. Oh, now we need 3. Oh, way to troll me. That was perfect, but still perfect because when we extend it out, it'll still be fine. Okay, no problem. We got this. Take that out. Put this back in. With all 3. Yeah, I didn't even recognize that it had all 3 there. That means it's going to have 3 cars, so I got to make sure I accommodate the 3 cars. No worries. This is what's so cool about blueprints. You got to take it all out and adjust it. You can. Makes it nice and easy. Yeah, those half steps are messing me up. Okay, and then there's our station. And then our turnaround. Right there. Looks good to me. It's going to auto-connect all of that. This is all auto-connected. And man, we got to do some massive supports back here to bridge it through here. And then we're going to have 3 of them run up here on this side. So we might want to figure out how we're going to do our pipes here. Because our pipes are going to be out a bit. So we'll want to grab this and take this one out. Bring this out. 1, 2, 3. So we'll loop them under and back. I could try to turn this, but these trains are going a certain direction. I want them to match up to the other trains. And I could just do a loop back the other way, but best to just have it that way. And then we'll just bring the stuff down, run it this way, and we'll actually bring it up on the other side. These are real close together, too. Real close together. So maybe we'll bring it up right where that guy is. On this side. Yeah, right there. And this one over here, please be an impure node. Yes, okay. So I can take that impure node, merge it with the other impure node, which I think is this. Nope. This one? No, oh, of course it's going to be the far one. Okay, so it's the far one. So that one and that one we can merge. These two we can merge. So I'm going to run this around, merge it on this side, and then run these up on that side. Feel like that's our best plan, so let's go with that and see how it goes. Let's go ahead and put a wall in here. How close do I want this wall to be? There's going to be an extra thing this way, so we want to get back just a bit here. Let's try this. Let's see how we like this. Here we go. Okay, we got to take care of business first. Okay. So we got to get all these things set up down here. I should have brought some power down here. I wonder if I got any power down this lower side. I don't think I do. That's okay. We'll fix that. We need to get power from the front. Get up there. Always a little scary to run on the ground level. But there is some power way up there that we can tap into. Or is it? Oh, it's on the inside, I think. It's on the right side. It's on the right side. That's okay. We can also just use some foundations. Like this. To get close enough to get to the power. Like that. Yeah, steam overlay. Now it does the steam overlay. Trying to do that steam overlay the other day. Speaking of, I gotta turn that back off again. Because it comes up when I'm playing games and I hate that. Because some games use that combination key. What was it? What was it? In game? Yes, turn steam overlay off. There we go. Yes, okay, good. It's off. Let's see. Yes, the power's right here. This is what I'm looking for. And we'll take that power and we're going to run it underneath here. Ah. Slowing me down. It's because when I click, it moves forward right when I click. It's very annoying. All right. And then we'll probably just want to put a big boy down here. And we could just chain a big boy right here. Let's go ahead and do that. Like this. Nice. Okay. And then we'll take this and we will run it down now. Bingo. That'll allow us to float around. Okay, so we got to get that one out of there. Convert this one. Get to this wall. Go up the wall. So let's go ahead and get our pipes so we know where we're going. There we go. Nice. We'll work on the back one first. Okay, same thing we did before, everybody, where we just go in here. And these are our last oil extractors. So that means that when I finish this, everybody, I don't have to do any more oil extractors. Which is kind of awesome if you think about it. Okay, that one's aiming over there. Looks good. Let's go ahead and land. Go back over here. Get our bar. Hold down Control. Use our scroll wheel. Left click. Roll this out to 7. Kind of hard to see against that background. And then snap that bad boy in there. And then we're going to take this and this out. We're going to see how this goes across this node beautifully. And then there and there. And then put the extractor back. Like so. Gonna bring this power over here. And then we're gonna take out all of this under here. Put in our blueprint on our oil extractor. Pretty exciting. I don't think I've ever done this much oil at the same time. Because again, waiting for this playthrough to do it. Too low. Too low. Do it again. Hide that. Get my blueprints up. Sometimes I float up so I'm not in the way either. This thing is like not lining up to my foundations for some reason. That's just a visual thing. Why is that not lining up? Too low, too, in the front. Too low front-wise. Yep. Okay, we got to go up anyway. All right, we're going to take this out. We're going to go up. Let's go up by 2. Turn my zoop off. Let's go up by 2, and then we'll go in and we'll do a bit of this work. Take all this out. Then take this and run this back like that. Okay, then we'll put our oil extractor. Now, here's a great way to get your oil extractor to snap in there is just aim at the ground. And you can just say that you drilled through there and it's drilling through the ground. You know, RP in what you got to RP in, everybody. Remember, they can't do it all. Right there, 10 hours. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to finish this. Stop bothering me. Stop bothering me. I'm trying to finish this up. Talking to that reminder thing. Oh, it's lined up to the bottom. It's just because it's not as high as those other ones. I see. All right, put those in there. Our extractor should be... Oh, nope. That was one too far forward. So we want it to be right here. We'll get this. How are we looking? Look good on that one? All right, that one. Keep at it, everybody. It's all about persistence. All about persistence is what makes it happen. All right, now I'm going to go in here, and just to make this look nicer, I'm going to throw some nice foundations in here. Come on, you. There we go. Make it look like it's holding this up. Then we'll go put some asphalt on there. There we go. That's holding that up. That's laying on that rock. I like it. I like it. Okay, all this is good. We run our power here. We go ahead and grab our pipe here, and we run that there. And then we go up here, and we connect. We put our overclocking in here, and that one's going to be 150. All right, that's off and running. Doing his thing. I can hear the pump going. Then over here, same thing. It's going to be a little close to that one and a little close to the wall there. Well, let's see how it works out. Yeah, this is way easier to do when you're not floating, to line up the beam in the front. Unless it decides it wants to go the other way. Rotate it around. There we go. 7 meters. Foundation. Take these out. Yeah, that's gonna be tricky. It's right up against that that wall edge. So I think we can get it in there. We'll have to attach it from the front side. So this way. And we're going to attach the blueprint from either side. It's just a little trickier to do it from the front, but we can still do it. Turn the auto connect off. And there we go. All the same stuff. Let's just run it over here first. And then we'll run it there. And we'll grab this. Oh, nope, that is not right again. Oh, boy. Oh, it's 2 in the front. Yeah, I knew that was going to be tough. All right. Can we take that one out? Yes. Okay. So... gotta go one more forward. This is tricky. Tricky. Didn't take that one out. Alright. Tricky. Okay, so we want to snap it to this one, and this is going to be awkward. Because it's going to be hard to see whether it's lined up, but I think we can see right here on the edge. Let's take this one out. And that should get us around the extractor. All right, there we go. And we already got this run, so that makes that easy. We'll run that over there. Get this, connect that there. Connect this power to that power. Get our things back in there again. Get it overclocked. This one is a normal node, so this one should be 300. Yep. Right, 300, yep. And then we'll change that to 300, hundo. 150, 300. Okay, we got those going. Next. These are the last nodes, everybody. It's always fun when you get down to the last ones. Spin it around the other way. Again, if it doesn't work one way, spin it around the other way using your scroll wheel. Oh, this one's same problem. So it's going to go 2 forward. We'll just use that one. Line that up. We'll go back this way. And oil extractor. Get rid of these foundations. Get our mega oil thing here. Rotate it around the other way. Nudge it over. We good? Yeah, that's good stuff. Okay, then this one will go right to there. Middle mouse button, that one. Connect in the extraction. Power up the extractor. Go to the extractor. Put all this stuff in here. Overclock it. This should be a 300. It is. So this one is good. 300. Okay, so this one is going to be over here, and we can just take this part out. Take this part out, and this is going to go directly into, okay, auto, there we go, like that. And then this one is going to go into this one there. And this one we've still got to do. Pretty exciting, everybody. Again, we're about to do the very last node in the game for oil. I don't think I've ever tapped every single node of anything in the game, so epic moment. Let's go. Yeah, this one, same thing. So we got to go 2, 3 forward. Same thing on this one. We'll get that in there. And then we will take this out, hit G so we don't accidentally hit this. We'll move this forward. We'll get our blueprint. Okay, and then flip it around the other way. Make sure it's lined up to our foundation. Looks good. And then, oh, a little over-clicking there. Get on out of there, you. I was trying to get this over here. There we go. That's in. Looks good. This will bring down. Connect over here because we don't want to connect it to that in case we want to turn it off. We'll connect it across there. There we go. Grab this, plug that in. This is what you want your blueprints to be, the minimum amount that you have to do, but it's also fun to leave a little bit for you to do as well. Because we used to do this all manually. Every single piece you'd put in one at a time, which is some serious stuff. All right, this is going to come down and end up in there. Now, I need to get this over here to merge into this. I'm going to go ahead and go up a little bit higher like this, just so it's easy for me to gap over this. I might have to put something in. Or, oh, there it is. There it is. Nice. Okay, I could have used my already pre-colored stuff there, but there we go. Perfect. Now that's going to go up there. This one's going to merge with this other 150. And then this is good. Now we're just going to run it up the thing into the stuff, and we're done. All right, let's just double check it before we go. Make sure this is actually overclocked. Yeah, there we go. Double check. There we go. 150. There we go. And our stuff's working. Our thing's on there. This one's turned on. Check it's overclocked. It is. Is it running at 300? It is. Next one over here. Is our pump working? Yes. Is our stuff at 300? Yes, it is, and it's overclocked. Over here. Overclocked. Running at 150. Our pump is on. Okay. We're ready to go. Let's go ahead and color in this part here as well. And we might just color this in too because I feel like it. There we go. Nice. Then we're going to run our pipes. Let's go. Now the cool thing is once you know where one goes, you know where they all go. And I try to keep them very similar. They get a little awkward, like they want to snap into each other. You got to kind of fuddle with it. Nice. Oh man, we're already there. Okay. Now, we want this to go back that way. Okay, so can we attach to the ceiling? Yes, and come forward. Where's that edge? So come up, attach to the ceiling, go forward. How's that look? Maybe forward just a little bit more. Yeah, you're going to get one or the other, further back or further forward. See if we can hologram that. Feels like it's off. Yes, it is. Okay, let's hologram it. See, we got either back or we got that spot right there, which is where we're trying to get to. All right, then once you have one, of course, you have all the rest, because now you can just use it to line up the other ones. Then we'll hit H and we'll nudge that in nice and straight. Nice there. Bingo. What's his name? Oh. Get this straight. We can nudge that over. Straight up there, straight up here. Alrighty. And we'll do our pumps here in a sec. We want to get this over here. And we're going to bring it up here. We need to put in all of our storage on this end. I have storage on both ends, by the way, so it can backlog over here and backlog on the other side. You don't necessarily have to do that, but it is very, very useful. Not that one. I need my big boy storages here. There we go. And we're going to do this, and these are going to be inputs. And it's going to be about halfway, and we're going to go over here and double check that we have the first one right, so you don't have a whole bunch of these in a row that are all offset. And that arrow should be pointing directly at that because I did center it. And then we're centered this way. Bingo. Okay. And then the rest of these are perfectly offset, so I can just line up the little white boxes at the bottom and put those in, and they should line up to the inputs and outputs. And we'll go ahead and grab these out of here. Let's say to about right there. We're going to grab our foundations and put them under there. Just kind of clean that up nicely. Then we're going to grab our pipes over here. And we'll do all of our pipes from up here to in there on horizontal vertical. There we go. Oh man, look at this, everybody. Look at this. Look what we're doing. You're going to be here at the epic moment. And you're going to be, man, I was watching Kismet and he tapped every bit of oil in the entire game. I can't believe it. It's a miracle. There's a lot of work right here, but like 250 hours worth of work right here. A lot of work to make this happen. Beautiful. I love it. All right, let's go ahead and put... What up, bro? Who's that? Brunine. What up, Brunine? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you. You're here in the epic moment, bro. We're going in on this one, right? We going in over there. So we got to put the pumps back here, actually. This is just going to run down. That'll be fine in here. Yeah, we got to put the pumps on the back side. So we don't have to put those here. This will be fine on running down. Yeah, so that's all good. That's all good. We just got to get this to come up here. So now what we're going to do is line these pumps up, or these pipes up, so they kind of go under and flip around underneath like this. And we want to go horizontal, vertical, so they look sweet like that. All right, very nice. Another one. That's just the mode that I'm in, horizontal, vertical. And sometimes hard to really get them lined up straight. And check it from multiple sides, looking good. And then here. And since all the lines are basically the same, they're all 300, it doesn't really matter, but it matters to me how cool it looks. And we're going to run this. Now we're looking right to here. And then what we can do is have the first one line up here. And then you go 1, 2, 2 back. Like that. Okay, nice. And then this one will come down the way. We'll just line them all up the same. Like that. And then this one. Just one back from the edge. There we go. Okay, the first one just goes directly into this one. And we can also set it to straight. Oh, don't want to do straight. How about just auto? Sounds good to me. This one may or may not make it. It did make it. Awesome. Oh, I'm not coloring my things. It's okay. I'll just color it back afterwards. And I don't know why this thing is not colored over here either, but we'll get that one as well. And then that's bumping my thing. I don't like it. Let's do this. Let's just go ahead and run this to here. Let's do this old school. See, old school, what you would do is you'd run it to here, you'd center it, and then you move it back 1, 2, and then without even using the straight function, you get a nice curve in there. Oh, actually, back too far. I want to bring this forward by 1. I don't know why those things are orange. They really need to work on the that stuff. There we go. Now we got a nice 90 there. Old school right there. Then this, we're going to go as far as we can. Actually, we'll just line up with this one. And then we'll just do the same thing here. Now, I wish I had my straight function working today. Come on, there it is. All right, that one's working. And that looks good. This all looks good. Okay. Kind of feel like this one is a little offset to the right. So we're going to take this. We're going to hit H, nudge, nudge. Just to be in the same spot, but a little bit more straight. Again, this doesn't really matter, everybody, but it matters to me, so that's why I do it. All right, there we go. Just to make it look nice. All right, we'll color these in. And we now have all of our stuff there. We're going to need our pumps. We got all of that all the way up there. All right, pump time. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to grab some of these pumps, and we want to make sure they're going in the right way. Now, you should be able to see the marker of the previous one. See this one here? That's the one back behind, and it's supposed to snap to that, but it does not work. And I don't know why they would make it where it does not come out right. I don't understand. It makes no sense to me, chat. Yeah, you can't do sub unless you're a sub. Sub commands are a bonus. There are some commands you can do, though. Channel commands, a whole bunch of other stuff as well that you can find in there as well. But yeah, I don't know why they would have that snap there and it doesn't work. What I do is I go down here so that I'm not exceeding my head lift. I mean, it'll kind of work, but I don't like to exceed my head lift. I like to have a little bit of wiggle room.
Oh, do a kickflip! That was amazing.
There we go. Yeah, doing a kickflip. All right, so now that these won't be taxed too much, this one probably the worst of all of them, but it is going down a little bit there, so we'll see how that goes. Then we're going to go ahead and work our power from up here. Should have put that in the center. Why didn't I put that in the center? I don't know. But we'll just go ahead and move it to the center. Well, the center of this side anyway. And then we're going to run it down till we get over here, and then we can power all of these. Let's hope they're going in the right direction. They are. So it's always pointing away from the flow direction. That's how I think of it. So this means that this is going to flow upwards there, and it's already working. I can see it up there. We can also take a look at the head lift on this right now, 33. So we might only need these ones. How about this middle one? 33. Again, I don't like to have a massive head lift in there. I probably go 45 maximum because then you never have to worry about it. And that's what I'm all about, everybody. Never having to worry about those head lifts. Now down here, the head lift probably around 45. Yeah. Oh, man, that's perfect. Nice. Let's go check this one here. Oh, yeah. See, between 45 and 50 is where you want to be. And I'm usually right around 45 or so. Nailed that one. Nailed it. Here, again, you want to have that little leeway because it's going to go up, it's going to go down, it's going to go up, and it's going to go down. And if you put it right where that thing snaps, it has a tendency to exceed your head lift and then go down, exceed your head lift and go down. And I don't like that, and I don't want it to do that. It's interesting how this one, see how this one is not in the middle like these? That's weird. All right, let's fix that. Still not in the middle. Okay, because they're all exactly the same length. So that should be in the middle there. I don't understand, but there you go. Like these ones are lining up. I don't know. I don't make the games, I just play them. All right, there we go. We're running this over here. Now what we want to see is some serious amount of oil. We've got to do all of our... We'll probably work on our supports next time. But we want to make sure that everything's working here. We didn't take this one out, I bet. All right, hold on. We got to redo this one. Because we got to take this out. Because we put the, if you put the oil train stations in before the train station itself, it gets glitched out. So you gotta work around that bit. And then we want the horizontal vertical mode. Like this and like that. Okay, now we want to see some oil going in there. Nice, nice. And nice. Okay, in the bottom one. Nice. And eventually it'll get up to the top one. But it's going to fill that bottom one for a while until it gets a bit over the top of this pipe. Just like when you're filling water, the water level will rise with the thing. And then the head lift will take it up to the top eventually. Or the pump will take it up there. Okay, we can take all this out. We can take this connection out over here. Yes, we can take all this out here. And we can clean that up a little bit by just running. Oh, we got to upgrade that. Oh, we better save then. We're going to upgrade that. We better save. Looking good. Let's save it under that. Okay. And then we're going to grab this. And we're going to try to upgrade it. Let's do it. Make more connections now. And then we're going to bring it all the way down. And we're going to run it around in the bottom. Then we can run this across and power it from there. We don't need that. Don't need that tower. And then the same thing over here. We can run this under here and click into there. And same over this way. And we will run it to there. And now we don't need this. We don't need that. Nice. And then this. We can run on its own down here. And then this one can tap into that one. There we go. Nice, nice. Got all that. All these are back on. I can see they're green. Green, green, green. All right, why is this one not green? Come on. What's your deal? There it goes. Okay, I had to take a second to kick in. Okay, and this is all merged. So now we're running 300, 300, 300. And you're like, well, Kismet, it's 600 pipes. That's true, but it keeps hitting that cap limit, and it will really mess up when you're using trains. So I highly recommend that you split everything into 300s and still use the 600 pipes. The reason why is because what you're trying to do is backlog your industrial filter. You can see it's already working on the top one. You want to backlog all your pipes and your industrial filter, fill it all up. And this is just, again, a buffer. That's what it's for, to buffer it. You want to make sure you let it fill first before you start to take all the stuff out, right? Because otherwise you're going to have issues with that in the long run. So let's go ahead and get our train in. And let's see if we actually put our train in the correct direction this time. Sometimes I do get them switched around. It does happen. And there we go. 1, 2, 3. Grab this. Put that there. GG's all around. Okay, and then we're going to give this one a name. What are we going to call it? We already called one mid. What's a good oil reference? I'm trying to think of a good oil reference in a movie. Good oil reference from a movie. Oh, yes. There will be blood. Yes. Right here. I remember that movie now. Drink your milkshake oil pickup. If you've never seen that one, everybody, really great scene in there. Where it goes in and he does that. It's a little long, though. I don't like it to scroll, but I remember that from that movie. He's like trying to extract oil. And he runs the pipe in there and he steals the guy's oil, basically, the gist of it. All right, but I like this other one, oil can, from Wizard of the Oz. Oil can oil pickup, or oil can pickup. How about that? Even better, oil can pickup. Make it nice and easy to understand. There we go. Okay, and then we're going to call this the oil can train. Right here, oil can train. There we go. Sometimes I just put some references in there just for fun. Oil can pickup right here. Boom. Save changes. All right, we got that. Now, what we need is to go for a little ride and see if our train tracks are if I'm gonna come off the rails of the train tracks. So we're gonna go this way. And that means that there's a break in your train tracks if you didn't do them correctly. If you did, it'll just go nice and smooth. You'll have no problems. And this will be it, everybody. All the oil in the game. Very cool. And this one will be easy to do on the other side since it's such a small station. But this one is way out here, so probably better to do a small train so it can cook. Make sure I'm going the right direction. So where's my other train? Where am I? I'm here. No other trains coming this way. All right, well, let's keep going back to the other station and see what happens. Oh, we can just turn auto drive on. Turn on self-driving. So it'll go to oil can pickup. So what it's got to do is figure out how to get back to oil can pickup. Let's see if it can figure it out. Seems fine. No issues. And it is going the correct direction because I remember us fixing this one earlier. So I had that reversed. Yeah, if I did just want to turn around, that's not going to work. It would have to go all the way back to that other station. All right, now there's a train blocking me here. Yeah, there's another train coming down the track. Why is that one blocking me, though? Kind of feel like I need another block signal over here to keep this train, the incoming train, from blocking. Yeah, because this is blocking this. So this doesn't need to be there. This can go here. And that wouldn't block that train. Nope. Maybe take this out. Yeah. Kind of messes that up. I think I just need to put one up here where it can get past that point. Yeah. Just needs to get past that point so that can continue on. Okay, so we want to turn our train around though, because we can drive it all the way over there, but I'm just going to turn it around and remake it on the other side. Just to double check that it can make it back, because we know the rest of this track works. We've already tested with our other trains. But we do want to test it back this way. Here comes our other train. That's a big boy. Look at that train. That's 17 cars long right there. Really, it's 12 cargo and 5 engines. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, we're going left. I thought I was turning there, but I'm not turning there. I'm going down here. I still got to do another kind of turn, and then I go off on my thing. Because I noticed it didn't have an option to turn, so you can only go really that one way. So we'll go. Where we want to switch is right here. Yeah, here's our switch. There it is. Then this way. Up and over. Got to fix that hypertube. Then this way, this way. Again, we're testing all the tracks. Again, if we come off the track, boom, you know that that needs to be fixed. I need to take that out of my tracks. I need to blow up those trees. Ah, look at this. Awesome. Ride your tracks first, everybody. Make sure that your tracks are not, you might have missed a segment or it didn't connect or whatever. I love how it just perfectly fits to the edge of the top of that part right there. Very cool. Okay, now we're gonna put the train in for sure this time, and then connect all of this in there. Oops, we need 3. My bad. 3, and then this. Rename the train again to oil can train. There we go. Edit timetable is going to be pickup. Save those changes. And then now we need to drive it all the way back so we can make the other station. Let's go. Okay, that's all set up. We're good. Now we just need to make the station on the other side, set this up, and then just watch it and see if it runs back and forth. There's some really long train lines we're doing here, everybody. Long train lines. Oh my God, here we go again. 10.5-hour stream. Man, I'm just doing 12-hour streams day after day after day here. Well, that's awesome, everybody. We're crushing it. Could have told this to go to the other station. It just dawned on me. I could have told it to go to one of my stations, and it would automatically just route me there. What station we're going to go to? Center oil drop-off. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Edit timetable. Center oil drop-off here. And then we'll just take this one out. We'll save that. Turn on self-driving. Then I should be able to hands off and it will navigate me there automatically. Yeah, see, it's working. It's going. Because we want to get to that station, and right in front of that station is where we're going to build this one here. Look at this complexity here. But again, remember, it's just one piece at a time. And then when you build your blueprints, you can do a lot of pieces at once. We just did a ton of stuff, everybody. We added all of these supports. We did all this stuff. We reworked that under part there. We also did that offshoot over there. We got all of our parts at the bottom done there. We connected all of our oil together. So we're in our kind of final stages of collecting our oil. Then we're going to need to collect all of the coal. And that's going to be easy easier because we have all of these train lines already run. So all we got to do is either bring the two here where we can make a train station. We can just make it a little offshoot train station, then have it turn around, go back the other way. Or we could have it kind of go out and then collect it and then loop and then come back as well. A lot of things we could do. Just kind of looking around as I go. Bunch of green stuff. Whatever that stuff's called. It's going right out of my head. I hate that. What's that stuff called? Not ultracite. It is uranium. I was thinking ultracite. Uranium stuff for making nuclear protection. Nuclear protection. Little Fallout 4 reference. Or really Fallout reference in general. It just dips under. Nice. And as you saw there, perfect spiral there. Perfect spiral over here. Cool stuff. Again, that's for later because this actually is functioning as our power right here. So we don't want to mess with that until we get all this kind of set up. And then when we do this, everybody, it's going to be so much power. It's going to be crazy. The real trick is, will we have enough coal to do all of this oil? But we need some of this oil to do other things like doing plastic and rubber and all that, which we'll need for some of the processes. So we'll probably go, I don't know, 50,000 power, see how that looks. And then as we need more, we'll go ahead and incorporate more. And we go as high as we want to go at this point. Power-wise. And if you notice, I hadn't had to run back to my base once to collect resources. And that's because I have it all set up where it's making all the resources and putting them into Dimensional Depot. So when I use 10,000 resources, it just puts it all right back in there. That's pretty sweet. Or 5,000 or 1,000 or whatever I'm using. I got to take out those side things right there. I should be writing this stuff down so I can run them down a checklist, but we'll get to all that detail stuff later. Another train going the other way. See, and this is cool too, because you can just tell the train to go somewhere, and then AFK, and then come back, and bam, your train will be there. The only problem is, if it's a station that another train's trying to get to, you'll be blocking that station. Look at it go. It just knows how to navigate. This is really cool, everybody. This is a really amazing job by them over at Coffee Stain. They did an amazing job on this. We just reworked all of this earlier. There we go. Center oil drop off. Okay, now we're going to switch our timetable here, and we're an oil can pickup. And we're going to go ahead and take this off. We're going to save here. Cancel docking. No docking. And then off it goes to oil can pickup. And I will just go back and pick up that oil that's been collected. And then we'll build out the thing here again and just have a station for that. Really easy. Watch how quick this is going to go. But again, modular mega blueprints. By the way, when I'm finished this, I'm not even going to need the fluid stuff anymore over here, which is wild to think about. I won't need the fluid for oil anymore, but I will need the fluid for other things. There's a lot of other fluids we got to set up. But there we go. We're going to do that. And then we will put in our fluid platforms. And we're going to hit H so we can nudge it. Down, over, up. Looks good. We're going to say auto connect so we don't have to connect it. Nice. And then we want to connect our power so we can kind of lean out over there. And we're going to grab this and we're going to run it here. We're going to take out these railings right over here. Not that railing. There we go. And then we'll just reconnect this bad boy over that way. Oh, man, we're a little close to that pole. Don't like it. Don't like it. Going a little wider. Let's just do it manually. We'll line her up. A little tricky with this thing in the way. Let's just go back straight. And then we'll do it. Too close. No worries. We got this. Come on. There we go. Like that. And then we'll just adjust all of this to accommodate that. Okay, put it down. There we go. A little half foundation in there we got to take out. Some railings. Hit G so I can just get those railings. Just like rotisserie G. Binoculars G. If you ever wonder why we call them binoculars G, we're playing Raft and he was in charge of the binoculars or something. I forget the exact origin of it, but it was something like that. You guys remember in the chat, you let me know. All right, look at that. Clean that up. Nice. Nice. All right, looking good. And so we've got our things here. We're not going to take that out until after we put our station in. Now we got power. See, we can hang off the end. We set that power up. And then this is our primary station here. I'll try not to be in the way, because you can't actually be in the way of your own building. So if you're like, why is it not building? I don't know. Are you standing in the way? Because it could be that. And then over here, aiming at the edge. Hitting that H. Nudging that into place. Auto connecting. Done. And those are mega modular blueprints, as you saw. Boom. And I can make that train station as long as I want. I can mix it with freight or with oil or with fluids. Freight or fluids. Oh, and I did a freight platform. Oh, and see, when you screw up, you can take it out and put in the correct one. My bad. So I'm glad I saw that. Fluid platforms. Right here. Don't worry. It'll all auto-connect once we put it back in correctly. There we go. And then down, or is that already correct? Let's look over here. Looks good. Connected on this side, connected on that side. GG's. Now I wonder if it's going to work if I put the freight platform after I put this in. But I'm just going to take it out anyway. Oh, not that. I didn't mean to take the whole thing out. Try it again. All right. I was just going to take that one out, but the thing didn't switch fast enough. All right. And then put that back in again. This is our fluid platform. It's on auto connect. There we go. Put that in. I like how my light turned green. That means we're looking good on our block signals. And then take it out, but don't be in blueprint mode. There we go. I don't trust it. Taking this one out just in case before we go and put in all of our storage. Okay, this one is oil can drop off. Oil can drop off. Good enough. Okay, now we're going to work on this side over here. And we're going to hit G on this. We're going to take all this out. So we can run some foundations. And make it awkward. Bingo. There. I go 1, 2, 3, and then dish away. And don't worry, everybody. We'll come back. We'll do supports and all that stuff over here. This is going to be a massive fuel plant. Now, I did try to get my other one in there that was like, 12 long. Would be even worse now because, again, I added that extra train. So it would be even worse. But I actually hit the edge of the world, which is going to radiate you. So I swapped it to this smaller one. And this smaller one seems better. And you can see we have a longer one over there. And all of this is going to feed into a massive fluid power plant that's going to be right here, everybody. I have a feeling it's going to take up this whole entire area. Plus, we're also going to go vertical with it. And then we'll make it fancy. We'll make it fancy later. Right now, we got to make it functional. And that's an important thing. All right, so we got this over here. We're going to hit H, and we're going to have this outflow. See, again, these blueprints can work either way. They work either in or out of the thing. And again, I always have them on the same side, in the same spot, so they can be utilized. In this case, this is going to be output. We need to make sure that we change our stuff to unload. I'm going to go to blueprint here so I can see the other one. And here, there we go. And then we're going to grab our pipes over here that are already colored so we don't have to color those. There we go. And then up here, horizontal, vertical. And this is an output. This is an output. All right. And then which way? This way. Here. Very excited, everybody. Very excited. Then what I'll probably do off stream is let this run a while to collect it up. No Man's Sky, is that it? Is that the one I'm thinking of? I don't even know. I can't remember. Oh, this one's silver. I just realized that this outer one is silver and that one's actually black. Oh, I actually kind of like the silver. All right, so we got that. Now we need power and pumps. Yeah, this is all good. Yeah, power and pumps. Let's go. Let's get our pumpity pumps. Actually, I think we got any pumps over here. We can grab some pumps over here so we don't have to recolor them. Bingo. Did we do our pumps on that one? Yes, I can see them there. Okay, I don't think I colored those in now that I think about it. Those other ones that we did over there. And we're going to get on that. Why do we have orange railings? Why is that orange? Sometimes it does weird stuff with the coloring here, but I don't know. Maybe I took it out and then put it back in. I don't know. Let's just fix it while we're there. I wonder if these all have the orange railings on that left side. Sometimes that happens in your blueprints, like you forget to color that in. Oh yeah, this one has it too. It's funny when you notice that stuff. It's okay, that stuff's easy to fix. Okay, so this is coming out of here. So we'll just run these across here like this. Looks good. And then pushing these up out of here as well. I don't know, it always tries to troll you and turn this in the wrong direction, even though you're going out of an output. You'd think, oh, it knows I'm going out of an output, so it's going to go ahead and put it in the right direction. Wrong. It's going to put it in the opposite direction to try to trip you up, so you have to do it twice. At least that's how it feels to me. And then we're going to run this one over here. Right here. Right here. And then we're going to take this one and we're going to run it underneath. Like this. And then we shall find where the front of our thing is, over this way. And we shall put it right there. And we shall connect it into our central power. And now that baby's up and running. Can you believe I have added no power this whole time, everybody? None at all. All these trains I've set up, all the stuff I've done, all the things I've boosted or overclocked, all that stuff, no trains. Or no additional power. 20,000 power, roughly around 22,000 power. I did all of this, all of that, all that stuff over there. Every station that you saw me do, all the pumps, all the extraction, all the trains, all the stuff. I mean, that should be really impressive, everybody. That should be super impressive that I did all of that without having to add any more power since pretty much the beginning of the game. That's pretty hardcore right there, everybody. That's super efficient. This is why I was hired by Fix-It Corporate to teach you guys some epic stuff. Some gaming secrets over here, or how to build get it going. Look at that, everybody. Not even capping. Not even capping that baby. I'm only doing about 13K right now. Super efficient. The best and most efficient you can be. And again, I'm doing giant mega builds right now. And looking good, by the way. Looking good doing it. All right. That's what's most important. Is that you're looking good when you're doing it there. Okay, check. We got power. We got power. We got power. We got power. And we got power. Okay, good. All good. Then we got to make sure we remember to unload our thingy thing. Unload. And unload. So our train should be waiting for us right now. Hopefully full of oil. And we're going to go oil can train. Oop, wrong thing. Where's my oil can train? Oil can train. We are going to go ahead and edit its timetable. We've got the oil can pickup, the oil can drop off. We're going to save. And let's see if it docks. It comes over here. Let's go ahead and find it on the map. No, it doesn't want to scroll. Okay, fine. There we go. Now it'll scroll. Again, it's way over here, everybody. It's way over here in the middle of the map somewhere. There it is. We got to turn this thing off as well. Let's go ahead and stop highlighting first before you remove it, then remove it. Oh, here comes the train. Here it goes. There we go. Speaking of power, I'm building a rocket fuel plant on Friends Save that is currently generating 200,000 megawatts. I had no idea that was even possible. Satisfactory is amazing, isn't it? Galvion, I have collected all the oil. All of it. And so we're going to see how many megawatts we get in the end. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is collecting every single oil in the world, and then I'm going to collect all the coal to go along with all the oil, and then I'm going to build the same kind of thing. I'm going to go ahead and do a fuel plant, then we're going to go to turbo fuel, and then we're going to go to rocket fuel, and then maybe even the next one up, which is ionized fuel. We'll see how it goes. But the fun part is running all the trains and doing all this fun stuff. We're working on that right now. Very, very fun. Again, I only play 1 day a week, so it's not like I'm doing it all day, every day. But we are having fun getting it going. There we go. Got our hyper tube on. And now we just want to see our oil come back here and unload into these, and we have done it. We have done the miracle of tapping all the oil. You don't even know the math, so I couldn't even tell you if I wanted to. Oh, well, we're going to do the math in a spreadsheet eventually. But first, we've got to get everything consolidated into our base here. And again, I think it's much more impressive to use a low amount and be crazy, hyper efficient with your resources and with your power than it is to build 100,000 plates or 500,000 megawatts of power or whatever. I think because that's actually easy if you think about it. All you have to do is go to each and everything and just power it up and keep powering it up and power it up and connect it to your power network. But to do it with very little power means you don't take all that time to make the power. Like I could already finish the game. I could have finished it like 150 hours ago. That tells you right there. That's what I find impressive. That's what I like to do. That's the style I like to play. And then when I prove that is possible, where you can actually finish the entire game with only 20,000 power, then I say, okay, now it's time to build some massive stuff. And that's what we're doing right now. Very fun. Oh yeah, out in the swamps where you can see where I built mine. I'm all over the place. I've gone from sea to shining sea, as they say. I've got all the oil at the top. I got this oil here. We just finished. This is the last one we set up. Right now our train's coming back. Our final oil train that we've set up. And then we're going to be working on all this coal. See, the cool thing is we already have the train track. So all we got to do now is run this coal to an existing train track. Then we just set up a station. It takes that coal, runs it back over to us, and we can drop all that off. In fact, we can make a single train that just goes and collects all the oil and bring it back. And then once we have that route, we can then make a second train to go the same route and so on and so forth. You can actually set all that stuff up pretty easily. To have those trains come through, especially if the train's the same size, comes to the train station and you offset the train station for the different empty ones that might not be used at that particular station. Very cool. But now we're just waiting for our train to come back. Yeah, reef oil train going that way. and then center oil train going by. So the center oil train needs to go by, and then once that one goes by, the reef oil train can start back up and go that away. Yeah, there it goes. All right, awesome. Come on, center. Oh, no, it's not center oil train. It's oil can train. Oh, it's already ahead. Where you at, oil can train? There he is. Oh, he's going through my perfect spiral right now. See him going round and round? We're going to get on the train, too. We're going to go for a little ride, a little victory ride to see how well it is dropping it off. And again, let me just go up a little bit higher. You can see this is all the oil in the game. But this is as many. It's kind of also shocking to know that that's as many train stations as you need for all the oil in the entire game. That's kind of wild, right? I could have made it into one station and just had the one train go to this station, this station, this station, this station, this station, this station, and bring the oil back. But it's much more efficient to have separate trains because some trains go this way, some trains go that way, some trains are going up, right? So you want to have those things being super efficient grabbing the thing. And I'll probably start with 2 trains. So when one train is dropping off, the other train is picking up, and then they'll go like this. And I find that you usually don't need more than 3 trains, even if it's going across all the way to the other side of the world, because if you put too many trains, which I have done, the actual trains slow each other down. So the problem is you're waiting for them to switch tracks, you're waiting for them to pass each other, and also you're waiting for them to unload. Right? So I've done too many trains on a track, which is totally possible. And plus you don't have enough block signals and the trains are tripping each other up that way. But I love making that efficient. So normally I would do a maximum of like 3 trains on a single train route. Not just the train tracks, but on a train route. And the more you put in, the more it has to wait, the more it has to take the time, and then, of course, the more it delays the delivery of your oil. And if your oil is your main thing, is your main power, then we'll know, right? Then we'll know. And again, I could already finish the game, but I proved it is possible to finish the entire game with literally just rocket fuel. That's it, 20,000 power. By the way, I could actually not even use rocket. Oh, here it comes. I don't even have to use rocket fuel. I could actually make... Jump on the back. I could actually make... oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Wrong one? No, this is oil can train. I could literally go and just do coal. I can just do 20,000 coal, and that's it. GG's. I can finish the entire game. Which is really cool. I think that's really cool to just try that kind of stuff. What's possible? Could I do this? Could I do this? How efficient I could be? Because remember, everybody, efficiency first right here. I'm wearing my Satisfactory shirt. And again, I'm your official Fix-It corporate trainer. I do not work in the laser you from space department when you are inefficient. So I'm trying to teach you how to be as efficient as possible up here in the stream. Yeah, that is 100% working right there. All right, we're going to get back on this train. And we're going to ride her all night long. Let's go, baby. Victory lap. And again, this train is driving itself, everybody. It's going all the way across to the other side. Then it's going to go all the way up. It's going to go through a bunch of transitions. It's going to go through the Kismet perfect spiral, everybody. Everybody else does spirals, and they go... Mine, smooth as butter. Never slows down my train beyond the minimum amount, and is always going at its maximum speed as well. And we even went in and embellished all the train lines and did all that stuff. And of course, we got to work on all this embellishment here, but we're going to build a bunch more stations here, so no point in doing that yet. And you can see this is automatically switching between all this complex switching that it needs to do. And instead of making a really long ramp, I do spirals. And here we go. In fact, dual lane spirals. I could make a 5-lane spiral if I wanted to. A little bit more difficult, but totally could do it. Look how smooth that is. Smooth as butter, everybody. Look how smooth. Smooth going up them spirals. I like it. A little bit of dipping in the center, but not as bad as if you don't have your offsets right. Otherwise, you're just going to be doing a lot of this. It's going to slow your train down. And on the downside, it is really smooth on that outside swing. And you can see this one's going through here. It's going to automatically switch back. Again, the complexity is based on just adding more stuff, right? And then we have a transition. Just do one thing at a time, everybody, and then it'll add up to all this complexity that you see. It's not hard. It's just understanding a bit of of the basics, and then just building and building and building. Before you know it, you have a totally killer stuff like mine. And over here, we're also extracting from our pressurizers right there. That's extracting natural gas over there. Running that natural gas back. And you see that some of ours goes through various different stages. Look at our hypertube launcher. That's fun. That's very fun. Oh, we got another train coming in. We got to wait for the train. I think there's a train coming up the spiral. Oh, yeah, here it comes. We might need another... We might need another thing to break these two apart. Yeah, well, if I could go fix it now, quick. We need a thing here. Cut that track. Oh, I just messed it up. Something blocking it. I'm going down the track. It's causing us to stop here. Yeah, see, it thinks all this track is the same. It's not cutting that. I think my trains are too complex for it. It's confused. See, these tracks are not the same because we have a thing there. Again, these should not be connected to each other. See, that should cut that into a different color. This should cut it into a different color. Yeah, we needed 2 block signals. Got another train coming up. Oh, we got another train coming up. Aha! See, it's this transition right here that's making it act like it's blocked. Maybe I'd cut that. That'll get us going. Yeah, this transition needs to be reworked. And this block signal is going the wrong direction. There we go. There we go. Hey, get back on the train. That little intersection needed some block signals. We got it. Now again, we're gonna work on all that stuff, which I consider to be the detail. But the most important thing is you just want your trains to work. Now it would have already worked if it got far enough out and then switch that signal. But there's a lot of switching there, so you really, when you go into a merging or a splitting, that's when you want to go and check those drops, check those signaling so that it comes out right. All right, here we go. This is a really big spiral here. Let's go. Now I can build spirals of infinite height because I have it set up in blueprints. I can just go as high as I want to go. You'll see, this one's pretty big. And smooth as butter. Kind of funny when you have a dizziness problem like me and you build stuff that makes people dizzy. But I just wanted to show you what can be done in the game, everybody. Give you some inspiration to go out there and build cool stuff. That's for sure. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. 3 seems to be the right number because this way you're not blocking each other as you're going. You might get away with 4 at this kind of max distance. But again, most of the time I backlog all my resources first so that I fill up, especially fluids. So I fill up all the fluids. That's what this is going to do. It's going to fill up all those fluids before we even start on our power. So I don't need to. I'm only using 13,000 power right now. I mean, that should be impressive, everybody. That should be impressive. Oh, see all the stuff you see? All the train stations, all the trains running, all the signals, all the stuff right here. That should be pretty impressive. And I have basically unlimited amount of resources as well. As you can see, it automatically just makes it when I need it, puts it in the awesome sink, or not the awesome sink, in the dimensional depot. And we all good. All right, slowing down. And it was waiting for that train to clear. The train has cleared, and now it's ready. And again, I'll put more block signals in these so that they don't cause each other to stop too often. And you just want to space them out over long distances. And that just cuts those into different segments. But all these trains are connected together. This is like one long track. It's all connected, which I have normally I run trains separate from each other, just so that you don't have that logistics problem. Now there's 2 of those things we need to fix. 2 of those hypertubes we will fix at some point. Again, this is the very last oil one that we were setting up. And we still got to do our supports and all that stuff. We'll come back and do that. But way out here. We call it the oil can pickup. Oil can from like Wizard of Oz. And then we just want to see it pick up that oil. And so you want to ride on your trains for a while and to look at issues. Oh, wait, there's an issue here. It's stopping too long. It's stopping too long here. This train is waiting because you have this big distance and you didn't put any block signals in between. So it's sitting way over here. And this train is way up there and it could have moved forward. And if it could move forward, then it could go off onto its own. But it's been waiting for this train to get all the way off the track to the station. And it doesn't have the ability to turn because this whole track is one piece. So you want to definitely go back and cut that into pieces. And you can probably ride this train for an hour or 2 and not see any of those issues. And that's because they'll be in a certain sync, and then they'll be out of sync, and then they'll be in sync, and they'll be out of sync, and they'll in sync. And again, you can set that all up and control that syncing of how your trains run with your block signals as well. Especially if you're running multiple trains to the same train station. You definitely want to have block signals so that those trains can progress and not just one long thing of track like this is right here. Because if I try to put another train on here, it's not going to work. It's just going to be blocked the whole time over long distances. But I can also do that on purpose, by the way. I can also make it blocked on long distances so it only has block signals on this side. So this train is sitting here waiting for this train to leave. When that one leaves, then this one then goes the other, and then they swap. And then they'll end up on the opposite sides, right? So this one's at this train station, this one's at the train station, and then they swap, and then they swap. You get the idea. So you can basically space them out that way if you want, which is typically what I do. Yeah, put that cannon in the base of this spiral over here. We'll get it. I love watching these trains run, everybody. They're really cool. I love watching the resources run. I love watching the trains run. Man, we got a lot of cool stuff in this game. Really a massive amount of awesome things they added. No golf yet, though. I bet you there's a mod for that. I bet you there is a mod. All right, let's see how this transition goes. Okay, we got the one coming out of the station. It's going to stop. Oh, that's much more smooth. I like it. Okay, and then there's one up ahead. I can see that train's up ahead. Now, see that long distance? If I had put things there, I could probably fix it and run ahead. Watch this. I'm going to fix it while I'm waiting for that train to chill. I'm going to go way up here out of the station. And I'm going to cut it so it can move forward more. And I'm going to hit toggle side. There we go. Boom. Now it's cut. So that train's going to move forward. And then it's going to stop there until this one clears up here. And that's typically what I will do. I will just run with the train itself, see if the train is slowing it down. And then just keep cutting like that. And then now that one will move up to here. I'm just trying to stay ahead of my train, though, so I can hop back on the train here in a second. Just space them out, everybody. Space them out. Like that. Again, cutting these into different segments so the train is not waiting forever. If it catches up to me, I'm going to jump on it. Yeah, see, it's still waiting for the train to clear the tracks here because it's going down the spiral. And we should have put one at the start of the spiral. Be good. I don't like to put them right there on the edges because then they're going to stop at an angle and it takes them a little longer to start up. So I like to stop them right on the down angle because that's going to give you a good one there. And now it's going to move up to here while this is going down the spiral. And so we can go down the spiral actually faster than the train can because we just go straight down. It's going to go to the edge of that spiral. And it's going to spiral on the outside until it gets here. Yeah, see that train's still on there. So we can come down and we can cut that now, and then we'll come down the spiral now. And it'll end up right here waiting for this train. And then we'll this is already cut up. So it's going to go right to here. And again, I'll show you. It'll stop right here at this block signal while that one's on the track. We'll just let it do its thing. Yeah, here it comes. We'll see if this goes green by the time it gets here. That one has to go up that spiral. Again, I'd probably put another block signal and so on. This way, this train is not slowing down. You don't want your trains to slow down, and that's why you want to cut it into segments. So if one train's going ahead of it, they're both still moving, and if this one's back far enough, this one will clear the track by the time this one gets to the track, and it won't have to slow down at all. Oh, it's green now. We good to go. Boom. We out of here. Okay, that's good pacing. See, now that one's out far enough to where this one can just keep going. It doesn't have to stop. That's pacing out your trains. I also have one that goes that way for no reason, just that other than it's fun. That actually goes along the ground. Those are really tricky to do because you don't have foundations to make it easy. And that's going to be our track eventually for the one that we already have working. That's actually currently fueling our whole base. And again, I can finish the whole entire game right now. If I chose, I already finished it several times before. On release, and I don't know, 30 times in early access, at least as far as you could go in early access, many times. Absolutely fun and incredibly addicting, and that's why we've been doing it for 11 hours right now. We're coming up on that 12-hour limit. But we're going to go ahead and try to finish this up and rest her up this time. Rest up. How am I on 11 hours? Oh, because, yeah, it is 9. All right, see how that one waited for the train? And that train is going back that way, so it already cleared the station, so it didn't have to wait too long, because, again, we had the block signals. And then that one has now already cleared this other block signal that we added here, so it doesn't slow down the train anymore. And then it can go and go on this side one. Again, we just fixed that earlier. Perfect. And down the perfect spiral. Look at that. Butter smooth. So sweet. Down we go. And all this stuff is just temporary here. Those are what I call super builds, which is you're just building it to maximize your production, being super efficient. And then our mega builds are like this one coming up on the left here, like that one, where you really go and embellish it and do all sorts of fun stuff. That's just my concrete right there. And all it does, make concrete, put it in a dimensional depot. It makes it the maximum amount of concrete it can actually make. And then it has like 24 boxes backlogged of concrete. Pretty awesome. That's a long way to drive right here. This is a long, long drive. My train will do it faithfully all day, every day, and just bring me massive sums of oil. Yeah, I kind of feel like it would be fun to kind of try to consolidate all of the coal and then just put it in one long coal train. That'd be kind of fun. Might slow down our production though. All right, waiting for this to switch. Lights to switch here. Very nice. We got to fix that hypertube there. And we'll just get out and do that while we're thinking about it. Here's what we'll do. We'll just put it on this side this time. This right here. And we can make some choices. We can circle back with our curve. And we can go back that way if we want, or we can go like this. We can curve around there. Again, we'll come back and work a bit on that. Oh, and there it is, everybody. Every bit of oil in the entire game being delivered right there. Right there. Oh, let me go up in the front here so we can see it all. That's it. GG's. We win. We win when it comes to getting every bit of oil. It's actually kind of amazing that that is all the oil in the game. Again, we just saw something. We just saw something, everybody. We just learned something. That's every bit of oil. Now, the only oil that's not over here, everybody, is the one that's running this over here, and eventually we will bring it over. But it's about the same size as one of these stations here. I forget how many it has, how many cars it has. But it's about, say, the size of that one. So we just do one more, and that'll be every bit of oil in the entire thing. And not only did we do that, everybody, but we also like did it at a mega level where we embellished everything. We put in railings. We put in stuff that goes along the edges and whatnot. We even did some fancy mega building with little things in the center of stuff just to make it look cool with a little wiring and whatnot. We really went all out, bro. All out. And eventually we'll come back and do all our supports over here. Now, I wouldn't do the supports over here because you might be adjusting and readjusting all of this. But our trains actually have all the supports starting right there and all the way down on every single track. They have all their supports except for this one. And we'll go back and fix that. Yeah, there it is. Let's see. How many is it? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so just about the same size as the one that's over there. And these two are the largest of the two, right? This is 12 things, and that's 10 over there. So that tells you where the most oil is, right? Most oil right over here, which is where I usually start because these are all pure nodes right here. So you just absolutely crush it. And then way out over here, this is all the oil here. This is 12 cars with 300 each. Now, of course, I could condense it down to 600, and then it would only be 6 cars, but you keep hitting that cap of 600. So I try not to hit that cap. I try to get it in as fast as I can into the buffers, and then the buffers take care of it when the train comes in and out. Try to fill all that stuff up, keep those as full as possible, and then, boom, we're good to go. And then we'll figure out all the math, everybody. We'll come through because we know, and it's easy to do the math if you think about it, we know that each one of these is 300. So all we have to do is count how many canister stacks that we have, and then times that times 300. GG's. There you go. You know exactly how much oil. And we'll figure that out another time. I think we're good. Pretty epic moment. Very fun. All right, I say we save, and we're going to call it Epic Moment. There we go. Time for the Kismet Love Train. I'm actually going to only do an 11-hour stream today and not a 12-hour. Here we go. Actually going to get an extra half hour of rest, everybody. Actually, it's going to be, it's 11 and a half hours. There we go, roughly. So, yeah, we're going to actually get some rest here, everybody. We're going to get it going on. Rest up a bit, come back tonight. We're going to have some fun playing right over here. Boom! There's my updated schedule. We're going to be playing some Fallout 4, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's in about 12 and a half hours from now. Whatever time it is for you, but for me, it's going to be 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then we're going to also come back on Thursday, build some more. We're going to probably be doing some questing tonight on Wednesday, and then doing some mega building on Thursday. And then, of course, a big event coming up this weekend, sponsored by my buddies over there at G Portal. We're going to be playing some Icarus with my team. You want to come join us, feel free. Go check out the Discord, everybody. And you can check out the rules over there to join us on the server. Just let me know that you want to join us. And then we're also going to play some Windrose on Saturday and Sunday. Now, after this weekend, everybody, I am going to leave those servers up. And as long as I see people on there playing them and using those servers, I will leave them up. But if I see nobody's playing on them, then I'll just get rid of them, and then we'll come back and we'll play a full playthrough. We're just going to, check in on the game, see how they're doing. We're going to be playing Windrose for the first time, at least I am. And then Icarus, we're going to revisit that one because we did play it in early access or earlier when it first came out. And it has massively upgraded since then, everybody. You got a lot of cool stuff in there now. They've done a great job of upgrading it. So we'll go check all that out, as well as getting you guys also hooked up with 10% off over there at G Portal as well. Again, get your own server. You can be doing these kind of mega builds like I'm doing. This one. Where's my buttons? Where's my button links? Man, I don't know where they went. Over here. I totally don't know where I put it. There it is. All right. Trying to hook you guys up with 10% off. There you go. There it is right over there. Okay. So we're going to run on out of here. Again, we'll be back later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, everybody. But you were super smart. You stayed all the way to the end of the stream. So I'm going to go ahead and shower you with a bunch of Kiz Caps. I hope you enjoyed the stream as much as I did. I had a great time. I had a bunch of great time. And we finally got all the oil. Then our next big goal, get all the coal. But again, we already ran our lines. The running the lines is the hard part. And now we can just kind of siphon all of that coal together and just tap into those lines and have it turn around and use the lines, pre-existing lines. We can just run all that coal in, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to just consolidate it all into one, make ourselves some coal trains, maybe some long coal trains, and it will just go around, collect all the coal, and bring it back. So we're going to use two different techniques. One technique of just individual coal oil areas where it's just grabbing the oil and bring it back, and then longer trains which are going to stop at several stations and grab all that coal. Or what I could do is just run the coal all over the world into one central area, and then it just picks it up one time. Because that's really efficient as well, because you have less trains running, meaning less trains running into each other, and it just one giant train that picks it up, or two giant trains that picks it up. And you don't have to run as many train lines, you don't have to run as many trains, you don't have as much problem with switching and connecting. So that might be a thing too. We'll see if that's more efficient. We'll try it out. We got a lot of coal to get, though. We got a lot to get. There's a ton all over the world. And yeah, I feel like we should just go to every single coal location, set up extractors, and consolidate the heck out of them. Yeah, we can run it clear across the world if we wanted to. Maybe we should set a blueprint up where we just set it up and it already has the line runs for all of that. Yeah. Because the thing is, everybody, again, if it's not a pure node, when it comes to that, we can combine those, right? Like we can overclock a couple normal nodes, and they'll be 600 and 600, and then we can just combine those into 1200 and just run that along a conveyor belt. That'd be pretty easy. Instead of like oil where you got to cut it down because of the fluid problem, I can run that at 1200. So I can run a lot of coal, more coal than I can run oil into a train, and then run it over here. Again, we're going to need that coal also for other things, so we're going to work on that as well. But yeah, I'm looking at the map, everybody. Oh, I think we can get it done. I think we just consolidate all the coal ones that are together, run it to the train lines that we already have, set up a train to go and pick all that up. Oh yeah, right here, all together. That one's already done. Over here, all these in a group. Yeah. Group those. Group these at the top. Let's see how many groups that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 groups of... oh, it's funny. It's about as many oil things as I did. 7 groups. I think that might be exactly the amount I did. I wonder if they did that on purpose. I just dawned on me, everybody. Those numbers just kind of exactly the same. That almost seems like they did that on purpose to make it where you do the same thing. So yeah, we'll have one train that just goes, collects all that, and brings it back and drops it off. And I'll show you how to offset for trains that that are actually not being loaded. I'll show you all that kind of more advanced train stuff as well. Because again, I think if you watch my stream and all of that, I showed you all the basic train stuff. Now we're working on all the more cool advanced stuff. Let's go ahead and also have you guys do me a quick favor and run over and show some love on all of these social medias here. Run on over to youtube.com/KismetBP. Unless you're already there, even easier. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, leave a comment down below. It does help the stream tremendously. Allows me to do more giveaways and more cool stuff here in stream. You can also check out twitter.com, aka x.com/KismetBP. You'll go over there, hit the follow. Check out the Discord, check out the website, especially check out patreon.com/Kismet, the greatest way to support the Kismet Love Train. If you enjoyed the stream, you learned something, you were entertained, you had fun, again, that is the best way to support the stream, everybody. Not only the stream, but also guides, highlights, videos, all this stuff that I'm doing. It does help tremendously and is the best way to support the stream. I appreciate it. Support the Kismet Love Train right over here. All right, everybody, that was a long stream, so we're just going to peace out of here. and roll on out the Kismet Love Train. And I will see you guys tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some more Fallout 4 Rise of the Tycoon Empire. See you then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Noru. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button.